Hello, everybody. It's Russell Nolte,
Neo Edmond.
and we are here for Alt FCD, which is Alt Free Comic Days. We have Jimmy Palmiotti already standing by to
Woo!
uh, to do our first keynote panel. But before we do, I have to check some tech, and Neo is going to walk you through the day so we can make sure that everything's rocking and rolling. Take it away, Neo.
Good morning, everyone. All right, well, here we go. This is the first day of 2 days of Free Comic Day. It started our Alt Free Comic Day. It started out as one day and has become two because we had so many people that want to be part of this. So many amazing people. So our day, wow, we are starting with this keynote with Jimmy Palmiotti, which is amazing. So I'm super excited about that. I'm very excited to talk to Jimmy. And then at 10, we're going to have Developing an Idea with Barbara Kiesel and Walt. Oh my God, help me, Russell.
Walter Ostley.
Ostley, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm a little tongue tied in the morning here. I think I need more coffee. So, and then at 11 a.m., since we're just going to keep rolling, it's Writing the Script with Shannon Denton, Kelly Sue Melanio, and Fabrice. It's cut off here on my page. Fabrice.
Fabrice Sapolsky.
Thank you. My page for some reason isn't displaying the whole thing here. And then at noon, we're going to have another keynote with the great legend Marv Wolfman. I don't think he needs much introduction. He's been writing for about 50 years and just keeps pumping out awesomeness. But if you're a Teen Titans fan or anything, he's the guy. And then at 1 p.m., Finding and Working with an Artist, which sounds like an awesome panel. I don't know why all the names are cut off on my thing here.
Finding an Artist is Tony Puryear and Lee Cosi. Tony co-created the amazing Concrete Park for Dark Horse with Erica Alexander, and then Lee was one of the publishers at Bloodfire Studios, and now does a lot of work for Star Wars. He actually works a lot, has a lot of his watercolor work in the Skywalker Ranch, and he also created Kindergoth and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Cool. I don't know why my display isn't working right here. I'm going to pull it up on my phone and make it work right. Okay, and then at 2 p.m., we're going into revisions and editing with oh my God, I'm so tongue-tied this morning. I need more coffee.
Samantha Knapp, who is a production designer at Boom, and Jim Higgins, who worked on a ton of amazing DC titles like A History of Violence, and has a show about editing on Amazon Prime. And then Joe LaFavi, who is a great friend of ours and makes amazing stuff. Like he oversaw the art book for Blade Runner 2049, and he just worked on the Altered Carbon board game and a whole bunch more.
Yeah, he was one of the people who managed that Kickstarter for Altered Carbon that made, I don't know, what is it, $300,000 or some insane amount of money?
Yes, in like crazy. A week, too.
In a week, yeah. It funded in like 15 minutes, I think, like their initial funding. It was like unheard of. So, and then Jim Higgins, who teaches a lot of classes on comics. I know that. He does a lot of workshops and such. Super cool guy. Why don't you finish this out if you don't mind?
Yeah, and we're finishing out with a panel proposed by Ryan Leibowitz, who is the owner of Golden Apple Comics, one of our favorite shops, both mine and Neo's in Los Angeles, about working and supporting comic shops. Working, getting your show into shops, but also how to work with them during this pandemic. And that will be Ryan plus Eddie D'Angelini, my friend from Heidi Ho Comics, another one of my favorite shops in Los Angeles. And then Carmelo Chimera, who owns an awesome shop outside in Chicago. And best of all three of them are also comic creators. So they also create comics as well as own shops. So they kind of run both sides, so they can talk to you about how to do both things.
Cool.
And I think I have all of the things pulled. 1, 2, 3, 4. Except for Twitter, I have everything pulled up. I am seeing comments in the stream. We have private chats going, and I think we're ready to rock and roll. So, hello, Dan. Hello, Cohen. Hello, David. And so here's how today is going to work. We are going to bring on Jimmy, and then we're going to do each panel. Now, Neo and I are professional moderators. We've done this tons of times before. So we can ask the questions. We have no problem asking these questions. Most of these people are friends of ours, so we know them quite deeply. And everyone who's not a personal friend of ours is at least a passing acquaintance. So we know a lot about their work. But what we would like to do, what the point of this is for you guys to get your questions answered. So we are going to defer to your questions as long as they are relevant. Now, here's what relevant means. During these keynotes, almost everything is open. You can ask about books that people have worked on. You can ask about creating. You can ask about fandoms. You can basically do anything you want, as long as it's polite and nice. We will ask those questions on the air, as many as we can, until about 45 minutes after the hour. For the subject matter panels, so those are ideas or scripting. Those are a lot more specific. We are going to answer every question that is relevant to that topic. I've now done this several times, and every time I get comments from the people who are there thanking me for keeping the panels tight and the questions tight to the relevant topics. And every time we stray away from that, we get emails complaining about those specific panels and that they wish that they were better moderated. So for this show, we are going to make sure that, again, keynotes, whatever you want, ask away. If there's any restrictions, then we will. Then we won't ask that question, or we will tell you that there's a restriction. But otherwise, you can ask anything. So that is basically at 9 and 12 and tomorrow at 3. You can go nuts, ask anything. For the rest of them, we are going to try and keep it tightly on topic so we can have an hour. We've only got an hour because this is live. We're rolling through, and at the top of the hour, the next guest has to leave. That guest has to leave so we can bring the next person on. So that is how the questions are going to go. Otherwise, our goal is to have fun. You also can go to altfcd.com, and when you sign up at altfcd.com, you will be redirected to our Facebook page, which has dozens of free comics. On last count, Neo, we had 70 free comics in the files.
Wow. That's amazing.
I know, right? And that is also where we're going to be doing our creator AMAs. So creator AMAs are sort of our second stage. They're going to go all through the day, starting at 10, ending at 6. They're going to be just like Reddit AMAs. Each creator is going to have a little section where you can ask questions for that, of them. That is a little more free-flowing. You don't have to ask them that hour. I've just asked them to at least be present for that hour. And hi, Dean. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Alyssa. We are going to we're just getting our final checks here. I think I'm ready to go. I'm looking at everything. And so I see Jimmy is down there ready to rock and roll, it looks like. We're going to bring him on in just 1 minute.
Awesome.
Neo, what are you most excited for today?
Oh, I mean, all of this. We've been putting this together for a month now.
Yes.
And I mean, really, in the grand scheme of putting together 15 hours essentially of live content that's going to happen over 2 days and a few weeks is really pretty amazing. I'm just excited. I'm excited to actually be on here talking with everybody, and since we haven't been able to have any cons, in a little while, and we may not have any more for a little while, I think this is going to be the wave. So I'm so glad we're on it, and I'm super excited to talk to Jimmy right now and Marv today, and everybody we asked to do this said yes, and the only people who didn't just had scheduling conflicts.
Absolutely.
but all of them were like, I totally want to be on that. Like, just do another day. And we're like, we can't do 3 days, man. So,
Right.
like, as much as I would love to, but yeah, just
Yeah.
super excited about this.
That is where I'm excited too. I look at the panelists and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
I know.
So let's stop chit chatting with each other. Let's bring on Jimmy so we can get this
Jimmy.
whole thing going. I hope you guys are ready. This is going to be awesome.
That's a lot of pressure.
Hi, Jimmy. How you doing?
It better.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us at 9 a.m.
Yeah, well, I'm on the East Coast, so
Ah.
I had 3 hours. I have a couple hours to warm up to you guys, so
nice.
I'm great.
Yeah, I had to remind myself that when I reached out to Jimmy, I had to tell him that it was Pacific time that I was talking in, because I had forgotten that like not everyone lives on the West Coast.
That happens, doesn't it? When you live, especially when you live in California, you think everybody else lives in California. I've known because, but I get it from the people overseas. They give me the times and they forget to tell me they're in like London or something, and I'm like, and I'm sitting there waiting for them to get on. But it happens. But I'm glad to be here. Sorry, this is the first face everyone sees in the morning. Drink your coffee now. But no, I'm really super happy to be here. And I was looking at your list of guests, and I'm like, okay, I got to mark off when to take a break so I can come back and watch that person. And there's, of course, Mark as well, So, but there's a lot of great people. So good job, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we are super excited. So let us just get down to it. I suppose it's hard for me to imagine that there's a lot of people in comics that don't know who you are, but assuming that there are, let us start with just telling us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I've been working in comics way too many years, since 91 or around 90-ish professionally. And I started as an inker in comics. I've broke into Marvel, and I worked pretty much for everybody: Marvel, DC, Valiant, Image, as an inker. I think I've inked over 1,000 comics in my career. And in between all of that, at one point formed a company called Event Comics with Joe Quesada, and we did a couple of books like Painkiller Jane and Ash, and we had a good run with that. And then when Marvel was in Chapter 11, they made us an offer we couldn't refuse, and we created a label called Marvel Knights for Marvel, which was getting all our buddies to work with us, like Kevin Smith and Mark Texera and Jim Owsley and all these people. Did that for a bunch of years, and then Marvel, was doing pretty well after that, and I started to switch over my career, and I was editing and inking, and decided to switch over to writing. So I made that leap, and that's what I've been doing ever since. So with that, I formed my own company with my wife, Amanda Connor, called Paper Films. And we've been we've done a lot of comics together: Power Girl, Vampirella, Harley Quinn is our latest. Actually, we're finishing up a couple of Harley Quinn, the Birds of Prey book for Black Label, and then in the meantime, I've also been doing creator-owned work since forever. And with my Paper Films, we've been doing Kickstarters. So right now we have one called Pop Kill, and that is my 13th Kickstarter. So been busy.
Wow.
Busy life.
Yeah, the first question is actually, how is the Kickstarter going?
It's going terrific. We hit our goal like right away. I had doing 13 of these. You have a group of people that go along with you at every Kickstarter, and plus I pride myself in not only do we get the books to everybody, but I communicate with everybody, and it's always on time. And if it's not on time, I communicate with them and say, hey, it's going to be a week later too. But I prided myself in, if I'm going to do Kickstarters, I'm going to do them 100% right and deliver every time. So we hit our goals pretty quick because I have that loyal group that will just back the stuff no matter what I'm doing. And then Billy, my doorbell.
That's the funny. Doorbell.
Yeah, I got a distance. Just leave the package there. But anyway, and then. So it's going really well. We're at this stage now. We hit our goal, and we're doing stretch goals. And I even have it. It's like a 4-issue series, but we just solicited the first one. It's a Kickstarter, is the first issue. But if I hit a certain amount, I'm going to also add the second issue to it. So that's kind of a fun thing to do. So anybody who backs it will get the next book. And then we have crazy numbers. If we hit those crazy numbers, I will put all 4 issues into everybody's hands with the Kickstarter. So it's just they're just gonna have to wait for the last one to be drawn. But it's going well, and I love doing it because I don't have to depend on anybody else but myself. So that's the real charm to it for me.
Yeah, I love that. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but we do have a couple of more questions. They're coming in really fast, which is amazing. First, I would like to just show you this comment from Wesley. It says, Marvel Knights got me to read superheroes again. I was mostly Vertical back then, loved All-Star Western.
Okay, well, I love Wesley right out of the gate because he's got... well, I'm glad. Yeah, Marvel Knights, you know, when Joe and I did it, comics were not at their high peak. They were having a lot of trouble, and it was a weird time, and especially for Marvel, because 2 of the books we were doing, which was Punisher and Daredevil, were actually going to be canceled before we came in. So that's how weird. Like, imagine the Punisher and Daredevil being canceled, but they were actually being canceled when we came in. And so with Marvel Knights, it was an opportunity for Joe and I, you know, like you have to have a little bit of an ego to do this kind of thing, to go in and say, oh, we're going to change, you know, comics, but you need that kind of ego to get through every day. And with Marvel Knights, we just said, well, let's take these amazing characters and try to get the right people to do them, you know, and that was the whole trick, was the right, you know, Garth Ennis and Steve Dillon on Punisher. Boom. You know, right away you like it. Joe doing, Joe and I doing Daredevil with Kevin Smith writing. Again, you know, these kind of team ups. So it was basically, we tried something different. We had Kevin go out there and because if you remember back then, there wasn't really that much comics outside of comic book. You know, the mainstream was not covering comic books at all. And Kevin Smith's been like one of those guys that went out and would tell people comics are cool. And he would do Tonight Show. He would do all these shows and talk about comic books. Well, we had nobody representing comic books other than maybe Neil Gaiman at the time. So, again, an interesting time, but my whole career has been trying something new all the time. So it was just another thing we did. And I was happy we got a lot of people reading comics. You know, that's, look, honestly, everything I do, I'm constantly trying to get people that never read comics to read comics. Harley Quinn, we got moms and daughters reading comics, and even with the DC 100s in Walmart, you know, in these stores, we tried to get people that never picked up comics to pick them. That's been a full-time job.
Absolutely.
Questions are just flooding in for you.
I know.
It's awesome.
Here, how about Neo? Do you want to take this one?
How's the industry handling the stop in publishing and distribution? It's a big issue we're all having to deal with. I feel lost without my weekly picks, says Facebook user.
I get
it. Which I also feel the same way. So
yeah, so my office is inside a comic shop. So, it's been really weird not going there too much. But look, it's like it's new for everybody, and I get it's a great time to rebag and also read your old comics that you haven't looked at in a while. But I think things will slowly get back to normal. I mean, I just think we really found out how frail the comic book companies are, that they had to tell people to stop doing books. And, we really seen that, that this business really is not rooted in a lot of heavy planning and being ready for rainy days. So I think this is going to teach a lot of comic companies some life lessons. And as far as us, missing the comics in the stores, thank God we have some digital comics. And I think it's a great time to try new comics, try reading some stuff that you haven't really caught on. There's so many great indie comics. You can go to you guys, you can go online, and it's just a great time to try something new. And I think we all need that in our life as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to hear people are missing comics. Like, you know, if this just went away and nobody cared, it would just be like, uh-oh, you know. But I think the outpouring of actually people are sad about this is, I think, a good sign for our industry, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's interesting with all the TV and film available to us, people are getting bored of that. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
They want their comic books. And I always say the great thing about comics is it's entertainment at your own pace. You know, you control how fast you read it or how slow. It's not like a film or TV where it's just given to you at a certain pace. I love comics because I can dig in and take my time with them and appreciate the art. I love the art. So, you know, it's just a whole different thing. I'm glad too, because I always worry. Our comic industry is small. It's big in influence, but it's small in people in the seats. So I worry about everything.
Absolutely. Real quick question for you, Jimmy, to follow up on that. What's your favorite comic you've purchased during the lockdown?
Well, you know, I bought stuff online. I bought a lot of stuff online that I've been reading. But I will say that I went and cleaned out my reserve box, because usually I do it every month, and a section of it was behind somebody else's reserve, and they found it. So I got a pack midweek delivered to me, and it had like the new Love and Rockets in it, and it had like a lot of stuff I didn't know was out. So I can't say I picked one, because I am a junkie with comics. I read so many of them. So I can't pick one. My one that I have every issue forever. I love the Hernandez brothers. So I think I have every book they've ever done. So I will say my brain, no matter what style, my brain goes right to Love. I grab Love and Rockets first to read. So maybe that's the right answer there.
Awesome. Neo, I think you have another question.
I do. I'm sorry. Everybody keeps messaging me going, I can't believe you're on with Jimmy right now. Literally, my phone is blowing up with text messages right now. So, yeah, I was literally just about to ask you what your favorite comic is you're reading right now, and then Russ beat me to that punch. So, do you want to grab something out of the comments here?
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay. Oh, how is breaking into the industry as a writer different today versus when you began your writing career? Wow, that's a really big one.
Well, it's an interesting one, because now you have to, you know, it used to be you go to an editor and you see them at a show and you talk to them and you leave them a couple of samples, or you leave them some indie books. And now you can do that all online. You can literally, but I think it's harder now. I just think it's harder, because unless somebody takes you in, or it's in a way you almost have to have a career outside comics to get to do comics lately. And it's an interesting thing, because during the lockdown here, I've had a couple of people that I know that don't do comics, they do film and TV, whatever, asking me how to write comics, because they were bored, they wanted to do. And I said, look, you know, if you're gonna write it just to get a film deal, please don't do it. And if you're gonna write it to make an amazing comic, then I'll sit with you all day long and I'll send you sample scripts and you can look at it. But honestly, if you think you're gonna make money and leave, I'd rather you not do it. And I'm not gonna be the guy to teach you. But I think it's harder and it's easier, right? Because you can do your indie comic, you can do an indie comic, get somebody to draw it and post it online, and people could love it, and, you know, social media it all over the place, and it could go viral, and you can get work that way. You know, that's different. The only way I got writing work was I literally annoyed editors, because I was handing in my inking work or some other stuff, and my first writing work I got was stuff that was canceled. That was, editors said, hey, I only have like 2 issues left of this book. Do you want to do it? And I was like, I will do anything, you know.
Anything.
Yeah. So so I think it's easier in a way, because you can do your own thing right now, but it's harder if you want to go to Marvel and DC or those bigger companies. It's a little tougher, because they tend to not want to work as hard with a new writer. You think you got to get into the editor's head. They don't want to work harder every day. They want things to be easier for themselves.
Right.
To hire professionals. And my background before comics was advertising, and the headset in advertising is, how can I make this easiest for my client?
Interesting.
and do a good job, but how can I make his life easier by hiring me? And that's always been the approach that I've had with dealing with clients. So again, it's a mixed bag, but I say right now you can publish your own thing. You can put it on Facebook and Twitter and anywhere you want and post your comics. So there's a lot of venues. So I think it's a great time right now.
Yeah, what's really amazing is I've been doing comics since 2011, pretty much like putting stuff on either Indiegogo or Kickstarter. And it's incredible to just look at the quality of independent comics now, even in the last couple of years. It used to be, at least when I started in 2014, like really doing Kickstarter a lot. If you had a great comic, it was kind of easy to stand out. Not easy, but like you were if you were clear, you could clearly be better than most of the comics on Kickstarter at that time. And now you look at Kickstarter, it's like an amen's corner. Like I want to back everything. I think like 90% of the comics at least look just incredible.
Yeah, it's tough because I back a lot of stuff, and it is, I mean, visually, your first sale is usually visually. People look at it and visually, right. Oh, I'm interested, and then you read about it. So comics are about both things, right? They're both equally important. It's tough for me to read a great read if the art isn't making me happy, So right. Comics, like, it's a very personal thing too, what people like, what they're attracted to, because no two people have the same exact thing. We have popular artists, but that's not always what I'm attracted to either. I look at it and I go, yeah, I've seen that a million times. I want to see something creative. So it's interesting because the Kickstarters, I still find a ton of pros want to do them, and then when I explain what you have to ship out like 1,000 packages and you got to no way, or I get a lot of, hey Jimmy, can you do my Kickstarter? And I'm like,
what?
No way, I'm not in that business either. I'm sure there's somebody out there that can do it for them, but yeah, it's. I always say Kickstarters, Indiegogo. It's not for the weak. You really have to flex those muscles when you do them.
Absolutely, Neo. Do you want to take this question that's on the screen now?
Do you think indie comics will thrive more during this time and get more attention from bigger publishers?
It's interesting because bigger publishers usually, to me, means they want to make money from them.
Sure.
Right? I'm sure there's a part where they go, well, we want to publish this because it's a great subject and everything. But at the end of the day, bigger publishers are paying rent and they're paying crews people. So they want things that are going to make them a ton of money. Otherwise, they don't have time for them. That's why we see comics get canceled. It's why we see companies restart their line, and all this. So I think if you have a super, super successful indie, I think bigger companies will be interested. I'm not so sure you should run to the bigger companies with your super, super successful indie comic, because on some level, they're going to want some kind of ownership. And, we learned we don't want to give that away because that's the stuff that wakes us up at 4 a.m. going, oh no, what did I do? So it's about
having some
having a couple of. I'm going to stop this other feed and I'm going to stop this really quickly and see if maybe that helps.
See if we can get Jimmy back here.
Yes. I'm going to tell him that we...
Wait. Well, picking up on what Jimmy was saying there about indie comics, and you there? Wait.
Can you hear me?
Hang on. I'm going to remove you from the stream quickly and bring you back on and hope that changes everything.
Sorry, everybody. Let's see if we can get Jimmy back.
Hey, Jimmy.
Sorry, everybody.
Yes, keep your questions on while I'm working with Jimmy.
Keep your questions. Wait.
Jimmy, can you log off really quickly and then log back on, and we'll try and bring you back. See if your internet can come back. All right, Neo.
Well, like Jimmy was just talking about, the experience of being an indie and getting picked up by a major publisher. And I think both you and I have had this experience with some of our independent titles where a big publisher, is willing to, oh yeah, we'll republish you, but suddenly they want like a piece of the intellectual property rights, and then suddenly you have to buy your books from them, and it's a big trade-off for sure to transition from being an indie into a mainstream publisher. So that's definitely something to consider. Like every publisher I've talked to, they immediately want a percentage, and even when I'm like, I can bring a Hollywood deal to the table, and they're like, cool, we still want 50% or something. It's like, well, why would I do that? So it's definitely something to consider. The idea everybody wants to get in with a big publisher because, the prestige of having that name or, that label on your book, but you're definitely trading off a lot there. So how are we doing with Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm going to bring him back on and let's see.
Cool.
Hi again, Jimmy.
How's it working?
Sort of.
Is it working?
Working a little bit better now. It looks like. Yeah. All right.
It's going all across America. So.
Yeah, and this is a work day too, so it may be a little bit more to get there.
What's you guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna try and talk to Jimmy off screen. And,
okay, cool.
So I will tell you as a person who's doing this kind of like and like has had a successful indie book that's been trying to talk to bigger publishers. That's exactly what's happening to me right now. What's happening to me is I'm like, I have sold 7 printings of this book. And they're like, cool, we want 50%. I was like, I can bring Hollywood connections. They're like, okay, we'll only take 25%. I'm like, of the entire intellectual property? That's like a lot for someone who like is literally doing this themselves. All right. It looks like Jimmy is I'm going to try this one more time. Jimmy, it looks like you're a little bit better now.
Good.
Jimmy's back. Woo!
Awesome.
I was listening to what you said about 50%. Here's the thing: you have to set what you can live with. You have to. I'm going to tell everybody, get a lawyer is the first thing I'm going to tell you. But the companies, they're in it to make money. It's about how eventually I lost you guys. Did I lose you again?
Yeah, you're coming in and out a little bit. I think it's still coming through, but it's just like slower. So you're like 10 seconds behind everything.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Anyway, what I was going to say is, when they try to get you with all this Hollywood stuff and we're going to do this for you, we're going to do that for you. You don't give away 50%. You give away 20% tops, and you put a time limit on it. So the deal, if they don't hit these certain points, you get everything back. Right. There's no such thing. Everything has to all rights have to revert back to you. You don't sign anything where they own it. You just don't do it. It's if they're doing that to you, that means they're trying to rip you off on some level.
Absolutely. So I think we have a couple of questions about your work in comics, not the indie work, but your work on Power Girl and a couple of others. So, Jimmy, you once said on Twitter that you would like to make Power Girl's origins less confusing. Given the chance, do you have any idea of how you would accomplish that?
I would have to get clearance from DC, but when Amanda and I and Justin did Power Girl, we told her origin in one page, in the first page of the book, and then we went on with our story because I felt like the origin's so convoluted. Earth 2, the whole even concept of Earth 2, and Justice Society and all this stuff. For me, it's always been the thing that alienates a character is if I can't easily see how they were created or where they got their powers from, I'm usually probably not interested in it. It's convoluted and you can't get readers involved. And our approach with that was again, make the origin quick and easy. But if they gave me the character again, I would just create another origin for her and kind of scrap some of the older stuff because again, you alienate people without too much stuff. And there's nothing, it feels like you're walking in the middle of a movie and you're kind of lost out of the gate. So I think in a way, when a bigger companies reboot, I always feel like it's a new chance to introduce the characters again, and they should take it, and be creative with it.
I have a question following up on that because you've done long runs on a lot of books. I'm thinking specifically Jonah Hex and Harley Quinn. How do you keep things so that somebody coming in, let's say 20 issues into your run, isn't completely lost?
The golden rule is in the first 3 pages, the characters should all call each other by names, so they have to say their names out loud at some point. With a character like Jonah or Harley, their origins are only a small piece of them. Basically, Jonah's origin was that he came out of his mom, and basically had a rough time with the Civil War. But the origin is only a part of the person. So when you have a thing like Harley and you're in your 4th year of writing Harley, you can, once in a while, you have to just, in the story, just refer back to the origin, how the origin is affecting what the character's going through in the storyline. So with Harley, she would reference the Joker and never being in that place again. With Jonah, it would be, he would reference the Civil War and his relationship with his dad. But again, you can do that every once in a while if it fits into the story. If you're going to do an origin story every other issue, you're going to lose your readers pretty quick.
Absolutely. Neo, do you want to pick another question? It looks like there's a good one from Tom and Clara, Charles.
Is this the Tom, the one about Spawn?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Tom writes, I wrote several issues of Spawn and people think, wow, now you can write anywhere. Not true. How do I best capitalize on that experience as a writer? This is a really good question, actually.
It's good, Tom, and congratulations on your issues of Spawn. You can work anywhere now. This is an industry where no matter how secure you think you are, there's a point where you have to hustle for your next gig. It's
right.
It's never as easy. From the outside looking in, everybody thinks, oh, they must be offering you 40 things, and there's a time in everyone's career where that happens, and then there's a time where it doesn't, and it is definitely a roller coaster. My career has been up and down and up and down and up and down. So it makes me a good, I plan for bad times. But in the case, Tom, I think you just have to kind of take those issues of Spawn and send them out with your new work to editors. You're going to have to say, here, look, these are 3 issues I wrote. If you want to read them, I'd love to work for you. But it's tough. I've always been under the rule. I don't wait for the companies to go after me. I go after them with stuff. I'm pretty aggressive, but I pitch all the time. I'm pitching all the time. And anything they don't like, or they go, well, we can't touch that. We've had that with The Pro. Me, Garth Ennis, and Amanda Connor did a book called The Pro. Nobody wanted it, So we just said, we'll do it ourselves, and we brought it to Image. So there's a point you have to kind of look at different things. And Tom, maybe it's doing a Kickstarter, getting an artist to work with you and do your own thing. And from the writer of Spawn comes blah blah. That's an advantage. But no, I always say, you want to be the most popular. You want to be a big name writer. Just do Batman for a year. You'll become a big name writer. But the minute you're off Batman, you better have a plan B.
Right.
Because 2 years later, people don't care. Go ahead.
This is why I think, the opportunity to make indie projects is really great. I wrote Power Ranger stuff, and all of that did was push my my indie books, higher. It gave me more credibility. And then other people come around. So it's you can shift back and forth between being an indie and being, writing for the big New Yorkers, the big New York companies and such.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. Look, this is a career. This is a job where your name is important. So because my office is in the store, I see these guys order the comics every week. They sit there every month. With the catalog, and they go through the catalog and the retailers, and they look for names. They go, oh, this guy wrote that. We'll get a couple more of those. Or, oh, I know that. Whatever I like whatever book he did back then. I like this Power Rangers. Let's check out his new book. Maybe we'll get an extra copies of that. So it has a lot to do. Again, this is a money business. People want, it's based on sales. A retailer orders based on who's doing it, what the character is, and the past sales to that from that character or those creators. So it really comes down to knowing how to market yourself. It sucks that it's not a great business if you're super shy or antisocial.
Right.
It's not a great business. But if you draw like a son of a bitch, and then your artwork does the speaking for you, and you'll see definitely I think artists have it much easier because there's the art. You know what I mean? It's like either you're gonna like it or not. And there are some artists that is so unbelievable that I've never met, but I would hire them in a heartbeat. But writers are a little tougher, It's going to be the right, especially with writers. It's like the right story for the right writer. It has it's a tougher matchup.
Yeah, so that brings us to a question, one of two questions. Neo, would you rather go to Uzi Hobo or Charles LePage? Uzi asked about how to break through the noise.
Right.
Oop. Sorry, not Uzi. Charles or the Facebook user. Break through the noise or self-distributing?
I am not seeing these here.
I'll make the choice then. Okay, so live events were such a central part of our plan for launch, and it seems like store events and cons are done into 2021. Any thoughts about breaking through the noise online?
Yeah, it's for you, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, it's for you. That's for you, Jimmy. All these are for Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So his question is how to make. Can you run it by me one more time?
Sure. So live events were such a central part of our plan for our launch, and it seems like store events and cons are done into 2021. Any thoughts on breaking through the noise online?
Yes. Have to have a. Without convention, so conventions only reach a small amount of people, right? So I think although it's great to do conventions, your launch should be always aimed at online. You should always be aimed at multimedia, and you can do panels live. Like, look at us right here. The three of us, we're sitting here talking. All day, you're going to be talking to people. You can do live things. You can on YouTube. You can talk about your work. A lot of times, we're visually drawn to things. So use the artwork from your launch and post on it. Also, try to find people that like the genre of the work of your launch. That's very important because if you're gonna launch something that's fantasy, you want to make sure that people that love fantasy and gaming people and stuff get to look at things. So understand where you're launching it, who you're selling it to, and it's tough to break through the noise, but become part of the noise. Don't give up before I see a lot of people like, oh, it's impossible. I can't do that. Everybody, but my thing is eventually people are going to go away. If the noise calms down in some area, then you might be the last man standing. So go out there and put some artwork out, represent what you're doing, show people the passion of what you're doing, and you will get people to follow you.
I love that answer. I will also say to add, we are doing this. Me and Nia were doing this because we love comics and we want to celebrate comics, but there's also a very good reason that we're doing this and bringing Jimmy on and bringing other people on. It's because on some level, we're trying to break through the noise of everything online and draw the attention to this little convention for a couple of days, and bringing on people like Jimmy and Marv and all of our amazing friends is a great way to there's power in numbers, right, Jimmy?
Absolutely. I mean, look at the setups you guys have. Your books are behind you.
Yep.
I mean, that was planned, and it's smart.
Oh yeah.
I have artwork behind me. I have X1 cover behind me. That's the original by Frank Quietly. But of course, this is all part of it. You get to know somebody, and then you like what they're saying. You follow their work, and then you have a follow. Look, I have it all the time. If we want to take it outside of any media, I have people that I love to listen to their music. I can't wait for the next album. When they're on social media, I talk to them. I listen to them. Actors are the same way, and comics are the same way. If you love something, you're gonna follow them. And even if you don't like their politics, I always say I don't mind people's politics. I don't have to agree with them. I will agree with them on comics, though. We'll find something.
Right.
We love comics. Politics are whole polarizing, and I'm not a big fan because I do have the way I feel about things, and people give me crap once in a while, and I'm just like, that's okay. I said, we can always have a beer and a hamburger and talk about comics for a while.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Nice.
All right. So let's go to Charles next. Neo, you want to take this one?
Is it better for a small independent publisher to distribute with Diamond or to do the indie route and self-distribute? A Diamond question.
Yeah, I would say anyone that'll take your books and distribute them, you should be distributing them to. If Diamond wants to take it, understand their rules and how much they take, and understand that the stores they hit. If 3 other people want to distribute the books, that's great. If you want to do them yourself, that's great. My thing is, don't go blind. Read the contracts. Read what they're offering. Understand that most stores right now deal with Diamond, so you want to get into most stores, but it's going to change in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
Just roll with the punches. At the end of the day, it's all about getting your books out to people. But I will say that if you're a small publisher, put all your time right now into your website and make sure you have a great store, because right now half of the stuff I'm buying is from people's websites. And so these books, it's really important. When I talk to some people and I'm like, well, where's your website? Let me look at what you got to offer. And they're like, oh yeah, I got to build a website. And I'm like, no. This is part of publishing. Having those previews ready, having, I can click on a button and buy 4 of your books, and I could buy a signed one. It's so important, especially when you're a small independent publisher, because it's a very grassroots conversation you're having with the person buying your book. So you have to give them something the bigger publishers aren't giving. So I would say make sure you're ready for that. You have some downtime now. Start building that website.
Yeah, no kidding. I think a lot of creators forget that if they're going to be in this, they also have to be a business person.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make any money and survive. So.
Yeah, and on top of that, DC just announced that there are 2 new distributors that they're working with right now. You can, there's a chance now at the ground level to not necessarily only have Diamond, but have a couple of other distributors to work with, to have book distributors to work with as well. So I think this is a great time if you want to get distribution to start looking at some other alternative methods, because there have not been alternative methods in like 20 years besides Kickstarter.
Yeah, I would definitely look at who DC's using and inquire to them. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, look, let DC be the first guy to cross the bridge. If the bridge's still standing, then you go right after.
Absolutely. There's a question.
Take advantage.
Absolutely. Neo, how about this question? It seems like to be relevant to what we were talking about a little earlier.
Oh, is there such a thing as a pitch Bible when sending out materials to publishers? And if so, what's in that packet?
Okay, so again, we're gonna play the game of putting yourself in the role of the publisher or the editor and saying, okay, I only have a little time in my day. Let me open email. Let me see what this guy's pitching me. Well, I don't want to say the elevator pitch. I want to say maybe a little longer than that. But I would say get the idea of what you're pitching down to a page or 2 tops. Don't go further than that. Make sure you have some art and some character drawings to go along with it. Again, it's a visual medium. So if you're going to send a pitch, nice, of course, a great title, what it's about, who the characters are, show some characters, and then some samples of what it's going to look like, or as far as a page or 2, is for me the perfect Bible. Don't send 150 pages. Don't send 1 page with 1 drawing and a guy, give it enough that I can see you have a plan. There's a plan there. Show me how this is something. If it's going to be a mini series, show me how it begins, middle, and end. Or if it's going to be ongoing, give me an idea of how this pitch will constantly have stories that it can generate, keep generating. And it's okay to even put in your pitch, this is a cross between this and that, because people have, minds where they want to just put things together. What is this? Oh, this is like Game of Thrones meets Jaws, a crazy thing like that. But anything that can make it easy for somebody with not a lot of time to kind of grasp the idea. And again, make sure there's always a bio with it.
Yeah.
So the bio of you, and if you're pitching an artist, also the bio of the artist, what they've done before. So again, that's a simple thing, 5 or 6 pages, unless you want to add some more art. The thing is, you can add a lot more pages of art, but if you're going to do a lot of type, remember that they're on 1 or 2 pages is your top, because most guys are not going to want to read it after that. If they're interested, they'll ask you to expand on it, and then you can send in your 10-page document and say, look, this is the big plan.
And definitely keep in mind that bio is definitely a big piece of it. It's probably just as much as important as the idea. And I think that's where the idea of like, oh, well, if maybe you don't have credits, like it used to be, if you had no credits, there was nothing you could do. But now
Right.
it's like you could indie publish something. You could say, look, I published this book myself. I sold 5,000 copies of it. And that makes people go, oh, this guy will go out and sell, you know? I go to 20 cons a year, you know? Like,
yeah, add an extra 0 to how many you sold. Who the
yeah,
hell?
exactly. Yeah, 500 means
Yeah,
5,000, whatever.
5,000. So you can, and maybe you sold 500 and whatever. They're not going to check. The thing is, they're going to look for is the actual core of what you're selling. And if you're somebody that'll actually follow through and do it, because
Right.
if you don't have experience, or you're not showing an aggressive attitude, they're going to probably back out, because first time people are very difficult for editors to work with.
Well, there's one other.
They don't want to teach, so much.
Right. Well, there's one other thing that I think we should bring up in that topic is, I'm not going to speak for Neo, but I'll say both me and Neo do prose, a lot of prose.
Right.
And one thing that comics has over prose when you're pitching it is you look at art and you immediately kind of can feel the tone and look of what a book is. When you're doing prose, you have to actually write the book out and see it so they can kind of get a feel. But like if you're making a book that's comedic versus a book that is much more like straight bullets or like whatever the thing is, you just look at the art and you're like, okay, I see the pitch. I see a couple pages of art. I know kind of tonally what it's going to be like almost immediately. There's a visceral reaction to it.
Yeah. And remember, comedy is the hardest thing to write. That's all there is to it. There is nothing harder to write in comics than comedy, because it's hard to you lose timing and you lose, it's really tough. I always say to people, I'm like, you gotta be a real tough guy to write comedy.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, there's 2 questions that kind of go together, which again are not going to be comics related. The first is what's your favorite Western film, and then would you rather marathon John Wayne movies or Clint Eastwood movies?
Well, I'll answer the second one first. I've seen every Clint Eastwood movie, right? So I'd probably at this point pick John Wayne, because there's a lot of Westerns I haven't seen by him. I mean, as far as what I like better, it comes down to the films that I grew up with, the Clint Eastwood stuff. So there's a connection there, but I do love some of the John Wayne stuff. But, again, a lot of the John Wayne Westerns aren't really true to what was going on in the West. They're very, the Indians were all bad guys. They had a lot of films that were not really, on the nose of the era. And then, with the Clint Eastwood ones, we have the spaghetti Westerns, which were shot in Spain and Italy. And, they're surreal. And it's just like another person's vision of the West. But I will say, like for Clint, I'll say, for John Wayne, I like The Searchers. And for Clint Eastwood, probably Outlaw Josie Wales and Unforgiven that I can watch all over. So I don't have a favorite single movie, but I will say Once Upon a Time in the West, if it's on, usually I'll just stop and watch it again. Even if I pass it while flipping a channel, I'll probably stop and watch it for a while. It's hard for me, and I don't know about you guys, to pick my favorite of anything, because I constantly changing all the time. I used to say I love this artist, and then I'd see a new artist and go, oh, he's my new favorite. So I have no consistency with this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Me either. All right, Neo, there's one more question, it looks like, from the group, which is kind of dovetails perfectly because you've got about 5-10 minutes left.
Okay.
You want to take it?
Sure. Okay. What do you do to overcome art block or writer's block? Oh, that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, because obviously we're hitting a block or asking this kind of question. Well, they want to see if anything else relates to what they do. We have the thing that I do is I don't write so much when I'm in front of my computer. I write all day long, and then I type when I get down to my computer. I kind of bundle up everything I've been thinking, and then I type it when I go to the computer. But I'm constantly working on the story in my head, and a lot of times you got to do things that have nothing to do with writing. And I won't, and I will say I don't read other people's things when I have a block. I tend to kind of go for a walk. I take a bike ride. I jump in the shower. You know that old Fred Flintstone thing. I can sing better in the shower. I could probably write better in the shower. It's that. But I tend to watch. I'll watch a movie, or I'll just do something else, because I don't think if you sit there and I have writer's block and you hit a stage in the story where like I can't move from here, I don't know what to do. I don't think sitting there saying I don't know what to do over and over again is really going to peel the layers of an onion and say, here it is, here's what you're going to do. I think you have to do other things and have conversations with people, and you know, you got to do other things. A writer's block is basically a lot of times is you not being happy with where the story is going to go. You're looking for something better for it. So I don't think it's a block. I think it's you've taken the wrong street, and I think you just need to go down a different street. So I don't look at it as a block and so much for me. I think it's just that what you're doing isn't making you happy. I need to explore something else. So you have to think outside the box. And again, getting inspiration from something else or not thinking about it gives your brain time to fuel up again and maybe rework it. I mean, I'm going to throw it back at you two guys, because you're both writers. What do you do? What do you guys do?
You know, it's interesting that you said that, you know, maybe you're just not happy with what you're doing. I think I've discovered that a lot of times when I get stuck, really stuck, it's my brain inside like telling me you're doing the wrong thing and you need to stop and rethink this. And even if I'm stuck for a day or two, suddenly it'll be like, it'll just click and it'll be like, oh my God, that's what was the problem. Like my brain was like, no, roadblock, you're going the wrong way, you know, and I don't know it. But sometimes it's just like, you know, we're living in weird times right now and your brain's just like, I don't want to do it right now, you know? And that's when I do free writing, you know, just sit down and just riff, you know, and riff with dialogue or something just to get myself flowing and make myself feel like I'm doing something, because the longer the block goes, the worse you feel about it. You know?
Yeah. I also think that usually it's not just writer's block to usually when I'm starting a project, I don't get writer's block. It's starting the thing and knowing that my brain's like, this is not a Russell Nolte project. This is not a thing we want to do. And then not knowing. But we were talking a couple of weeks ago. I had another online writers conference for novelists called the Online Writers Conference. And one of the panelists, I think it was Jonas Saul, said that you have to know whether you're having writer's block or you've written yourself into a corner that you need to work out of, and that takes time. And they're two different things. And he said along the terms like he loves writing himself into a corner. That's like what he does. Like he does it all of the time. And when he's written himself into a corner, he needs to figure out how to get out of that corner, because even his character doesn't know, he doesn't know. So I try to think about that now when I'm writing. Is like, am I having writer's block because I don't like this project or the direction, or is it because I intentionally wrote myself into a corner and now just have to mentally figure out how to get out of that corner, which takes a long time and a lot of brain power.
Yeah, that's the creative corner you knocked yourself into, because that's when you get really creative on how am I going to get out of this. I remember when Amanda and I were writing Harley, we were writing like 3 issues a month, because it came out twice a week, and we always had an annual, right? So we were writing, we were basically writing an issue a week, and there's something about that speed, right? That we're doing it so much, we're in the head, but also we were writing a character that was spontaneous. So we would write it, and then we go, oh, and it gets to this, and we go, well, that's not really, she wouldn't do that. She would kind of go somewhere else. Or she, you know, we had one scene where Harley was running through an aquarium and she was being chased, and she passed a big blue whale, and she looked at the whale, and the whale was looking at her. And the next shot, she's in there swimming with the whale. She just, her brain, you know, and we're laughing. We're like, of course she would do that. It doesn't matter who's chasing her. Oh my God, there's a whale. I have to go swim with the whale. You know, so it's like you get ahead of the character, and the character sometimes tells you where to go, because we have the thing like, well, I know what I would do. I'm writing it. I know what I would do, but I'm not that character. What would that character? It was funny. There was a time when Justin and I were writing Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters, and I'm thinking I have to think like Uncle Sam would. He's so positive, he's so like rah rah shish kumbah, and like things are exploding around him, and he's like, "Isn't this great?" And I'm like, okay, that's not what I'd be doing. I'd be running the other way. But again, you have to kind of put yourself, and when you do that, that's when you start finding the creative answers, and it's also when you're note wise and tone wise, you're directly with the character, and the fans can feel it when they feel that connection. Like that is exactly how that character would act, and that's what makes reading the comics so much fun. So, so the blocks, you're right. The blocks they're not blocks. They're just, maybe I don't like where I've been. I'm going right now, and maybe I need to rethink it.
Absolutely. Well, I think I have one question left. I was going to not put another question out there, but this one's so good and kind of wraps up everything. I got to do it. Because it's a question that I have too, writing sort of my first ongoing series. Is screenplays usually tell a pretty contained story and have a well-known structure, but comics follow multiple point of views, multiple plot threads, and can sometimes last years. How do you structure that? And more importantly, for the people out there, how do you make sure you're not doing the same thing that you've done like 3 times before again?
Right. Okay, so it's an interesting question because I'm not a huge fan of 12-part stories. As a matter of fact, I did Jonah Hex with Justin. We did 22 pages of one story. But the structure. I mean, so if I'm planning out a year's worth of a character, let's say a year's worth of Wonder Woman, I will have a chalkboard and I'll figure out over the 12 months what's going to happen, right? I need some kind of spine to the story. Here's what's going to happen over the year. The joke of that is the best laid plans, because all of a sudden you're writing and all of a sudden this character is pretty amazing, or oh my god, I didn't even think of that, let me go that way. As long as you have that spine, you can kind of build things around it. You can kind of mess with your format. You can take the story in different directions. As far as writing the same story over and over, sometimes that happens. I've looked at people's careers where I'm like, oh, that's that kind of story, or this is the story where he does that. I remember, and I loved them, was Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale would do these books, and it was sort of like, here's the hero, here's the greatest villains. Now they're gonna ramble, go at it, and then it's gonna resolve. And we kind of know that structure in comics. We know by page 22 this is going to wrap, or something's going to happen. So I think it just takes planning, but to understand that part of your planning is you have to be spontaneous within the story, and you have to understand that all the best laid plans, unless you're doing a crossover with other books, then that's a whole nother thing. But if you're doing your own series and you're doing it for a long period of time, just try to stay on track. My simple go-to is, whatever the title of the book is, make sure that character is almost in every page. Don't get wrapped up. Don't do a Superman comic and tell stories about Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane all the time. The name of the book is Superman. Get back to Superman and what his point of view is. And for the books I do, I always try to keep it from the point of view of whoever the title's named after. We see this happens a lot with people come on to very famous characters, and their stories about everyone else but the character. And it happens all the time in mainstream comics. So remember what the book is named and who it's about. And eventually over time, you'll see what's working with the audience and try to take note of that. But, avoiding repeated stories, you just have to police yourself. Believe me, the fans do it for you. They tell you right away online, oh, this sucks. I don't like this story. I don't like where you're taking the character, or, oh, thank God you did that. So your audience is like a very noisy movie theater audience. You sit on the stage and they'll yell at you what's working and what's not, and they'll applaud when they love it and they'll boo when they don't like it. It's interesting because like reviews are great to read, but don't take them all to heart because reviewers have their expectations as well. You'll just find out that over time or over averages, certain things will work, certain things won't. And that's how you pretty much fine tune your writing career over time is, you start to see what people really like from you and you start to see what they hate from you. At the end of the day, though, you do whatever you want and hope it connects.
Right.
But there are themes that we, as writers, we get better at where, people love our books because they do this, So pay attention is what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, cool. This has been great. I have Popkill up on the screen yes. Because this, I assume, is the thing you want to sort of leave out and leave us with and talk a little about it. So why don't you tell the people why we should go and back Popkill, which has had a nice little bump since we've been on the air, actually.
Yeah, pretty nice. So Popkill is a story that actually my buddy Dave Johnson, you guys know who Dave is, I think, right? Pretty much.
You should tell the people just in case.
Yeah, but Dave is one of the finest cover artists in comics. And Dave came to me with a story about competing soda companies. It's a very bizarre thing. It's about these two brothers that own two competing soda companies, and pretty much they hire spies and a lot of craziness. It's a lot of humor. It's an adult book, so it's not for kids. There's nudity, there's violence. It's over the top. But it's basically about two brothers that are competing in business and the underhanded things they're doing. And we follow a very oversexed James Bond type character as he tries to infiltrate the other company and steal a soda secret from a girl named Dina Deluxe, who's a scientist there. And it's just fun. And Juan Santa Cruz is the artist on the series. It's 4 issues total. And Juan, I worked on Painkiller Jane, The Resistance, Twilight Experiment. We've worked together for years. Monolith he's done. He's just a fantastic. There's some samples of his artwork there. But the Kickstarter is, yes, for the first issue. And we're offering, the regular book for $20. The digital version is only $5. So the minute the Kickstarter is done and the money goes through, you'll have the book. And everyone that backs it gets a digital copy in their email that day. And then we offer certain tiers with different covers. For collectors, a lot of people like different covers. So we have an Amanda Connor, my wife, did a cover, and Dave Johnson did it like a separate sexy cover. And since it's an adult, we're kind of pushing that. We know our audience. So it's a lot of fun. But the basic theme of it is like a fun espionage, over-the-top story that we've been working on now for a year and a half. So we're on our third issue. We're finishing up the third issue. But the first one's available, and we got a couple more. I think we got a week and a half or so left on the starter. So if we do get the numbers really high, we'll actually print the second issue and give it to you as well. So
nice. Wonderful.
No extra charge.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, Neo, do you have any any final things to say to Jimmy before we say bye to him?
Just thank you for all the awesome stuff you write. I'm a big fan of your work. So just being on here with you and talking with you has been super cool. So just keep pumping out cool stuff, and I'm going to go support your Kickstarter right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. It's been amazing, and thank you for taking an hour with us.
Well, guys, this has been my pleasure. I look forward to listening to today's show. So it looks pretty exciting lineup. So thank you for making me the first one out of the gate. It's really flattering, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you so much again.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much. We're going to say bye to Jimmy. Bye, Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy.
All right. So this is the time for the next 2 minutes to set yourself and go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, and we're going to talk about what's coming up. I really want to talk about, speaking of comics, we never kind of introduced ourselves. So I am going to put up your special for this weekend, which is, tell us about your career for just 30 seconds or a minute, and then tell us about this new awesome book, which I cannot wait for.
Okay, well, I've been around in Hollywood for quite a long time. Kind of started as an actor, transitioned my way into writing comics sort of by hanging out with the right people and stuff. And then started writing books. I did my Red Riding Alpha Hunter series, which was super cool. It led to me getting to write for Penguin Random House and writing Power Ranger books. And now I'm working with Storm King Productions, which is John Carpenter and Sandy King's company. And this week, actually just today, we're releasing the first issue of my new comic series, The Grimmstown Terror Tales, which is like my action adventure Ghostbusters meets Stranger Things sort of Hansel and Gretel story about a couple of kids who find out their parents were supernatural monster hunters, and now their parents are missing, and they have to go figure out what happened to their parents and pick up where their parents left off, becoming monster hunters using all this weird techno magical equipment and stuff. And it's just a really fun, good time. And a lot of people say it's funny. Everybody who's read it said it's really funny. So that makes me happy, because as Jimmy said, writing comedy is hard. So.
Well, and like it's drawn by Renee DeLiz. So
Renee DeLiz, yeah.
Incredible art.
Yeah, her art is just gorgeous. Sandy King just hooked that right up. She's like, Renee and you are just going to be a perfect pair on this book. And Renee immediately started sending me her initial sketches, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then when the first color pages came in, I was just like, wow. So,
yeah,
Barbara's correcting my pronunciation.
I literally was like, of course she's an editor.
Thank you, Barbara DeLees. Renee DeLees. I'm sorry.
So
I apologize.
Yeah,
but we are giving that away. That first issue, we're giving it away for free because it's Free Comic Day weekend, and yeah, why not? So everybody can the link is up on the our Facebook page, and I think right down there at the bottom.
It is, and I'm about to put it into. It's very easy. Just bit.ly/Grimmstown. You'll have to sign up for the Grimmstown mailing list, but you should do that anyway because it's going to be awesome.
Yep. And then you can also grab it on my website, neoedmond.com. So awesome. And check out anything else I've done. So
awesome, man. Well, I will tell you a little bit about me after the next hour, but I want to bring on Barbara and Walter, and then we'll say bye to Neo because I'm going to moderate this panel, and then he'll go backstage to sort of do his thing as the producer. And we will, and also we're going to be starting our creator AMAs in the Facebook group. So go to alt.fcd.com, sign up for the email list so you get updates this weekend. We'll send you the replay links on Sunday or Monday, and then you'll be redirected directly to the Facebook group where you can start getting the amazing creators. That being said, let us bring on Barbara. Hi, Barbara.
Hey there.
Hi, Barbara.
Welcome to my chaotic office.
And hi, Walter.
Hi, Walter.
Hey, hello.
Hi, Walter.
Now there's a man who knows how to do a podcast. Look at that setup.
Yeah,
there you go. Look at
it's been slowly improving every time that I see him on a thing. He's got his own like massive YouTube channel now. So Neo, say hi and then bye.
Hi, Barbara. Hi, Walter. I'm going to go do some business for us, and you three have a good time, and I'll be back at the end.
Awesome.
See you when.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
This is amazing. I'm so excited.
Hi, Russell.
I've wanted to have both of you on my podcast for a long time, but it's been kind of hectic the last couple of months. So I'm super glad we can talk about this, especially something I think you guys are masters at, which is figuring out how to come up with a great idea and then executing on it. And just so we all are aware, this is our ideas panel. So we are going to answer all of your amazing questions about coming up with ideas and anything related to that. I am going to literally spend the next hour, hopefully pulling your questions. I do have questions. We do ask that you keep it tight to that subject because that is what these two are here for. And that's what we're all here to learn. So Barbara and Walter, before we actually get into it, why don't you introduce yourselves? We'll start with Walter and then go to Barbara.
Hey, I'm Walter. I am a comic book creator, artist, writer. I've done a few of my own self-published books, Cubicles and Shiver Bureau. I did a featured comic on Webtoon called Hacksaw. And my most recent work is a book called Metal Shark Bro, which is as silly as it sounds. So, and yeah, I do YouTube videos about making comics and how to make comics easier.
Awesome. How about you, Barbara?
Well, I've been around comics for a long time. I'm Barbara Randall Kiesel, and I've wandered from DC to Dark Horse to CrossGen out to a new company called Urus Entertainment that you don't know about yet. And I have half my voice today because when I woke up yesterday, not only is there construction at a house across the street from me, but the crew came to clear out the weeds off our back hill, and another crew came to clear extra branches from a couple of pine trees. There is so much pollen in my world right now that my system is about to shut down.
Yes.
So if you can't hear me, that's why. It's not because I'm drunk and been up all night.
Well, yes, and outside of my house, they are ripping and replacing all of the streets to repave it. So this is the greatest week to do like a long 14-hour live stream. So I want to start with Walter, I think, because I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you, and I'd love Barbara to weigh in on this too, but like your stories are so bonkers and like off the wall, and Cubicles is so over the top and ridiculous, and so is Shiver Bureau, and Metal Shark Bro needs no. It's literally about a shark that like basically gets like a soul that gets animated into a shark, and like it's so over the top. But then you also have stories like Hacksaw, which are high action and energy, but they certainly don't have that bonkers over the top attitude. How do you decide what idea to run with? And then I love Barbara to talk about how you pick an idea to run with as well. But that's a big question, I know. But Walter, what do you have to say about that?
I think a lot of it comes from the fact that I don't know any better sometimes. I don't really have too much formal training, and when I was working on my comics, I was working a full-time job, so I kind of had to just go with the fact that I was inspired, and I'm kind of weird anyways, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it's just I come up with an idea, and if it can keep me interested long enough to where I can actually finish it, I think it's just I don't know any better to not go with something silly and not to have to worry about it making sense sometimes and not following the proper structure. I just kind of go with it, and wherever the story or the characters lead me, it's just I kind of follow them along.
Awesome. Barbara, you have a little bit more standard, not standard, but a little more structured experience with comics coming from editorial at DC and such. Does that influence your ideas, or how do you sort of come up with an idea for yourself?
It's the professional side of things. It's when you're actually working in the business. You're not just running around chasing your own ideas. It's a priority based on what's going on that day, what kind of work needs to be done for who, what has to get done. What I find is so often whatever has to get done is not the thing your brain wants to work on. So there's constantly a notepad at the side where ideas for other things are popping up. Like yesterday, I'm working on technical documents. There's song lyrics over here, but that everything, it's like being creative, tapping into your creative side is like tapping into universal music. No matter where you look, there's some kind of inspiration. You can follow any of those threads. I've always said, people say, where do you get ideas? And I say, how do you make them shut up long enough to get one done? Because you twist together things you see, you pair things, you just kind of watch people and make up stories for them.
Yes. So I want to follow up on that. But before I do, I want to remind everyone to please ask your questions about ideas or anything sort of in the pre-writing stage. So before we've actually started the script, because that'll be next hour, how do you organize? How do you write an outline? Any of that stuff is going to be relevant here. And so my question for both of you is, Walter, you started writing in your own stuff in your own time, but you've now worked on creator-owned books, other creators' books that have come to you with a story. Barbara, you've done an immense amount of work on stories for for corporations and people that have, not corporations, but for corporate entities and for people that have come to you. How do you shepherd that idea along? Like, how do you sort of take an idea that comes to you that maybe you're like, well, there's some elements here, but like we need to now shape it and rough it out and like make it an actual story from that initial idea? Barbara?
A lot of times, all the inspirations and ideas and pieces that you put together for a story are sort of sitting out there like the fluff in cotton candy, little loose pieces. And if you watch cotton candy being made, it goes from nothing to something with sort of a magic where at some point there's a transition where something is real that was sort of, vague fluff running around in the mixer. You need to create some sort of focal point. So often that becomes, it could be a particular image, it could be a sentence you like, it could be a character you like, but you need to narrow your focus and choose one starting point and build things from it. People who are chaotically brained need to continue processing it like it's cotton candy, grabbing bits until it feels like they've got something. People who are analytical are going to need to rely on a structure and lay out a structure and form, put their elements into it, determine what's missing, and then carry it forward one step at a time.
So, Walter, I'm going to sort of change the question a little bit for you, because as you mentioned, your worlds are pretty bonkers. Barbara mentioned the starting point of an idea. So you've got an idea, you've got a world. How do you choose, like, at what moment to come into that world and what to and sort of what to do once you have that sort of world built?
As far as like where the story should start.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to start off exciting as possible. So I kind of like to jump like right into the world and let everybody know what this story is going to be like. Like they, if they don't like my kind of silly, like in the first few pages, like, they know right off the bat that the rest of the book is going to be that crazier. That's what they can expect. I kind of just jump in head first into the world that I have.
Awesome. Okay, there's a bunch of questions. I'm so excited. Usually it takes about 15 to 20 minutes for people to ask questions, but they are on it today and really good questions. So let us, is there a such thing as too long of a story idea? I assume that means like something that will go on 50 or 70 issues. Is there a place where the idea becomes too big for someone to start off on?
Well, sometimes if you have an entire universe in your head, an entire big, long story saga, sometimes you have to sacrifice most of it to pull out the chunk that actually becomes the piece that you can put together in some sort of form that other people can see, that you can actually make and put out there. Now, you might have 50 chapters of a story presented. You might be a multi-generational epic, but you pick one point to start and you pick some sort of structure to put that out to begin with, and then you can kind of repeat from there. But if what you're doing is dependent on all the pieces in the huge, long structure, you're probably going to want to be self-publishing it to make sure that you can guarantee all of it gets done. If you're going into a commercial marketplace, you often have to find something that will fit within the parameters of the sizes they have created. So you need to pull out your bite-sized chunk or smaller story out of your grander epic and start with something that leans towards commercial if you're pursuing the commercial track. Excuse me. But define and cut down and choose your format, choose your, if you're doing a webcomic, if you want to start it now and do it till the end of time and just sort of maintain whatever kind of audience you've got, you can. But there can be too long of a story for a format, but there can't be too long of a story if all the pieces of it are parts of your story.
I like to think of George Lucas when this question comes up, because George Lucas had 9 Star Wars stories, but he picked one self-contained kind of story that was the most exciting and most interesting. Wasn't the first story; it was the 4th story that he thought would work well, and then he could build out from there.
And it had accessibility. And
Absolutely.
That's it. You might have the huge story in your head, but you've got to have a gateway for somebody to be able to come into it.
Absolutely. I think if he started with the first story, people would have probably gotten lost in the politics. All right. So let's move on to another question from Tom. Is there a screen through which comic writers can score an idea before committing to write it? Walter, let's go to you.
A way to screen, like, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Like, screen an idea to make sure that you want to write it. Like, I'm gonna assume this question is, okay, so you get pitched an idea. Like, what is the screening process before you actually are like, yes, that's the one?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think like anytime I'm working on a story, I always do like a really quick, simple outline, and it lets me like run through like all of the bullet points of everything that I think the story needs from start to end. And I just do it quick, and I start moving things around. And I feel like if you can read that outline and that outline is good, the outline's exciting, then that's probably, enough energy, I think, to go into like actually scripting it or trying to create it, at least for me.
Yeah, so I know Tom has written a couple of issues or a few issues of Spawn. So that my assumption is someone is going to come in. So this is also a great question for Barbara. Is like someone emails you a pitch for like, hey, I want you to write this thing. How do you decide whether it's a Barbara story or something you should pass on?
You've put your finger on one of the elements of there too, which is editors. You can have somebody else be your editor and kind of take a look at it and see whether they understand what you're getting up to and whether it works. What I look for is visuals and voice and content. If we're doing comics, will there be something cool to draw? Because a lot of times people get the comics format in their head and they want to start doing their West Wing political diatribe or something like that. It takes a really good artist to be able to have a whole bunch of talking heads in a planned office and make them interesting. It can work, but it's a longer fight than if you tell me you've got, let's see, giant red guy with a giant red fist and devil's horns or something like that, where I've got already an intriguing, interesting visual. Do you have something to say, and do you have a way to say it that's better than bland? So is there content there? Is there some kind of thematic content or character content? And does your writing show the ability to put forward words that when they sit alone have some sort of voice and personality to them as opposed to robot writing?
Absolutely. So I've actually just started having this problem myself. I don't know if it's a problem, but people coming to me asking me to do things, and it was really for years I had no idea what a Russell Nolte story felt like or what storylines. So I would take a lot of stuff. I would be like, "Oh, let's try this," and then I would get into it. And I'd be like, God, why did I take this assignment? Why did I take this thing? Why am I doing this? I don't understand. Like, it's for me, one of them is like magic. Like if it's not fantasy or there's not magic or some supernatural element, just like it's very hard for me to be excited. Now, as a writer, sometimes you have to take that story. But if I have my druthers, I'm going to do something that has magic and weird and fantasy and stuff like that. And I know Walter is really, I know you do a lot of different stuff, but you have a very distinct voice as an artist and the very distinct kind of story that you tell, which has both a visual style and a writing style. And even when you're not the writer on a project, I can tell sort of that what you're bringing to it. So how do you sort of decide what idea is worth writing or what kind of story you want to tell when someone comes to you?
Right. Well, I mean, it's kind of like what you said. Like sometimes you just have to take the gig, and I've gotten like a lot more selective with what I do. And I think whatever comes, like when I started out as a writer. So if I'm gonna just be an artist for somebody else's story, like there has to be an aspect of it that's fun or silly for me to want to draw it. Obviously, Metal Shark Bro is super silly, but I've also drawn a lot of Greg Anderson Alizé's Iznana. And even though that one's has a more serious context, just being able to draw this guy who's like basically a spider in a human body and do like some of the metamorphosis stuff with that character was a ton of fun to come up with and draw. So there has to be just something off of all the things I draw, so that I can bring my voice into it.
Awesome. All right, so let's go to a pair of questions from Clara and Evelar, who are writing a superhero comic. So you have your idea. Someone's come to you, you've come up with an idea, it's one that you want to write, or you have a unique spin on. How do you come up with a coherent plot or story and then organize all of those ideas into one thing? We've kind of talked about it broadly, but let's really try and dig down and like, what is the actual process that you guys use? Barbara, we'll start with you, and then Walter, go to you.
Well, start from format. You need to know how much size you've got for this story. If you have a standard comic book story, if you have an issue or you have a number of issues in a miniseries, you start by figuring how much space you've got to fill up. And then in the course of that space, you want to have the rising action and falling action of a story. You can pick up any kind of writing guide or screenwriting guide to get a sense of story flow structure and all that. But you start giving things space. Now, in a comic, we not only have to have space for interaction between characters, but you've got to have space for things to be drawn. So you want to lay out a meter and a pattern as you go through your story so that you have a roller coaster of up and down. One of the mistakes I find new writers coming up with is they forget to pace out room for things to go on. So, I mean, when I write, I always draw everything out beforehand. I do little storyboards of each of the pages so that I know what my comic is going to look like and what the audience is going to see. One of the other errors I see young writers often make is go through your script looking at every character you got in there, because often characters will leave the room and not come back, or leave the room and then be talking. Or so some of it's the stage directions, materials of it. Look at the visuals of what's going on and make sure they're clearly clearly communicating your story, and then make sure what's going on with the people talking. One of the things that drives me crazy when I'm reading a comic is when people do a big group and they don't find a nice way to integrate names for all the characters into it. So you're wondering who is who. So then you'll have a character on page 3, refer to a character on page 1, but you've got 6 characters on page 1. You don't know which one it was. And in life, we always go around saying, "Hey, Russell, how you doing?" There are ways to build this into dialogue where it isn't, "Hello, Russell, instigator of this broadcast that I am watching today." And that's the other part of it, is you don't want to have things that are just bald information coming out of characters' mouths that isn't turned into something coming from the character. Walter?
Well, I want to follow up with you on something first, because you mentioned something about characters. And one of the things that I find, well, 2 things. One thing that I found really interesting that I totally agree with is a lot of writers, they want to be at 11 the whole time. They want to continue the write. They want to have a thing and then it just is a scream the whole time. And like having that undulation is really important. That was just my comment on that. But I would love you to talk for a second about how you know a character is important and how you go about like smashing characters together, or finding how characters are irrelevant, or making sure you have that the essential characters necessary to make something happen, so that people can understand what's going on.
Really simple. Every line has to matter. Every line the artist draws has to say something. Every line a character says has to say something. And every line you type talking about what's going on and who's in the room has to mean something. If you have I don't really tend to think about smashing characters together the way you were saying it, but it's you create your cast, and each cast member has some kind of a purpose, and everybody's got some kind of motivational line that takes them into your story. And it might be Shakespearean. That person's job might be the gatekeeper opening the door. They have one line, but you can give somebody a lot of character in one line in how they say it. We all know the little bits that go into movies or TVs where you have a little spotlighted character, you have that little moment with them. But you can be analytical and create character dossiers and grids, etc. One of the most important things to remember is that all your characters don't know or necessarily like each other. So you have to think in terms of each interaction as it goes and what it's saying about each. But you can track your characters formally. You can do some kind of like a little analysis screen to show when they're on stage, what they're doing, what their purpose is, what their motivation is, and all that. Or you can just kind of keep track of the whole thing as you lay it out. But I think if you do get into the habit of doing a quick drawing of it first, then you can see who needs to be where when. And anybody who's extraneous to it could be a background character to illustrate what's going on. But you don't name them. You don't give them screen time if they're not needed.
Walter, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this, because you are very clear in your YouTube series about how to make a webtoon, about how sort of your process is. But one thing I love about your work, which is it's so bombastic, it's so weird, it's so like over the top, but you ground it in this very tight structure. Like I can tell that it's very well tied together and very well thought out, even though you're in this very weird world. So what kind of process do you use for figuring out your storyline and organizing your ideas?
Yeah, so this is something I've been thinking about a lot lately, because I am doing the YouTube videos and I'm trying to figure out like ways for me to actually like give away for people to write stuff, because sometimes like I feel like, I know you say that you feel like my stuff is structured, but a lot of times I feel like I'm just kind of like barreling straight forward, and there's probably like some like information back there that's kind of guiding me. Like there's rails in front of me, I just don't see the rails.
Well, you made a really interesting point on your series where, because you did basically from script to final page of like a webtoon story, like a small webtoon story.
Right.
And what I really enjoyed is there was a part in your writing or your initial sketches where you didn't have you didn't have like the spaceship figured out. And you talked about how, as you were drawing it, you actually like added stuff, and you were like, "Oh, I really need to add this computer right here before you see it, so that we know that it's there." And all of that kind of came out in you had this initial kind of idea, but then it really came out when you drew it, and you just kind of saw what needed to be there, kind of like what Barbara was saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the benefits I have of being the writer and the artist, is I get to write really bad scripts. And then I can go back and I can fix that while I'm drawing, because like once I start drawing, I can start visualizing things. I start seeing the characters more. And so I don't want to waste all of that energy, all that creative energy during the scripting process. So I allow myself to have like bad, loose scripts. Now, if I ever got one of my scripts as an artist and I didn't write it, I would be so angry at that writer. But as a creator, I get to kind of combine the writing and the drawing as like one kind of singular process. And so with stuff like that, I kind of get the benefit of being able to create while I write or as I draw. But it is kind of dangerous too, because I can end up stuck in a corner that I didn't really plan for, but then I get to kind of draw myself out of it. So it's a good experience. But
I'm going to ask one slightly off topic question, which is, what do you do when you get a script and you need to add pages or panels in the way that you do with your own webtoons? Is there a conversation there, or do you feel like people are trusting of what you're doing, or how is that process, and how does it evolve with a creator you've worked with all the time?
I've been lucky to where I've worked with some really good writers who are very open to suggestions, because like sometimes like you can't just visualize like how a panel is going to work when you're writing it, especially if you're not an artist who is going to have to draw that thing. So, you know, at first with like Metal Shark Bro, with Bob and Kevin, who are the writers, like they would have some stuff in there and it'd be like, oh, I need to tweak this. And then eventually it got to the point to where they trusted me, and it just kind of got tedious for me to ask for every single panel. So I just started making those changes as I went, because it was never anything like crazy. It just was a panel here. I never added any pages because that would give me more work to do. So I didn't want to do that. But like adding panels or taking panels out, you know, just as long as it didn't affect the dialogue, we just kind of stopped talking about it, because there was enough trust between both ways, so we could do that.
I love it. Okay, so this is a question for you, Barbara. I can't wait for you to. Okay, so this is the other half of the Clara and Elevar. They're writing a superhero comic, but feel this genre has been very well explored. What do you think the best way is to come up with a creative idea that is new to this genre? Or you can talk about any genre, but I know you have a lot of history with the superhero genre. So what do you think?
Well, if you go into any kind of superhero story, again, why are you doing it? If it's your personal exploration of the superhero story, you can do whatever you want, because it's also your take on it. Because if we have 10 people write it, we could give 10 people the same plot and tell them to write up a script, and we get 10 different scripts, because it's filtered through that person and how they would structure it and how they would think through it. So that idea of personal voice, personal approach, is how part of how you distinguish your material from anybody else's. But the superhero thing, in so many ways, is kind of Pulp Fiction, but it's also kind of dead, where it's hard to stand out. So you have to stand out by something more you bring to the character, some gimmick, some arrangement, some approach, etc. But if you want to explore something just because you want to explore it creatively, it doesn't matter if it's been done before. So
that's a really good point.
Well, stepping back, it's are you chasing money or are you chasing artistic experiences?
Well, I also think there's two kind of writers, right? There's the sort of writer who does these really original, wild concepts, but there's also the ones that are like feel like a warm blanket.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to them because like they just know how to write an amazing tropey story that like if you want a superhero story, like you're gonna go to this person, and that's what you're going to get. But then there are other ones like I'm thinking of the one who did Vision, whose last name I can't remember
King.
right now. Yes, Tom King or Grant Morrison, who are like, or Alan Moore. They're going to like twist that thing and make some really wholly original concept. And that happens a lot in prose too, where you're like, there's a lot of people that just like, if the hot thing's are mermaids, like they know how to put every trope in there to like hit that mermaid genre perfectly. So I would love for both of you to talk about sort of how you make sure that your book feels like the genre. So adding the tropes and you're making it feel like a superhero or a sci-fi or a romance story, but then also how sort of what the liberties where you can break the bounds of what those tropes are.
Well, a superhero is basically a personal power fantasy made manifest. So it's about if you could. It's the oh, I wish I could story taken to extremes. The best ones have a cost or some kind of negative side to that. So you're in balance. It's like science fiction can explore social themes that you can't tackle head on because it's too much of a hot button for people. The superhero thing can explore stories of personal metamorphosis and change in a way that deals with the psychology of them, but it dresses it up sort of it dresses it up in bright colors and sort of misdirects us, so we don't know sometimes that we're getting a very deep sort of tale. But you just kind of it's repetition of the norm. You just kind of go at it, peppering in the things that people will expect or people would want. If you have a superhero who flies and you never show him flying, that's kind of a disappointment and not what we're going to be expecting on the side. But it might be about the guy who's afraid to fly, in which case that's the genesis of your story. And at some point he's going to have to fly. Otherwise we've put that gun on the wall in the first act and haven't fired it. So
absolutely. So Walter,
that rambled.
No, I think it was great though. Because I think you probably have a lot to say about this, Walter, because your stories are very odd, but they definitely still feel like the genre that they are. So supernatural suspense in the case of Shiver Bureau, and bombastic sci-fi in the sense of cubicles, and sci-fi, and like they all like. You can tell when you open them up that they're going to be this genre thing, but also you sort of break a lot of the rules that you see in that genre. So how do you think about that when you're developing the idea?
Yeah, I mean, because I started off, my cat wants attention here. Because I started off, kind of writing for myself and drawing for myself, and I wasn't really accountable to anybody or anything. All my ideas for my stories came from stuff I felt was missing in my life. Like I wanted this thing and that thing didn't really exist. And so for Shiver Bureau, it was I wanted a Sherlock mystery, but I also wanted ghosts and monsters, and there wasn't anything for me like that. So I was able to take all of those things that I felt were missing, and those were the things that I put into that story. So even though I wasn't really thinking specifically about what those genres needed, I knew specifically what I needed. And so that might be why there's so much of oh yeah, it does feel a little bit like Ghostbusters, but then he does these other things. It's because I wasn't thinking about ghost hunting in general. I just knew I wanted to hunt ghosts and then have these other things and kind of just smash them all together.
Yeah. Okay. So opposite side of that question from John Paschini. What do you do if you discover your new cool idea or character is similar to or named the same as an existing product that you didn't know exists before you came up with your idea or character? I have a feeling that Barbara's had a lot of experience with this in her day.
Oh, yeah.
So, Barbara, why don't you take it away?
Well, first off, sometimes, whether it be the Jungian overmind or whatever, sometimes the same idea seems to appear in multiple people's heads just from nowhere. I can't tell you how many times as an editor I get submissions packages and you get some from 6 or 7 different people and suddenly it's all the same core idea. And sometimes you can track down the source. A new movie's been announced, the new kind of plot. Well, suddenly everybody wants to do a comic book based on their version of that. Sometimes it's twists and variants on things. But the truth is, whatever you do, probably someone else has thought of something similar to it already. But what they haven't done is your version of it. So part of what we're talking about here in this question is creative, and part of what we're talking about here in this question is legal, having to do with trademark or copyright infringement. So if you have things that are similar, you want to take the similarities and start chipping away at them, or somehow repainting, rebooting, revisiting them. If you've come up with a great idea and you've called your character Superman, you're going to run into problems in the arena out there with that name. It's going to have to change. But then you start going back and saying, what is it about this? What did I want to do? What did I want him to be? What am I trying to show? And you start just shifting all those little elements, remove them, change them, evolve them, whatever, until you have something that's more original to you. Now, I recommend that people never just grab somebody else's creative stuff, start there, and just try to make it theirs. You want to have something that's coming original from the inside of you, but you sort of pick and choose and pull pieces from this and this, what's in the headlines, what's an interesting idea we want to explore, what's fashionable this week. I guess it's all mermaids or unicorns, You start with that genesis point and keep working all the pieces until it's yours and not somebody else's.
Yes, and coming from prose, a lot of things are named the same exact book title. We just had in the person who did Children of Blood and Bone, and Nora Roberts had a book called Of Blood and Bone, and like they seem to come out within a year of each other, and like those kind of things happen, but the stories were very different. But the idea is there. Walter, do you have anything to add about that, or Barbara?
Yeah, quick thought. What you have there, okay, we have to think about the difference between copyright and trademark. Copyright is the right to copy. That covers the execution of a dramatic work. It does not necessarily cover titles if they are just common words. Trademark is your mark of trade. That's your brand that you put on something. You have to legally enforce your trademark. Copyright is protected on your behalf. That means that's the brand you put on top of something. When someone has conflated a title and a logo treatment that making it a trademark, you can't just copy that. You can't just go out and say, I'm going to do, my comic is now called World of Warcraft. You can't go there. But there are words that show up commonly. There's certain titles that have, multiple iterations of the same thing. You can call your book It. You just can't copy Stephen King's It. So the title thing is not so much a problem. It's when you start getting into taking someone else's manuscript and just changing every third word and claiming it's yours.
Absolutely. That also happens. I want to just expand for a second about what Barbara said, because you see this in films all the time. You go through a year where you have Volcano and Dante's Peak. Then you have a year where you have Armageddon and Deep Impact, and you have there feels to be like every year has these things that happen like organically. I don't think you could say that Volcano and Dante's Peak are the same movie, but they certainly revolve around like a volcano going off and like a town being in jeopardy. Walter, I think we should do this one for you. Just have some sort of same take. Different take on the same kind of question, which is how do you retain character creator rights with book series? The new character is for the owner of a major brand, or just we don't have to say a major brand because any other brand. Do you sell it off to that person? Do you do some kind of sharing rights deal? There are things. In other words, how do you protect the idea before letting it out of the bag?
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of people, if I'm understanding the question right, there's a lot of people I know, and this is like for like smaller, newer creators where they're afraid to put their creations out there because they're so worried that somebody's going to take it. And I think obviously it's possible, but there's so many people out there that have so many of their own ideas that, for somebody to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to take this person's idea and steal it. Like making comics is really hard. Trying to sell comics is really hard. Trying to get people to know about your comics is hard. For someone to come along and try to take your idea and put all that work on themselves, for something they don't really have a passion for because it wasn't their idea. Like it just, I think that's like a rare thing that isn't going to happen. But if you're talking about like signing contracts with people and stuff, it's just a matter of, paying attention to the contract, realizing what you're going to give up and deciding if you're okay giving that stuff up.
Barbara, how about you? What do you have to say about that?
Well, if you're going to go work for Marvel or DC, they're going to own all the work. You are paid to execute it, and you receive some kind of royalties on sales in the future. But if you're talking about the owner of the major brand, generally they own that intellectual property, and you are contracted to work on it as if for work made for hire contract. But you're not going to be able to own your story done in that format. If I'm trying to, there have been a lot of cases where ideas have been stolen, have appeared to be stolen, or just seem to be sort of serial generated. You can't completely. You can go through the hoops of trying to copyright an idea, but basically you can copyright a manuscript. You can't really copyright an idea in the same way. So it's how you execute it and how you send it out there. You just have to have a certain amount of trust. And you do that by doing research, by checking in with people, by sort of following up. But you are not going to be, I run into this a lot of people who think that they want the perk of working for a major company is they are paying you to work. So you are receiving a check for the work up front, which is sometimes better than people can make on their own, but in a lot of cases not. But you have that guarantee for it, for which you are giving up the rights to that particular story. And I deal with a lot of young people now who think they've had an idea, therefore they own everything about it, and their creative rights are very important. They need to carry it through, and no one can touch their words. And if I'm your editor working in a major company, I'm going to be editing that script to work to, or artwork to conform to the specs of that company for character or for publication. You are working for that company. You are not producing your precious prose on your own. If you're going to self-publish, we start getting Walter can ask, I think it's answered more about webtoons on his videos, and there's more information there that people can look up. But you have to see the terms of the deal of the host for what's going out there. It's the trade-off with publication is when you keep all rights, you also have all responsibilities and you have all expenses. There are various levels of partnering with publishers or working for publishers wherein you give up rights for some guarantees of salary or access or presentation or publication. Only you can make the decision where you are comfortable along that scale of rights divisions. But you can't wander over and take DC a Superman story and tell them you want to own all of it because your copyright, because it's not going to get published.
Well, you said Superman. That brings up a good point about, you said ideas. Like ideas can't be copywritten. They really can't be trademarked either. Trademark, you have to like have it with your brand. It has to be a trademark,
a label. Yeah,
right. It has to like actually be a thing that like you are using for trade, or it won't be approved. Or if it is approved and you try to defend it, it will not be defendable. Mm-hmm. But if you just look at the comics, if the three comics, you're talking about like the most overpowered character in the world, right? You have Superman, you have Shazam, you have Sentry, and you have the main character from Irredeemable, whose name I don't remember right now.
Icon?
Yes, you have Icon.
You have what's the character from The Boys?
Yeah, but
you have multiple variants. You've got the lead character from The Incredibles. You've got multiple variants on the concept of the super-powered character.
Right. And that's the idea. So the idea is the most superhero power character in the world, and they've taken it in dozens of different directions, which is why you can only copyright execution, not an actual idea of the thing. So if you want to protect it before letting it out of the bag, like write it, make it, do it. But this is the thing that most people don't understand, even at like the level that Walter and I play at, which is similar level or even above our level, is like nobody wants your idea. Like they don't want it. Like they want to make their own idea. Like your idea is not valuable to them unless they can like really capitalize on it and profit off of it. Like if someone is looking to steal an idea, they're going to steal like Twilight. And they did. They stole Twilight and made it 50 Shades of Grey. Like, they actually did that. They're going to steal something that has actual, like, not just value to us and Walter and like the audiences that we have, but like real tangible value on the market, on the like mass market scale. And so if you don't have something that has millions of views or like tons of like literally mass market appeal, you're probably like not going to be interested in stealing that idea. They might be inspired by pieces of it, but stealing it outright. And then on top of that, you then have to execute it. So you have to take an idea that is stolen and then execute something similarly to it to make it actually like copywritten. But if you want to protect yourself, you should always file a copyright, because you can't sue for punitive damages or for a lot of things if you do not have an actual copyright with a copyright office. Though there is implied copyright, you cannot actually sue for the full damages unless you have an actual copyright through the Copyright Office. Walter, say words about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to write something for YouTube about this the other day, without sounding too negative, and it was like all stories have been written to where like everything is kind of the same, but it's going to be funneled through like your distinct vision and your distinct voice. So if somebody comes along and you thought about writing a story about a famous historical figure fighting supernatural creatures, and then somebody else comes along and they have another story with a different figure fighting a different kind of supernatural creature, it's not so much that they stole your idea. It's just that you guys were all looking at the same thing. I mean, so with Metal Shark Bro, it's kind of funny. The day before we launched our Kickstarter, another comic came out that was like it sounded almost exactly the same. It was Murder Falcon, which was about this anthropomorphic falcon who played heavy metal. And then, we got Metal Shark Bro, who's basically an anthropomorphic shark who's all about heavy metal. And it was like the day before our Kickstarter launched. And the two books are not similar at all, other than just at the surface level. So you kind of just have to, realize other people are doing stories. You're being influenced by the same thing. You're living in the same time period. Do your thing and, don't pay attention to what other people are doing.
Yeah, I think on the other side, you're also, you were literally, when you're talking about historical figures fighting zombies, fighting different monsters, I was thinking of Pride and Prejudice and zombies, but mostly Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter and Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Like literally two historical characters, both fighting supernatural forces from a similar time period in history, but they read completely differently.
Well, I think the most important thing is you need to have substance in addition with your gimmick. If you have something like, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, you've got a gimmick to the title, to the presentation, but then you have the substance of the story backing it up. So whatever you come up with in terms of an idea to put out there, if you've come up with the idea because it's sort of a gimmicky mishmash of things out there, your execution of it, if you do it well, it doesn't matter if that particular kind of idea has come around before. You're doing it in a way that is particular to you and unique to you and amusing to your audience. I'm not saying it has to be deep. Substance doesn't mean it has to be deep. It just means it has to be well or interestingly produced.
Well, you look at like superhero comics, right? Or you see even the creators who were on like literally the same book, like year one feels completely different than The Dark Knight Rises, and they're the literal same characters with the same backstory, set in the same world, in the same time period, and they feel completely different, and they're the same, like generally base of idea, right?
Well, think of artists, a group of artists sitting in a circle, all painting the same still life. Again, perspective and skill and technique render some into art and others into paintings that will end up a Goodwill. So just because you're starting with the same source material doesn't mean you're going to end up with the same kind of story experience.
Right. Can we, how many ideas do you think you guys generate before you have one good one? Before you have one good, not just overall, but like, okay, I have to generate 100 ideas before I find to like get down to one really good one. I think it's good to have sort of a sort of baseline of like where you guys come from generally. Barbara?
Now, see, I disagree with the thought of your winnowing process, because I think every one of those ideas can be a marvelous idea. It's the execution. The idea is the germ source. And then after that, you put all the pieces together and you turn it into something that's going to go out there. Sometimes there's magic that infuses everything. Everything coalesces to the point where no matter what you do with it, it's going to come out well. But other times I think it's the hard work to take and craft it up from that idea that turns it into something saleable or something magical or not.
All right, I'm going to redefine the question for you, Walter. How many ideas do you have to come up with before you find something that lights you up? Before you find, assuming that the ideas are all going to be some level of good in execution, how many are you coming up with or thinking about before you're like, that one, that's the one that I like, I can't get out of my mind?
Well, like it's tricky. Like I said earlier, like a lot of my story ideas come from like stuff that I'm missing. So I'll kind of change it up a little bit to where like I knew I wanted like a Sherlock mystery with ghosts. I knew I wanted that. I was going to make that happen regardless, like that was going to be a thing. But I probably went through like 4 or 5 iterations of what that was actually going to look like before I kind of like honed in on what it was actually going to be. But I was like, this is a story that's going to happen. I'm just not sure like what the vibe is, like what level of, action it was going to be, what level of smallness it was going to be. So, I probably went through like 4 or 5 versions before I got there.
Well, you also go through a really interesting process in the back of the first volume of Shiver Bureau, where you talk about how, and the back of Cubicles, where you talk about how you got you the first drawings and the first concepts, and like then one of them was a webcomic for a little while, or like you started it and then you abandoned it and then you came back to it, and it feels like, at least for those 2 titles, like it was a evolution process over years of you not just being able to get it out of your head. Is that accurate? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean, both of those. I mean, they were my first 2 books, and like I was learning how to draw at that exact same time, and because I started as a writer and I started teaching myself to draw, so I could, basically be a loner. But I was figuring all kinds of stuff when I was starting on those. So it was, it was going through a process. Like Shiver Bureau kind of just started off as just a random, I'm going to draw a mansion in a thunderstorm. And from that panel, it kind of evolved into what it became. So it's just kind of growing into the idea at the same time, growing my art and creativity. It was all happening at the same time. So it was a very weird point in my life.
Yes. I think it's, I would love to talk about this for the rest of the day, but unfortunately we're getting to the end of our hour. So here's what I like to do at the end. I like to give each of you a chance to pitch one idea that you think that people should go and buy. You only get one. Like you can't say, well, I like Cubicles and Shiver Bureau for multiple different reasons. You've got to say, this is the one. I've got one chance to get you excited about my work, and I have got one chance to show you the kind of creator that I am. And then why they should go pick it up, why they will enjoy it. And then your best piece of advice that you want people to leave with about ideas or coming up with ideas. It could be something you wish you knew. It could be something that you hear all of the time, or it could be anything else. Any you can take it any way you want. And then where we can find you online. Finally, I have your links scrolling down in the dibble-de-doo down your websites. But if you want to send them somewhere else, then please let them know. And then we will say goodbye. Barbara, we'll start with you, and then Walter finish with you.
Gosh, what book? Okay, I can't talk to you about what I'm working on right now, but I can point you towards Ryan Otogawa's page to check out the Shadow Zone book, because that's a nice fantasy all ages pieces. My website exists largely as a way for people to get a message to me without me giving them my email address. There's not really any kind of content there, but I do tell people, please don't write to me asking for advice or asking me to help on your term paper and all that, because I don't have the time right now. When I'm at conventions, I'm completely accessible to be asked any question. I will not get around to answering your email, and I will not answer you. I'm so sorry. And best piece of advice would be to just that let no one stop you. You can always do your idea and pursue your idea. You might not be able to make a living from it, but you can always do it.
I love that. And yes, I will second Shadow Zone being wonderful. Walter, how about you? Last words.
Yeah, if I had to pitch just one of my projects, I would probably say it's Shiver Bureau. At least what you can read right now. It was my baby. It's the book that I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in. I was creating it while I was working a full-time job, just grinding it out. It's got pretty much all of my favorite things genre-wise floating around in it. And it's got a nice mixture of, fun and, just serious, at least my kind of serious in it. So yeah, Shiver Bureau. Plus you can read it online for free if you want to. If you're into that kind of thing, you can read it at shiverbureau.com. And then
I really do recommend getting the hardcover though, because there's like 50 extra pages of like his process of how he went from literally the idea to where it was finalized. So sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. And plus it's a beautiful book. So, but yeah, one piece of advice that I would give everyone, so many, I would say, if this is for people who are just starting out, give yourself the opportunity to experiment. I know I've gotten into some projects that were a little bit longer, and halfway through the project, I'm ready to try something else, to try a new style, to try different characters. But I also feel an obligation to finish what I set out to finish. And so I got to finish that thing, but I'm always thinking about the other thing I want to do. So if you're just starting out, work on some shorter stories. If you're a writer, write shorter stories and work with a lot of different artists. If you're an artist, don't get stuck into like this long epic where you can't allow yourself to try something new or to grow beyond the lane that you're already stuck in for that graphic novel. And walterosley.com.
And I will definitely say, please go, and if you want to do a web comic, please go and watch his comic, his web series, his YouTube videos on making a web comic, webtoon. He's got a whole process in there. And he's also got a alcohol related one for the adult human called Cocks and Tails. All right, I am going to bring Neo on now to say goodbye to you guys, and then we'll bring on our next panel, which looks like they're all here and ready to go. Hi, Neo.
Hi, Neo.
You should unmute yourself. I can't unmute you. You are muted.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Now we can hear you.
Yay, okay.
All right. Say bye to Barbara and Walter. Bye,
Oh,
guys.
okay,
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Thank you.
Boop. Boop.
Hey, there we go.
And now is
Wow, what a great
the
hour.
couple. Yeah, I agree. I really enjoyed that one. The idea one is always the hardest one for me to do as far as a panel goes, because you're like, where does that go? It's like basically nascent to the script writing stage. And I hope we covered a lot of that for people in that hour.
Well, I like how you guys discussed a lot of like issues with ownership of ideas and who, how a lot of people have the same ideas. I mean, that happens all the time. So, yeah, it was great. It was a great discussion.
Awesome.
So
And now we're going to bring on the next panel in just a couple of minutes. We want to give you a chance to go to the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, whatever you got to do to get yourself ready for the next panel. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, because I'm going to go away now after this, and you will be with Neo for the next hour. So I am a USA Today best-selling author. I wrote a book called Ichabod Jones Monster Hunter, which is about a psychopath that escapes a mental asylum and becomes a monster hunter, which is my most beloved book. I also wrote a book called Katrina Hates the Dead, which is our most popular book. You can get the first issue of both by going to russellnolte.com/mail. And you can check out all of that craziness. We are for Ichabod, we're in the process of doing issue 10 right now. We've only have 4 out, but we have finished 5 to 9. And we're hoping to finish 10, 11, and 12 by the end of the year. And then we'll be doing a Kickstarter in September for volume 2. If you like weird fantasy stuff, like dark psychological stuff with a lot of humor, it's a very bananas and weirdly hilarious book, I think. And yeah, it was for one of the first people who ever read it too, because I was bugging with him at Comic Book Sunday years and years and years ago, when I only had 5 pages done.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my God, that was what, 7, 8 years ago now? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like 2010, basically.
Wow. Well, I mean, I'm glad you followed through and got it done, because it's a great book. So
yeah, and now we're going to go from idea to scripting. And scripting is basically everything. I mean, you guys probably will talk a little bit about outlining, but basically taking your idea, you're pre-writing all of the stuff that you did beforehand, and actually finishing off in like an actual script that you can deliver. Cool. So get your questions ready about scripting, writing a script, writing in general, and I can't think of 3 people that I would like to talk to more than Fabrice, Kelly, and Shannon about this. So let us bring them on. You ready to rock and roll?
Rock and roll.
All right. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Kelly. Oh, we can't hear you.
Hi, guys.
Wait, there you are.
Oh, I love your glasses. They're amazing.
Yeah, you look fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Fabrice.
Hi, everybody.
And I love your shirt. Kitty. And finally, Shannon. You guys all have such cool things on. Shannon's got a cool hat. This is a cool shirt. And Kelly's got cool glasses.
All right.
So I am going to just change the banner really quickly while I say hello and goodbye to you guys. You guys are in great hands with Neo. So there is your banner. Cool. And I am going to say goodbye to you. Bye, guys. See you in an hour.
See you in an hour, Russ.
Have a good one.
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing? Thanks so much for joining us here. Today's been going great so far. The first couple hours have been amazing. So no pressure on you to follow up with those people. How is everybody doing right now? Just go around the circle.
Good.
Yeah. All things considered.
Yeah.
The world is a little crazy right now, and since we couldn't have Free Comic Book Day this weekend, we're doing this. So. And I'm so glad you guys are all here to join us. I guess today we're supposed to talk about scripting, which is a really fun process. There's so many different methods, I think, that people use in comics for scripting. Like screenwriting is a lot more straightforward and such. But, you know, when you really dig through like Comic Book Database and look at everybody's scripts and their styles, you really see how different everybody it can be. Mm-hmm. And I know some of the major publishers have house styles, but so basically, let's kind of break into it and just sort of talk about, well, actually, first, we should introduce you guys, right? You guys should go around and actually introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do. So I'm jumping the gun there, so I'm getting excited. So Kelly, why don't you go first?
Okay. Well, I am the writer of the ongoing independent series Hex 11. I created your partner, Lisa Weber. I also write in various other mediums. I ghost write and do staff writing for the Kabbalah Center, and I also ghost write for a handful of other actors. So lots of different writing hats.
Cool. And everybody who hasn't read Hex 11 should absolutely find it. It's a fantastic series, and I'm a huge fan. Shannon.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm primarily known as a storyteller because I jump back and forth between writing and art. So a lot of my career has been dual careers where by day I make TV shows and then at night I make comics. So written on a lot of animated series and written a lot of my own comics. So
awesome.
That's my short and sweet.
That's a very short and sweet version of Shannon, who has done so many amazing things. It would probably take this whole hour to go through them all. Cool. Fabrice, tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm what in comic book jargon you call an OMAC, One Man Army Corp. I can write, I can draw, letter, design, edit, and I certainly did all that in the past 20. I was counting yesterday. I've been in the comic book business for 23 years. So, and I'm originally from France. So I'm celebrating my 5th anniversary in the United States this month.
Awesome.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, man.
Thank you.
Cool. So let's hop right into it now that we know who everybody is, and talk about this process of scripting a comic, because I think a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about what a comic script may look like. They tend to think they're writing a story, and they'll write a lot of like complicated, almost prose stuff. I've noticed in a lot of new scripts, and you have to realize that a lot of the stuff you're writing is literally for an artist, and the only stuff that's really going to go on the page of the comic is your dialogue. So, Kelly, how about you start off and tell us a little bit about your process of scripting?
Sure.
Like, do you start with an outline? What do you do?
My way of work with Lisa is pretty non-traditional, especially because Lisa, being the artist, is also the concept creator. So I really develop the story with her.
Cool.
As a result of that, I don't do a lot of sort of directional writing for her. Basically, what we will do is we'll sit down and have what we call a jam session, and we just kind of daydream and explore and talk about what we want to have happen in the next issue or the next several issues, depending on where we are in production. And from there, I will draft. Sometimes I'll draft an outline. I mean, we're so sort of like tandem at this point that sometimes I'll take it directly to dialogue from there. But for the sake of this conversation, I'll outline, send it to Lisa. She'll give me specific notes on certain things. I'll take those back, pare down everything that I wrote, and then take everything to script from there. And sometimes even in that process, Lisa has already started laying out. So we're able to kind of adjust and edit in real time. And my scripts are really just dialogue. I will make notes that I have about ideas for panels, or, if I think that a splash would be really powerful here, then I'll make that note. But Lisa is such an incredible artist that I defer to her completely.
Oh, very cool. So your experience is more working directly with the artist and not having to necessarily write a script that you're going to send off to an artist who you may not even ever meet. I've worked on comic projects where I've never even met the artist or even exchanged an email. It's just like the script goes through the company to the artist, and hopefully they get what I'm trying to say. So, and will add their own sort of, their own angle to it. And usually the case is what I get back is better than what I explained, because the artist knows better than I do anyways, 99% of the time. So how about Shannon? What's your process?
Having been on both sides of the table, from being an editor at DC Comics Wildstorm to, submitting my own stuff, it's completely different process each time.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to something you said at the beginning, right after the writer's strike, when so many screenwriters flooded the comics industry, the number one question was like, okay, what's the format? How do you do this? And so there was, they were quite aghast at the fact that every single person has their own system.
Right.
There are some that work really better for, from an editorial point of view. Tagging on to what you guys were talking about, which is the fact that sometimes you have access to the artist and sometimes you don't. And as someone who's also been the artist, I can say that every one of us has a completely different, way of going about it, what we like. Some people love having everything, Alan Moore's scripts are great for the people that love all of the detail. He'll tell you what's on the bookshelf behind Neo right now, and what's, the chapter headings of each of those books. and it's great. And you can have 2 to 3 paragraphs sometimes as a description for what is in that shot. It basically gives he's not expecting the artist to draw all of that, but he's giving him all the information, getting out in front of any questions they might have in case they did ask the question.
Wow.
And then I also have other friends that just see that and be like, oh my God, forget this, I'm out of here, drawing wise. And so, they want to be able to visualize it. And so if I'm working for a company, I put everything in there. I spell it all out because I don't know which one I'm going to get. And then if I'm working creatively with a partner, I can ask them like, hey, how do you like how much detail are you wanting? How much camera direction do you need? As an artist, I like doing it, but also as an artist, sometimes I don't like getting it. So I like to talk to the artist and find out what they prefer.
That's an interesting note there, like to hear what an artist actually likes to get. Because sometimes I don't know when I'm scripting if I'm like writing too much or not writing enough, It's like, am I giving them too many finite details where they're just going to get irritated with me and be like, shut up, Neo, I'm going to draw what I want. Or like, I have no idea what you're trying to say here, So
I think it's an individual case by case. Sometimes that artist changes. He's like, what, this month I got too much going on. I don't want to hear anything. So let me go down. So I think it's a continual partnership relationship, which is what I love about comics and what I love about filmmaking. To me, they're very sort of independent teams. And I paid for college by track and field, which not according to most people, but it is a team sport. You go out and do your own thing, but each of the different events have points that are associated with them, and you can bring up your team and win as a team, even if you have a horrible day, or vice versa. You could have a stellar day and the rest of your team cannot do that great, and you can actually, add enough points that the team wins. So as I've sorry to bring sports analogies into comics, but
well, it's a good analogy because people need to realize that this is a team effort, any creative process like that, unless you're doing it all by yourself. And maybe that takes us to Fabrice.
Yep.
Well, my experience is kind of close to Shannon's because I've been on all sides of the spectrum, and it's true. And I remember it like really clearly when I worked for Marvel and I was working on Spider-Man Noir with Dave Hine. We didn't have any communication with the artist, Carmine Giandomenico, and we were seeing the pages once they were done because the editor was the nexus. But as an independent writer and creator, it was a different scenario. And I remember, for example, like I have this anecdote which allows me to talk about my late friend Tom Lyle. I did a book with him in 2011 for the French market, and I was doing full script. I mean, I was detailing every panel and everything. And after a few pages, it was like, oh, you're exhausting with all your description. Can we go back to the Marvel style? And for people who don't know, the Marvel style is basically a plot that you give with the page breakdowns that you give to the artist. And then the writer gets the pages back and has to write dialogue from what he sees. And it's a very different sport. I'm not going to compete with Shannon with sport analogies because I suck at it. But clearly, this is really your challenge because whatever the artist gives you back, and I had the same experience when I was working on another creator-owned book called One Hit Wonder that I did with Ariel Olivetti. And you don't tell Ariel Olivetti, who's an accomplished and huge superstar type of artist, you don't tell him what to draw. So I was sending my script, and whatever I got back, and I had to deal with it. And you make the changes accordingly. And so what's written on your page, what's your initial idea, doesn't really translate every time to the comic that people see. And that's the nature of things. It's a collaborating medium. So it's very interesting. And every time that one part of or the other part of the creative team tries to kind of impose their ideas, it's being thrown back at them. It doesn't work like this.
Right.
You really have to be humble. You're one part of a bigger team, and that team has to win. And winning is carrying that project to the final phase, which is getting it into the hands of actual readers. If you fail to do that, you are missing the point. So whatever you're going to throw at your co-creator, artist, whatever, editor, it has to be good, but everyone has to play their part. It's like an orchestra. And the conductor being the publisher or the editor, and or one member of the independent creative team, but it is an orchestra. And if one person doesn't play right or doesn't play in tune, you did. So
Cool.
I guess you have to be very open-minded, very humble, and understand that there's not one way to making a comic. There are like multiple ways, and wherever the story or the script drive you, you have to follow the course.
Right. Because in my process, basically what I do is I start out with figuring out what story I want to tell within the issue, and then I literally go down like page by page. Like on page 1, this is going to happen. Page 2, this is going to happen, and all the way through page 22 or 24, or whatever it's going to be, so that I know the story that I want to tell can fit within that number of pages, or if I don't have enough. So,
there's one tool that I've always used, and I know that I certainly shared it with a lot of creators when I was editor at Humanoids recently, and I did it, and I shared that process. Is that I have this Excel sheet where every page is a cell, and it's like a flat plan of a magazine. And in every page, you have what's happening in very, very short, which allows you to not only like look at your plot globally, but also deal with the pacing. And whatever happens, once the creator, the other co-creator, the artist understands what you want to do, it's easier for everybody. And then you can like push the way you want it. So if anyone wants an Excel sheet, I can share it with the world.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think we absolutely should, because that's something I would actually like to try myself. So one thing I've heard, I've been dealing with various editors, and one thing they tend to notice from new writers is that they screw up or they blow the opportunity of the page turn, the drama of the page turn, if you know what I'm talking about, where you got that, what's on the right and what's on the left, when you're going to turn the page, what's at the bottom there is what, is your most dramatic moment. Could you guys talk about how, just talk about how you handle that, or even explain that to people? Because I think a lot of people miss it in their scripts. So, anybody want to jump in? Kelly.
All right.
Talk about your use of page turns.
Okay. Yeah. I love to use page turns. I really love to take the opportunity for awesome cliffhangers at the end of books. And I think it really is, it's a matter of pacing. And Lisa and I and our producer, Lindley, we teach 2 comic book focused classes for the Otis College of Art and Design here in LA. And this pacing is something that we talk to the students a lot about. I was coming from training in writing television. So our teachers really kind of like hammered pacing into us. Right. And it is kind of mathematical for me more than it is energetic when I'm scripting. It really is about kind of holding the picture of the book in my mind and seeing where all of the arcs of the story are going to land in terms of page turns. I wish that I had a sort of outside of my head way to explain how it happens, but that really is how I do it. It's sort of like almost mapping in my mind the energy of how the scenes are rolling like this. Sort of.
Right.
And I have Lisa as a guide, which is wonderful, because as she starts to page it out and layouts and everything, she's able to say like, this isn't actually working. So again, I really have that added benefit of building the book along with her. Right. And we've gotten into our own kind of flow. So it really is, I think, if you're sitting down to your own page and you're outside of just really knowing where your page turns are going to happen and what you want to be revealed when you turn the page, I think it really is kind of having a deeper understanding of like what emotional notes are you trying to hit in your scene overall. Because I think if you try to create these moments, if you try to create these sort of like exciting page turns or dramatic page turns or even cliffhangers, if you're using it in any way that's just like a suspense gimmick, it's not going to be in integrity with the story that you're telling. And I think that your audience will pick up on that and really feel like, oh, that didn't land, or it was lame, or all of the other things I've heard when I haven't nailed it. So yeah, I don't know if that really makes a whole lot of sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Shannon, would you like to take a crack at that question?
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to that, I mean, that question's changed over time because we have the assumption with that question that we get to pick where our pages go in the pagination, which is something you do when you create your own stuff. The old Hostess Twinkies ads that would fall suddenly in between your sweet reveal, and spoil it because they had moved the pagination because of the advertising. So, and I've worked on books where we're putting ads in, and sometimes you don't know that higher powers than you suddenly have to, it's a good thing for the book. Hey, we got an extra ad. That's more money that we can put towards creative endeavors by getting ads in here. But it sometimes throws off your battle plan. So I think having a plan, and then because it's comics, just being able to go, all right, well, that didn't work out as well. We'll do it better on the next one, or I'll make a note that when we do the trade that gets taken care of. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. I think I was probably reading Jeff John's JSA when I really sort of came around to that whole the power of the page turn. I knew about it, from a layout, from I need to visually get the story flowing in this direction to this, the Z or the reverse S or whatever you want to call it to get to to lead the reader. But just that power of that surprise on the last page was fun as I was making that sort of journey from artist storyteller to writer storyteller. And then something that you were chatting about up front, and I think all of us have experienced, everybody here has worn multiple hats, is that screenwriting and comics are very similar in that you have a structure that you work within. You don't it's not like a novel where you just write a story and you're like, I'm going to add another chapter. I need a chapter to make this work. My book is now 700 pages. You can't turn in a 700-page book to DC for a 22-page Superman comic. All those beats have to hit within those 22 pages. And if you can't make it work within the 22, then you are not a professional. So you have the freedom when you're doing your own creator-owned stuff to go, you know what? I need to give this more room. I'm going to push this out to the next issue. So there's two different kinds of writing we're talking about. I mean, more than two, but there's I'm a professional and I'm being given a task and I have to execute it at these beats and at these places within the real estate that has been given to me. And then there's the creative field where, if you can, kickstart another issue and you can do another issue and you got it within your own budget, well, then you're kind of in the driver's seat. So that's my thoughts on that.
About Fabrice.
Well, I would say, I love everything that you guys have said up to now. That's great. The analogy that I always take when I talk about this and how comics are structured is that comics are Russian dolls. You have a bigger box that is a story arc, then a smaller box that is an issue, then there's a smaller box that is a page, and each page is its own story. So clearly are in this page turn environment where we are trained because of the very nature and the DNA of American comics. And it's strange because European comics are not manufactured or invented that same way. American comics are specific, as in they have chapters or issues or whatever you want to call them, especially in the digital age right now where nothing matters. Look at webtoons. You have a vertical scroll that is the equivalent of 3, 5, or 10 pages. And what does it matter the same way? Where do you place your cliffhanger? And when you restructure it in a very traditional print comic way, how does it work? So sometimes you have to, and especially now, you have to accept the idea that comics will not be consumed the same way by two different people on two different mediums. And the page turn, which is very important in print comics, is not as much important as in digital comics, or if you're binge reading comics, or if you're having a graphic novel, because it's the norm now, and periodicals are like going where they are, like they're not on the rise, let's say, and you can regret it or not, that's the reality. Most people will read in graphic novels. So if you're reading graphic novels, the idea of a cliffhanger, and Kelly, you know that because like Hex 11 is in graphic novel form.
Yeah.
And you write completely differently, because you write, okay, you turn the page, but it's like Netflix, you have another episode next. So you turn the page and then you can follow, or you have to wait for a few weeks until you get your fix. And these are different things. And I think it's the same. I would take a music analogy. Like if you are buying a compilation back in the day of hits, and if you are buying an album, or if you're buying a single, it was very different. If you're buying a maxi single, it was another experience. Now all this is lost because of streaming, and the way we consume entertainment is really different. So the page turn thing, the basis is like one page. You tell the story, one page, and you give people the need, the want, the will to turn the page, whatever that page is.
Yeah.
Very cool. It's a great answer. I'm going to transition into some questions here because they're starting to pop up in the stream. So we have one here. It is, I'm an artist transitioning into writing my own scripts. How many drafts do you usually go through, and what is the most important thing to remember when editing?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a big question, I know. There it is on the screen if you guys want to see it again, or I can read it again. Anybody want to take a crack at that? Kelly?
Shannon.
Shannon?
I can jump in and just say, as a artist transitioning to writer, the assumption with the question is that you have not been writing before. You didn't major in screenwriting. So if you did, then you probably already know the answer to this. But I think it's just getting the craft down and understanding it. And the shorthand that you have in your head needs to also be on the page in written form. Like there's a lot of times I've gotten scripts from friends as we've all gone through this who are making that transition, or they're writing their first story. And I'm like, you didn't actually say what you just told me is going on in the scene. They're like, no, it's all. And I'm like, no, this makes sense to you and me because we already drew a picture before we even in our minds, off of this first sentence. Not everybody has that skill set. And that even goes for some artists. But more importantly, because the process is it goes to the editor before it goes to your artist. And so if you're not being clear in your visual description, then your editor is not going to be able to follow along to give the notes they need to give to then pass it along to the artist. So I think it's just really sort of putting everything in there, the kitchen sink, and learning all that, and then stepping back and going, okay, kind of to what we were talking about earlier, which is you can kind of tailor it a little bit depending on the project. But I think just sort of making sure you've got it all down and not worrying about the editing part at this stage, as long as you've got it within whatever the format is for that particular book.
Cool. Right. And maybe that sort of piggybacks on this other question of how far into the story do you outline? Do you write everything to the end?
Yes.
Yeah.
You start with the end. I always start with the end. Like this is what I call the Lost trap. The TV series Lost. Like you start with high concept with something that's very cool, and after like 2 or 3 seasons, you don't know where you're going because you haven't planned. Like, oh shit, we have to. I'm sorry, I'm swearing.
Yes, it's a family show, man.
All right.
FCD is stepping in.
So yes, you're going there, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I need to do a 4th season and a 5th season and a 6th season, and I don't know where to end, and I don't know where to pull the plug. But if you are doing a comic book or a comic book series or a story arc, you have to have a sense of self-contained story. So you should like start by writing the end, because that's the first thing that an editor or publisher will ask you, like, do you know how to end this? And usually if you fail to answer, they will say, okay, come back when you know how it ends. Because it's one thing to tease the reader, but you can't trick the editor or the publisher. The publisher has to know, they know what they're getting themselves into. And I want to say two things. One, for that person who was a transitioning artist into writing. One, if you think that, because like I heard that and I saw that, if you think that drawing is hard but writing is easy, you are wrong. Both are hard in very different ways.
Yes.
That. Two, take your time. Let it simmer. Three, I said two things, there are three. Be schizophrenic. You have to be schizophrenic. There's you, the writer, and you, the artist. And it's not the same person. You have to treat yourself as two different individuals working the best of your abilities to carry on a project. This is how you should do it. Because if you say, oh, I'm going to write a quick outline and delve straight into the page, and then you look at your pages and like, oh, this is not really consistent. And if you don't realize it, your editor will. And if you don't have an editor, hire one. Because an editor is not just the person who will be mom or dad. The editor is the person who make you better. The editor is the person who will help you, push you, kick your ass, and make sure that what you're delivering is up to your own standards. And if you don't have standards, buy them, acquire them, whatever. Do it. You need to have standards. Competition is fierce, man. And there are like talents everywhere. And we can't just show up and wait for people to see. Like, I've seen tons of people are writing me because they know who I am and how I've been involved in both sides of the ocean as an editor and as a talent, and they send me their comic. And I'm like, I can't read that. And sometimes the most obvious things are like, it's terrible. And I can't say how much, when you're sending stuff to professionals, you have to act like a professional. And you have to deliver something that is professional. And being professional doesn't mean that you're necessarily paid for it. It's an attitude. It's a state of mind. Be professional and learn. Learn first and deliver after.
That's really fantastic advice. Anybody else want to jump in on that? Or?
I actually do want to add to that.
Yeah.
It just made me think of something that I came up against when I was just in training for television writing, when I was being like bombarded with format, and I was being bombarded with how to be professional, and I was being bombarded with hitting the beats and getting the jokes every other minute or whatever. And I remembered at one point really, really sweating the technique, and it was affecting the way I was storytelling. So I think like all of these, like, get all of the information, be professional, understand what format you're working in, understand like if you're going to write 22-page issues versus sitting down and writing an entire, graphic novel or whatever, like understand the rules of the game that you're playing. But if you feel yourself getting really tangled and stuck and caught up in all of the particulars of how to write, like the mathematical way that writing happens, ultimately you also have to remember why you're telling the story in the first place. And this is coming from me, who's writing on more of a creative experience. I haven't worked at one of the big two. I haven't worked underneath a publisher like that. So I can't really speak to that with any authority. But I can say that, you really do want to continue to bring it back to why you're doing it, why you're telling the story, what the story is, whenever you feel yourself sweating the technique. I mean, we actually even have that as a house rule at Hex Comics, which is like, don't sweat the tech, pull back. And at the time, it made no sense to me. I was like, what do you mean? This is what I've been learning this entire time, and now you're just telling me to forget all of it. So it's kind of a balance between you're doing something creative and, stick to the rules of the game at the same time. I wish I had a sports analogy to
I'm sure Shannon could come up with one.
Yeah. Sports analogy for this, that'd be great.
and also, Kelly, and you're right, and stick to your own plan.
Yeah.
That's respect yourself. Stick to your own plan, because like how often you start writing something, you write your entire outline, and then midway through you realize that, oh, I have this cool idea, I want to put it in, I want to carve it in, but it doesn't work. So resist. Resist. And and resist going there and like try to add stuff that was not in the beginning. And this is a principle that, and I did a lot of work, like freelance work for a lot of demanding and sometimes intolerable clients. The first idea is not always, but often the best, because it's raw. It's the best.
This actually transitions us really well into a next question. So I'm going to interrupt you there, but the question is, do you ever get into making the comic after writing your script and find that you need to change things to make the story better?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So
what y'all were saying earlier was the if you have the outline and you have the plan, then you know if you decide to change it, like it's a conscious decision at that point, versus like an accident that just sort of happened. Like you're improving your craft skills at that point by making that decision. I mean, there's no 100% right answers in any of this. If there were, every movie that comes out would be the biggest blockbuster after the last one that came out. I mean, they would have this down. I mean, they spend so much money on focus groups and learning the process and trying to minimize risk. But at the end of the day, there's still those, movies that come out of left field, comics that come out of left field that are just, the thing everybody's talking about. And if you're true to your vision, more than likely that's going to lead to success. That's the only thing that I've seen be consistent.
And also,
Fabrice, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, I talk a lot today.
It's okay.
Also, trust your characters. Character development is as much, if not more important than the script itself. Because if you have like fully fleshed characters, you can trust them. They will tell you where the story goes, because their voice will be in your head. And it happened to me on a book that I'm actually about to relaunch called One Hit Wonder. And midway through the book, 2 issues were already penciled. I realized that the villain was not the right villain. And I switched 2 characters because it didn't make sense. And the villain became another person, and it all became clear. And from there, every roadblock that I had in my head in terms of writing were gone. And it was like a smooth sailing until the end, because the characters told me how to write themselves.
Interesting. Kelly, you were going to say something. So.
Well, that kind of, it sort of what Fabrice was just adding kind of got me onto another track. I'm
sorry.
Go wherever you want.
It's a good track.
This is all you guys. It's all you guys.
Yeah. Almost always when we are making a change to make the story, as our producer Lindley says, more kick-ass, if something isn't hitting, or for whatever reason we're like, why is this not, because there's, we all have that feeling when we're looking at the pages and we're like, it feels so good, and we also are very aware when that's not happening. And almost always we are, like, I love what you said about, leaning into the characters and how do they want to tell the story. Almost always, though, we'll find that we have gotten into like a trope. We've like fallen into some kind of like stereotypical situation, or we've fallen into like, oh, well, now the bad guy says this, and now, it's become a little bit predictable in a way. And we're like, okay, so what do we do, right? And your note about characters really struck me, because it's like we treat all of our characters with so much respect, and we want them to be fully rounded out people. So if we find that our villain is being shoved too far into like, now it's time for you to be the bad guy and it's time for this person to be the good guy. Like, okay, what do they actually want to do? You know, is this really like bad guy time? Or can we tell something a little bit more nuanced? Can we tell something a little bit more poignant? Can there be some comedy to let the air out of this scene? You know, it's almost like fine tuning instruments, to also use your analogy of the orchestra. You know what I mean? It is, I always can step back and be like, we're getting into a tired rhythm, and we have to go in and figure out what opportunities we're missing. And almost every time when we're able to do that, we're like, oh, I'm so glad we did this, because this new thing is awesome.
So you trusted the process and you took your time and you made the best thing possible.
Exactly. When you can take your time. I mean, again, it's
right. Unless you got a deadline and you got to turn it in whatever, 14 days or whatever they give you, and that's what it is. Shannon, did you want to add to that?
No, I think that covered it pretty well.
Cool. Well, we got some more questions here. There's a lot of people want to. This one's interesting. With so much saturation in comics, how can writers find a group of editors to critique your script of storytelling that is actually beneficial? Beneficial. That's a good operative word. Or how do you find out if your writing is bad or good? I guess.
Well, first you hire me. No, I'm kidding.
Hire Fabrice. There you go.
But, no, I'm for hire right now. That's for sure. But like, there are a lot of great freelance editors. There are a lot of great freelance editors out there on the market. You just have to find them, and hiring the right editor is as important as it is to have the right artist, because it's the person that you will put your trust in. It's better than a banker, better than your mom, better than anyone. You have to have a complete trust in that person to be able to help you deliver your mind. Let's have a very poetic analogy. Deliver your mind.
Deliver your mind. Yes.
And it's very important to find that person. So you have to have chemistry with that person. And I remember when I did another book I did called Intertwined, and I hired an editor, and she asked me, the first question she asked me was, why do you want to hire an editor? And she said, and I said, because I want you to kick my ass so hard that I will be better.
Right.
And she did. Believe me, she did. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And Kelly, Shannon?
You're more than welcome to send any of your stuff to our editor, Lindley Forrest, Lindley@hexcomics.com, and she will tell you in short order if your writing sucks.
Wow, nice.
Also, she says it with so much love, and she can really, like, she's one of the reasons why Hex 11 is as amazing as it is, because we trust her with the vision of the story. We trust her to really kind of like make sure the threads tie together, and she is such a great support in that way. So while I say that jokingly, I also say it very seriously. Like, she's always open to guiding you to creating the absolute best story that you can tell. It's her passion, and she's fantastic at it. And I hope she doesn't mind that I maybe just flooded her inbox with stuff.
Maybe? I mean, a lot of people are watching this right now. So. It's not just the four of us and like two people.
It feels like it, but yeah.
It kind of feels like it, but there are a lot of people actually watching us right now. So,
funnel some to me.
It's cool. She won't mind. Yeah, it's all cool. Shannon, do you got anything to add to this?
Yes, I do actually.
Cool.
And it's good to give shout outs. I think we should all give more shout outs. The internet is very good at going, I didn't like this, but so you guys shouting yourselves and fellow editors and anybody else like that. I'm always in favor of shout outs. I'm cheating a little here because Tom, who asked the question, is an award-winning multi-book novelist that is asking us the question. So I'm friends with Tom. I know this. So I'm going to use Tom as an example here. Tom, despite everything I just said, is professional enough to be thinking, what if my writing sucks?
Wow,
Because he's always trying to get better. And so to what Fabrice was saying earlier, your editor is basically equal parts your champion, but then also questioning you, because if you're questioning your characters, if you're questioning your plot, if you're questioning your story, it means you're trying to find a better version of it. And maybe there is. So I think it's always worth critiquing and analyzing, surrounding yourself. A lot of going back to comics, comic book artist buddies of mine have secret groups that they're in where they'll send, here's the latest page I did. Don't tell Marvel I'm sending you my DC page, and vice versa. And they critique each other. And the reason this is done isn't, everybody's professional. They're not putting it on the internet. It's really just sort of like, hey, I want to give the audience the very best version of this page. And then I got to move on to the next page. And so that technique, whether you're an artist or a writer, if you're questioning, is this as good as it can be? I think it's a good thing. And so going back to the relationship aspect of it, if your trust is like when Stan would give us, I worked with Stan Lee early in my career, and that was a great sort of mentor to have at the beginning. And you may have disagreed with Stan, but in the back of your head, you're going, I was about to swear. I won't, because it's a family show, as Neo pointed out.
Family show.
But, you knew it was Stan. It was a note from Stan. You're like, all right, I'm going to roll with this. He's probably right. And usually he was, so sometimes having that trust in the other person, another good bit of advice. I had a really good mentor. I just got asked in another interview a week ago, and I realized how lucky I was. Not everybody gets mentors early in their career, and I just didn't know any better because I was at the beginning of my career, and I'm like, it's Stan Lee. Now I'm talking to Mr. Barbera of Hanna-Barbera and all these different people over the years that would give me this, very simple advice. But Mr. Barbera was always like, just always hire people better than you. If you're good at your job, you're professional enough to go, hey, you know what? This kid I just hired is so much better than I am at this. I need to ask him questions, and it helps you get better, and it creates a bond within the team, going back to the team aspect. So short version, how do you find out if your writing sucks? I don't believe anybody sucks. I just think we're at various stages in our abilities. So I like to remove negativity, because I've been doing it long enough now that people that were not good, that came up to me at a con and showed me their portfolio, are now writing or drawing Marvel and DC books, or making their own thing. Sometimes it was just 2 or 3 people taking a minute to help them get better. I'm so jealous of so many of the young kids who have internet now. We did not have that.
Yeah, I know.
You had to hear that there was a dude who did the thing that you wanted to learn how to do 5 states away, and you would get in your car and you'd be like, I have enough Cheez-Its to make it to Nebraska. And then you would knock on their door and hope nobody shot you, ask your questions, maybe get to stick around for a minute, use the bathroom before you had to turn around and drive back to whatever. So that's I think all of us, none of us suck. We're just at various stages in our creative process.
That's so true. Because if I even look back on some of my early stuff, if I dig up some of my old scripts where I'm like, oh, that one script I think is pretty good, maybe I'll pull it out again. And then I look at it, I'm like, oh my God, I'm glad nobody can remember that existed, So and now I write for Random House, So it's like, it's just a matter of growing up, So
I want to add something about what Shannon was saying.
Yes, please.
We have something unique in comics, and especially in American comics, which is the sense of community. And we're a community, and as strange as it may seem to all other kinds of entertainment, we show a lot of respect and solidarity for our peers. And when you go to conventions, and I certainly did go to a lot of conventions in the past 3 years, when you go to conventions, everyone's basically a fan of everybody. You will not find a creator and another creator shows up to his or her table and that will dismiss them. They will literally be happy to see them thrive. And of course, they're like people who are jealous. It happens. But most people are genuinely inspired, because putting out a product on the market is a long road. It's very difficult. And if you're doing that independently, or if you're doing that through a studio, it's equally difficult. It's just not the same kind of roadblocks that you have ahead of you. But the community is there. And I can say this, I transitioned from comic book journalism to writing, and from writing to drawing. And every time, the people that I could look at and help me to get better were my peers. And I learn every day. And every time I have a commission or a drawing and I show it to one of my peers, they will critique it and send it back to me. Like, you could like add this, and you could change this, and you can make this better. Or this is a trick that you could use, and nobody will tell you officially that you can't use it. But yes, you can use it. Nobody will see it. That's all right. That's a shortcut. This is how we work. This is our community. And when you get into the community, you understand. So
yes,
if you're an outsider right now, you want to get into a community, welcome. But you have to find the peers you're the most comfortable with and start working as a team and like a brother family, than just being yourself in front of your computer or your artboard and trying to make magic happen.
It's a really good point, because I mean, a lot of us know each other through like Artist Alley at Comic Cons. And that's kind of what I'm missing the most about cons, is seeing you guys. Like, you know, that hour before the show where we all walk around and we all talk to each other, and, you know, how you guys doing? What's going on? You know, and we're all supportive of each other. And, you know, and when somebody's coming by my table and I'm like, oh, you guys got to go check out Hex, you know, 11, and go over there, buy their book. Like, you know, and it's really, there is a definite community here. So, you know, if you're going to try to get into it, you know, don't be a jerk. But so this, I think, transitions us into our last question. I think it's pretty, I know. What was that? What was that?
I said, that's like a sports analogy, by the way, you know, with the teamwork. So you guys brought it back. I was very proud of this team right now.
Yes, exactly. So our last question here, I think it's kind of a good one. What is the hardest thing to accept regarding writing? Oh, I know, it's all like deep and stuff. You know?
I think for me, it's a continual acceptance, but it's just reminding myself that it's not about me.
Nice.
It isn't about, you know, when I start sweating, like, am I talented enough? Am I this? Am I that? I know I'm not plugged in. I'm not doing it. And when you let go of it being about you, you become a really valuable member of your team. Because it's a collaborative effort, whether you're working for a big publisher or you're doing an indie comic, or, you know, you can't do it without other people. And this is 100% true for Hex 11. It is as wonderful and awesome as it is because of a team of people that we've put together. So that would probably be it for me, accepting that it's really not about me.
Nice. Shannon?
Yeah, just to go along with that team aspect and what Fabrice was saying right before this question, which is, you know, we're a team, but we're also teams that this is hopefully your career. So you may be on a team right now that is a different team 2 years from now. And using sports analogies, again, it's a lot more like being a pro athlete where, you know, the guys on the Eagles and the guys on the Cowboys, you may, as a fan, love to root against whoever, you know, the opposite team from you is, but more than likely those guys know they're going to be traded to the other team in 2 years, or they're going to all be at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you know, together in 6 months. You know, their friendships are separate from their professional work environment. And you maintain that by, you know, being cool to the people around you and all the stuff we were just, you know, chatting about, not going online and dissing other people's work, but finding the stuff you do like. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't have a critical eye, but you don't necessarily have to point it out to the internet. You can share it with your close companions, and the stuff that you love is really the stuff that I think I'd love to see more of us, you know, getting out there and promoting, because it is really hard making stuff. And to the question about the writing, it's a job. I mean, there's the creator-owned aspect of it where you're making your own thing, and then you've got to run the retail side and run it as a company. And then I'm a freelancer working, for hire, on this comic for whatever publisher. You may not want to put a cape on Spider-Man, but if Marvel, if that's the direction they're going this year, you have the choice of saying, no, I don't want to get paid to work on Spider-Man, or you're going to do the best caped Spider-Man story the world has ever seen. And the choice is yours. So I think that's the hardest thing for a lot of people breaking in, to understand that sometimes if it's not your character, your job is to do the very best version of the thing you were asked to do.
Cool. We are running out of time here.
Short. I just want to add something.
Please.
To answer that question, I think the most important thing is to learn to let go. Mm-hmm. Because a page, a script is never finished. Never. Mm. But you have to deliver. You have to let go. That's the hardest thing to do, because you can always improve it, but you have to resist that temptation. You have to let it go so that people can read it and forge their own opinion on it. This is the most important thing. Let go.
Cool. Yeah. So, okay, we're down to the last couple of minutes here. I want you to all go around and tell us the last thing you want to know. Tell us about a project you want to know, a website you want us to go to, whatever it is. Take your 30 seconds. Kelly.
You can find me on Instagram at Kelly Sue Says. You can find Hex Comics and all things Hex 11 on Instagram at the Hex Comics and hexcomics.com. We are putting out the rest of Volume 3 this year. It's going to be awesome. And also follow us on Kickstarter as well, because we've got a lot of cool things happening.
Awesome. Shannon.
Hey, I'm Shannon. You can find me at shannondenton.com or my books at actionopolis.com. I'm pretty easy to find on the internet. I'm usually the only Shannon with a cowboy hat on, so. Hello.
All right. Shannon Denton. And Fabrice, take us home.
You can find me on fairsquarecomics.com, which is my official website, and everywhere on the social networks. I'm taking commissions. I am drawing. I'm writing. I have 7 creator-owned projects that are in the works. I'm also taking submissions for artists because there's always a need for that. I'm accepting also requests for editing or any type of work right now. But yes, and my next project is my creator-owned one-hit wonder that will be sent to the printer in 2 weeks, and that will be available in my store and at convention whenever it comes back, starting in June. So
awesome. Well, guys, thanks so much for this. We should bring Russell back in so we can. There he is.
Hi, guys. That was great.
Fantastic.
It went so fast.
I know. It went so fast, and it was so much information. And even though I've written tons of comics, I learned a ton. Thank you so much for being here. I've been getting messages about how great it was, and I wish we had time for more questions, but we do have Marv waiting on the other line. So the last thing we have to do is say bye to you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Tell Marv.
We will.
We will.
All right. See you guys.
All right. And
all right. And
there's Fabrice. Bye, Fabrice.
All right. Wow.
Hey. We've done a whole morning, Neo. This is incredible.
We've been on for over 3 hours now, and it's flying right by. Jeez.
I know. It's crazy how fast this goes. It feels like it was just 8 o'clock and we had all of the butterflies of this going. But there's something about it's starting and then I have this weird Zen state. I don't know if it's because of doing the shows that I have all this anxiety and then the doors open and it becomes I'll just let it wash all over me.
Right. It's like the con doors have opened. Now we can have fun and just hang out with our friends and talk about cool stuff. So
absolutely.
That was fun. There was a lot of great answers in there and a lot of great questions. Thank you all for the questions. This would be really hard without your questions. So
and there's
your questions coming in.
What I am constantly in awe of when I do these is how great the questions are. Every hour, I'm how are I've been on a lot of live feeds and the questions are irrelevant or like don't make sense. And I've been in panel rooms also where you're asked questions and you're like, I don't know what kind of sandwich I like most. Like, can we make it relevant? But these questions are all super, super timely, and it's amazing. So before we get started with the next one, I want to thank everyone for coming, obviously. If you guys want to get that for Fabrice's information and for the I'm going to try and get a copy of that spreadsheet the next time I have a break. So make sure if you're not on the email list, go to altfcd.com, sign up, and I will be sending a link to that. I'll try and put it in the descriptions as well so people can have that. But I will definitely, if nothing else, try to send that as a link or something on Sunday or Monday when I send the replay and recap links. So I'm so excited. And I'm going to let you for a second talk about your special that you're doing because, So tell us again about Grimmstown.
Yes, once again, today we are giving out copies of my brand new comic series, The Grimmstown Terror Tales, which I did with Storm King Productions, which is John Carpenter and Sandy King's company. It's a new book on their kids line, Storm Kids. So it's got like, it's kid-friendly horror, I guess, more in the realm of Goosebumps or something, but think like Ghostbusters meets Stranger Things or something. So it's all ages appropriate, and we're giving it away for free. So if you just go to the link right there on the screen or neoedmond.com or my Facebook page or the Free Alt page, you can just link right to it and get it for free. And I hope you do, because I would love for you to all read it and enjoy it as much as we've enjoyed making it.
Yes, and Renee DeLise is the artist, and I am very excited for it. I've been hearing about it for a little bit, and I am so excited. And we also have a special from Kickstarter. So Kickstarter is releasing their first anthology, their first like Kickstarter anthology, like that's done by Kickstarter, and they were planning to release it at TCAF. And since the world went pear-shaped this month, they have decided to partner with us to give that away for free for signing up for their Kickstarter Reads emails. So make sure to go over to the bit.ly link that you see and pick up your Kickstarter special book as well. And of course, I also have my own free books, Ichabod Jones Monster Hunter, and a couple more if you sign up at our mailing list there. All right. Think that's enough of that. We can now bring on Marv, right?
Marv Wolfman.
All right. I am so excited. Every time I talk to Marv, it's like I get a masterclass in comics. So I'm just trying to find the last of the things, and then we are going to bring him on. Hi, Marv.
Marv Wolfman.
Hi there. Yeah.
I'm so excited to talk with you and to have everyone else talk to you. So I think, though, just in case there's anyone out there who doesn't know, why don't we start by you taking us through a little bit of your career?
Who doesn't know who Marv Wolfman is?
A little bit. 53 years so far. That's the career so far. I'm a writer and editor. Created a whole bunch of characters at DC and Marvel, and work on animation, books, and a whole bunch of other stuff as well.
Absolutely. And yes, that is a very good.
Or what I saw that you guys had done before while I was waiting, really cool. This is really cool. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been an amazing experience, and it's hard to believe that it's already been a couple hours that we've been
3
live.
hours. 3 hours already.
Yes.
That's as long as it took Gilligan to get lost.
Exactly.
That's true.
Wow.
We do have a question already.
Wow.
I would. So it's from Charles LePage. Kind of a deep hit question, but like, how did you feel when DC eventually undid the cancellation of the multiverse that occurred in Crisis?
Wow.
That's sort of a strange question. I have the Crisis on Infinite Earths books right here. They're on the bookshelf right behind me. They're exactly the way I wrote it. Nothing's been changed. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think she means in the comics.
Same way.
Oh, I think he means in the comics, like in the comic line after Crisis, not in the book, not in the.
I was just being silly.
Oh, okay.
Think about it this way. DC went on for 50 years. They're doing some stuff. They've been changing things and adding things and doing all this sort of stuff. And here comes me, and I changed it all. I just changed everything they've done. Okay? How can I complain that 30 years later, somebody changes what I did? Because I did exactly the same thing. I just hope I did it good. That's all I care.
Well, apparently you did do it well, because everybody remembers it and loves it, and it's fantastic.
Well, I have another question related to Infinite Crisis, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Infinite Crisis is a different series. I didn't work on that one.
Yes. So I would like to know what it was like to watch them make Crisis on Infinite Earths as a television show, and like actually be a part of it and be able to go there and write a story. And what was that like for you to see 30 years later this to be made into something different? It's
incredible. When George and I did Crisis on Infinite Earths, there was no expectation that this could ever go on to anything else. We didn't even think that it would go on to be remembered in any way. Our view was we were guiding you to the next phase of DC Comics, and that the next phase is what everyone would be talking about, not the road that took you to that next phase. Because as far as we were concerned, this was just the road. This was just the map. And then everything else is going to be, all the great stuff is going to be there. So for Crisis to be remembered the way it is, very reverential reviews on it and talks about it, it's just stunning, and it's wonderful. And I know both George and I still can't believe how popular it still is after all these years. We thought it was great. And when they said they were going to do it as a 5-part TV show, it was like, oh my God, this is, Crisis. Nobody had done anything like Crisis in comics before we did this. Nobody's done what the guys at the CW did with their version of Crisis. They had somewhat different characters, but they hit every major beat. And it was sort of incredible. And I thought they did a wonderful, wonderful job. Mark Guggenheim, who sort of put it all together, I guess, just you could see the love for the original material there. And then when he asked me if I'd be willing to work with him, it's like, really? You're asking me that? Please, thank you. And it was just, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And then to top it all off, they asked me to appear on one of the episodes, besides writing one episode or co-writing an episode. So I just loved it. It was pretty amazing for me. That's pretty much all I could say. It was really, a writer wants their stuff to be remembered. A writer cares if we're putting the effort in. And trust me, Crisis was not an easy book to work on. It took me several years to get every element of that story to work. But then to see how much it still followed all these years later, it's just an incredible thing to happen. It really says we did the job well, we did the job, and it's still remembered. And that's what every writer wants, is their work to be remembered in some way. And this has been mind-boggling.
That's amazing. And David Avalon says your cameo was the highlight of Crisis. Enjoyed it immensely.
He must have seen at least something else out there, because pretty good set of stories.
How was that experience for you, Marv, of being on the set? How was that experience for you being on the set?
Great. I mean, again, I never anticipated any of this stuff. if you don't expect anything to happen and suddenly you're flooded with all this love in many ways, because that's what was shown to me. All the writers were there, all the other people were there, the actors were there. They knew what we had done. It's incredible. You don't expect that when you're writing a comic book in 1985 that it's going to be remembered in 2020.
Yeah.
2 years later.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, 35 years later.
Couple more questions about Crisis. Neo, do you want to take this one?
Sure. I'd be interested in knowing how you outlined Crisis. If you had the whole story planned out before you started, or did you change and evolve it as you started developing it?
The answer would be yes. All the above. The entire book was outlined. All the issues were outlined. It was originally outlined as a 10-issue series. The last 2 issues were going to be the history of the DC universe, which was, we're taking you to the new world, and the history would tell you what the new world was. But what happened was, immediately, the story grew. If you look at the first issue, we expected it was the same 25-page story that everything back then was. If you look at it, it actually is a 32-page story. Then we had a double-size issue 7. Then we had all the last issue was increased pages too. There was no way to do it in only 10 issues. So yes, it expanded, and because of that evolved, but every beat was in the original outline. Every major thing was in the original outline because it all had to make sense. You couldn't just have those little ghost characters of Flash showing up unless you knew what you were doing with it later on. This isn't something you make up as you're going along. Everything had to make sense so that suddenly you're in issue 8 and you're flashing back to something and go, see the Flash seeing Batman, and then you see it from the reverse angle issues later. This was set up. Everything was set up. The death of Supergirl, all of that stuff.
Can I ask you a follow-up to that, which is, so you wrote the Crisis of Infinite Earths, but you also wrote a ton of one-off single-issue stories for all of the basically all of the characters. I just went back and reread a bunch of the original New Teen Titans, and a lot of them were single-issue stories, and I'd love to know how it differed, like how the process differed from writing a big story to writing like a single issue.
I think what you're writing is you should always figure out the number of pages and the size of the book based on the story. There were stories that I wanted to tell that were single issue stories. You don't want everything to be this giant storyline that's slapping you in the face with this incredible cosmic stuff. Sometimes you want to tell a story about what do the characters do when they're not in costume, when they're just being themselves and they're just trying to figure out what their life's about, who they are. And sometimes you want to tell a story about just a one-issue story. One of my favorites is one called A Pretty Girl is Like a Malady, where it's just a sort of a mystery and you watch the characters react to what's going on in this particular story. But it's only a one-issue story. You don't want to pad it. You don't want to add stuff in it just to make it a 12-part mega series. It has to be worthy of the pages that you've set aside for it. It has to fit that size story. And not every story should be a 12-part super series. Sometimes, and I love writing one-part stories because you can really just get in there and tell your story, and then you're out. And people will remember those stories a lot more than they will remember all the little fight scenes that they've read in all the other comics.
I love it. Neo, there's a couple more questions. You want to take this one, or do you have any follow-up?
No, let's move on. Let's keep with the questions. This is for the audience. So, because I could ask Marv questions all day.
We have.
I've sat next to him on planes. So, what is your favorite sort of scene to write?
Say that again.
What is your favorite sort of scene to write?
Sort of scene? I'm not.
What types of scenes are your favorite to write?
Like action scenes or dialogue-heavy scenes?
Action scenes. action scenes, you know, by the time you've read your fourth comic, you've seen most action scenes. I like writing character stuff. That's the things people remember. Nobody comes up to me ever and has said, boy, I like the action scene in issue 12. They'll say they love the Deathstroke story that was in issue 12 because you did something with this character. And Deathstroke was not in issue 12, but you know, within issue 10. The people remember the character stories, why the character was interesting, not how the artwork and the storyline had dealt with a fight scene. So no, the fight scenes are there sort of for fun, and you try to come up with a good reason for the fight scene so it actually makes sense. But really, it's the character stuff that I care about, pretty much only.
Love
Did
it.
that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, next one.
As a writer, do you prefer the multiverse of all the same characters from a multiverse in one universe? Slasher? That's a tongue tire question. Can you see it on the screen, Mark?
Yeah. The whole idea of combining the multiverse was that it was very that to people who were not DC fans at the time, who understood the multiverse, it was very complex. It was very confusing to a lot of people. Why were there 5 Supermans? Why were there all these other things? It wasn't that I wanted to get rid of the multiverse. I wanted to get rid of all that weird continuity that no one could follow. That people had, the Marvel fans certainly weren't following. There were far more Marvel fans at that particular time than there were DC fans. So I wanted to make the story, the DC universe, simpler to follow. And if you develop it later and bring back a multiverse, fine, but make sure it makes sense this time, not just something that was put together over a period of years without realizing where it was going to go. They did a great job. I love those stories, but I had been reading DC for 15, 20 years prior to those stories. So I understood it all. But the Marvel fans, when I spoke to them, they honestly didn't get all these things. They didn't understand the multiple Supermans, the multiple Batmans, the multiple all of these other characters. So I don't prefer either a single universe or a multiverse. If I had to make a choice, maybe a single universe. But my thing is make your continuity clean and understandable and something that everybody could figure out, not something that's so complex all the people get lost in it.
Awesome. All right. EH Podcasts asks, what is one type of scene that you haven't seen in a while that you wish would return? Or what kind of scene do you not see enough that you wish would do more?
I have to be honest, I don't read enough comics to make that to make a true judgment on that. All I care about is are the stories good? Are the characters well told? Is it interesting? So I don't know if there's a specific type of scene that I prefer than anything else. I just like clarity and really emotional stories.
Awesome. I think a follow-up to that question would be, how has writing comics changed from the 70s and 80s to today as we moved from the Bronze Age to the modern age and beyond?
Yeah, it's funny that you use the term Bronze Age and such like that. My thinking is that, frankly, right now is the golden age of comics. The best written comics that have ever come out are coming out right now. The most diversified line of type of comics are coming out right now. The artwork is better than it's pretty much ever been. I think today is the golden age of comics, to be honest. I've forgotten the rest of the question. I'm sorry.
How has writing changed in comics from the 80s to now, or 90s?
Pretty simply, we are now dealing with an older audience. When we started in comics, the average age was 8 to 12 years old, which meant you had to keep your stories even simpler than you're remembering. They had to be something that an 8 to 12-year-old would understand, grasp currently. The average age today is probably 30 or 40, which means you can now write very subtle storylines. You can get into characters. You can do a type of thing, the type of story that an adult would enjoy. You should still have kids comics. If you don't have kids comics, those people aren't going to grow up to want to have the other comics, the more adult comics. I think you need both, but we now have such a diversified line of comics that reach every audience. And back then, it was only 8 to 12-year-olds. So the biggest change is we can now write anything. We can now tell any type of story we want because an audience will find that story. They will find the type of thing that they enjoy, and it will have been published. Back then, that stuff wouldn't have been published. They would have said, oh, there's 2,000 comic book fans who are over 15. Forget them. And in fact, the industry, the readership changes every 5 years was what we were taught. So you can even repeat all the same stories 6 years later because nobody's going to remember. They were wrong. We understood that they were wrong. But now we don't even have to enter into that type of conversation. They're meant for adults who are going to stay with comics their entire life because stories are now for every age group. And you could be as subtle and as open and as exciting as you want for every single age group and not just for one.
Well, it's
Barbara,
not even just, Barbara Kiesel has a thing to say.
Barbara has a thing to say. She popped on to just tell us that she would love for you to talk a little bit about diversity and how that's changed since you've been writing comics and diversity in comics.
Well, when everybody is now writing comics. Mm-hmm. There were always women in comics. There were always different races in comics, but not to a great degree, if that's what you mean, in terms of the creators. In terms of the characters, certainly there were very few characters who were not just white guys.
Absolutely. Neo, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
no.
Stan Lee brought in, huh?
Well, I was sort of piggybacking on that and not just talking about the creators so much as the readership. Because when I was a kid, if I went into a comic shop, it was all, 13 to 17-year-old boys like me, And now, like, the readership is so much wider and so much more interesting, And I think that's opened the door for more, voices to be heard and to actually be able to write. So,
see, in terms of that, I went to my high school was very different from probably everyone else's high school. I went to the High School of Art and Design. Normal high schools is populated by kids from the neighborhood. Whoever lives in that particular neighborhood is assigned to go to that school. I went to Art and Design, which was in Manhattan, and it took people who had art ability and from every one of the boroughs of New York City. So we were exposed immediately to every type of person because it wasn't just the person in your neighborhood. So it wasn't just the white neighborhood or the Black neighborhood or the Asian neighborhood or whatever. Everybody was in my school. So I grew up not even realizing that it was sort of strange that I wanted to do a Black superhero, Blade, because my classes were filled with Black readers of comics, fans who could draw, who wanted to become comic book artists. So all of that was just so natural. I didn't understand why there would be a problem. Same with half the class was female. So again, all these things never entered my mind why it should be considered strange to have female creators, because I went to high school with female artists who wrote their own stories, who drew their own stories, or they were photographers, or they were something else, because it was all types of art at Art and Design. I think if you're exposed to all different races, all different types of people, you just create that sort of thing to make it the reality that you're aware of. And there were creators all along. There were female creators going back to the early days of Wonder Woman. A female writer wrote most of those stories credited to William Marston, but there just weren't a lot. And now, fortunately, because there's so much different type of material, what we were talking about just a minute ago, there were so many different types of stories. Everybody could tell a story that's important to them and therefore more personal and tells the story they care about. So you have different races, different religions, different everything, and there can be comics for all of that. So today it's totally opened, and it makes comics more interesting because every type of story, type of people are now being reflected. It's not all just, white guy.
Right.
Absolutely. All right.
It was when I was there, so I got in.
So we have another question from Jacob Lynn. Neo, you want to take this one?
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah, sure.
Art design, I took cartooning. I was that was my major at art and design. The teacher of that was black, and he had drawn Captain Marvel back in the 1940s. So, go on. I'm sorry.
Cool.
No, please. This is for you and the fans.
This is for you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we want you to talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another question. How do you keep track of all the characters and making sure that they have their own voice and don't all sound the same?
Well, that's
a really good one.
If you create the character to be an individual character, you'll never make a mistake in how they talk, because you've created what they're about. You've created the approach that the way these people think. If you know how they think, the dialogue is going to come naturally. So if I'm going to write Cyborg that time, I know who Vic is. I know how he reacts to things. It's not that I'm going to suddenly say, I'm going to write him like Starfire. No, it doesn't work, because Starfire is a totally different character. And she has her own type of dialogue and her own approach to how she thinks and how she would respond to anything that comes her way. And each character is like that. So you don't make mistakes if you understand who the characters are. You only make mistakes. You only make mistakes if you have no idea what you're doing.
Awesome. Neo, what else do you want to ask Marv?
What else do I want to ask Marv? Oh my God. I mean, I've asked Marv so many questions over the years. I kind of bombard him a little sometimes, but oh my goodness. Let's kind of transition into what kind of shows what are you watching right now? What are you into?
Oh God, there's so much. Again, just like comics, the TV and movies are just they're all over the place these days. It's great. I love the Good Fight. The two creators of that also wrote the Good Wife, and I thought those were just great. And they also did, I'm forgetting the name of it now, the Hell type series that they did, which was beautifully written. I'm enjoying Star Trek Discovery, but I'm not enjoying Star Trek Picard. Very slow. There are so many, I can't even think of all of them right now, but there are so many different titles that I'm really enjoying seeing because they're trying some really interesting things.
Let me piggyback on that and ask a fun sort of question. Tell us what you think of Teen Titans Go.
I love Teen Titans Go.
Me too.
I think it is the wackiest, silliest fun show. Kids just love that. And, at first I'm watching it and I'm going, what is this thing? And then you catch the rhythm. It's hysterical. I mean, Robin, who we always played as the leader of the group, intelligent, this guy's a wackadoodle. I mean, he's totally insane. I think it's great. And I love the fact that kids love it. I go to conventions and you've been there and you see how many people are dressed up, how many young kids are dressed up as Raven or as Starfire or as Cyborg or as Robin or all those characters. The little kids, they really get into that stuff. And again, to me, you get a little kid, 5, 7, 9, 12, whatever it is, into comics at that age, they're going to want to continue to follow it as they become adults. Comics, people keep thinking comics are a genre. They're a medium, just like television, just like novels. You can tell any type of story in them that you want. You can tell a genre story in comics, but comics by themselves are not genre. They are medium. They're the way to get the story out, and then you decide what you're going to tell. But I love Teen Titans Go. It is so wacky. It is so wacky.
I just wanted to clear that up because there's some people who seem to not like the show, and maybe it's their more purist fans, but a lot of people are like, oh, but they're ripping on Mark's thing. And I'm like, Mark likes it.
The funny thing is,
it's so funny.
They keep forgetting, all the fans keep forgetting, when the first Teen Titans cartoon show came out, they hated it.
Yeah.
They really hated it because it wasn't exactly the comic book. And now that one's held in esteem. Oh, wow, that's the great one. Teen Titans Go isn't as good as the original series. Well, they're all different because they're meant for different audiences. And I love the original Teen Titans cartoon show. I wrote a couple of episodes of that. I really like Teen Titans Go. Although I am not writing one of those, I don't think I could write that sort of stuff. The humor is not the type I can write. So I know, but I will have a connection with that show fairly soon that will surprise people.
Woo! Yay!
Awesome.
And I think that maybe leads us well into this question here. What was one of the most fun stories you've written?
One of the fun stories?
Yes, one of them. Any one or 10 or 100.
I don't think of stories as fun. They're really hard. What you're trying to do when you're writing a story is write a story where the plot just works perfectly, and that does not come naturally. You have to really work at it. You have to keep playing. You have to keep changing things. You have to keep working it out so that, because I really like the idea of structuring a story that comes back at you from the other side at the very end, where you're not expecting it to come, so that the last page or so surprise you because you think it's going this way, but it's actually going that way. So now, fun is not the word I would use. Gratified when a story works. Really pleased.
Uh-oh.
If they're not stories the fans may love, because they did what I really wanted them to do, and the structure worked, and the dialogue worked, and you just hope for those, but you can't be sure you're going to have that when you start out.
Is there any part of the process that you think is fun, or that you find more fun than others?
Not really. Each part is hard in itself. Dialogue, making sure the dialogue all fits correctly. Right now, I'm working on the plot of a story that's killing me. I can't make it work at all. I've been spending 5 days trying to get the story to work, and it's just not coming together the way I want it to. So no, it's all very hard. The most, as I say, is you just breathe a sigh of relief when it all comes together. If people out there, or fans out there, or the people listening think that these things just come together and boy, I'm going to get into it because it's obvious, it's easy to do. It ain't. It's hard work. Writing is not the simplest thing in the world. No, it's not digging coal. It's not doing all of that stuff. But it is very hard to make a story work correctly. And so fun is not the aspect I would think of. Fun is when I go to a convention and somebody comes up and says, I really like that story. And then you get into it because that's fun. It did its job and you're having fun talking to somebody about it. But the actual process of it, to me, is not the easiest thing. It takes a lot of work.
I'm so happy that you said that because I was literally having a conversation about this earlier today. My friend was saying how much she loves making characters. And I was like, she's like, what was your favorite part? I'm like, when it's done and someone has read it and enjoyed it. Like, that's the fun for me. The rest of it is it's not digging coal, as you said, but on some levels, digging coal is easier because you're like, there's a coal mine, go in there, dig the coal, and then bring it out. It's not, I'm not saying digging coal is easy, but with writing, it's like, take this.
Comics don't give you black lung disease.
That's true. But there is it's sort of discovering the process from blank page is its own version of hard. That
it is very hard. Anything that you do well is going to be hard because you have to make it work. And making something work is not the easiest thing in the world. It's just that a lot of people out there think, oh, it's just all it is you're going to have one guy punch another guy in the face. That's not it. And I don't think there's a writer out there who thinks it's the easiest thing in the world to do. If he is, I'm not sure I'd want to read their stuff.
I mean, this is what I kind of, actually, this is a really good point to bring up, because somebody like Marv, who has a 50+ year career and has been published, I can't even count 10,000 times, whatever, is still, saying this is not easy, so anybody who's just like, oh, it's easy to write a story or whatever, or you're going to get to a point where it's going to be easy, I think they're just fooling themselves, so I think it's encouraging maybe to new writers to hear somebody who is as a veteran as Marv saying, I still struggle with this, so I appreciate that candor, Marv. So
yeah. Every single story because they're all unique unto themselves. Every story is about solving a different set of problems. And so you can't always predict what the problem with this story is or that story is. The one I'm working on right now, it's just not coming together. It should be the simplest thing in the world for me to put together because it's a plot that I'm trying to make work. And I usually don't have a problem with that element, but boy, it's not coming together, and I got to get it together this weekend or I'm dead meat. So we'll see.
Well, then we appreciate you being here with us, since you should be working right now. You should be writing.
No, I gave up earlier, and I'll come back to it today, and try it. Get it out of my head. Try to clear my head completely, and then approach it again, and not be caught in trying to make a story that's not working work. Come up with a different story.
Well, I'll tell you one good piece of advice you gave me. Was that when you get stuck up against the wall, sometimes you just need to pull that 180 and, completely turn around. That's what you told me. So I'm giving you back your advice.
I have been trying to do that. What I realized was that the story I'm trying to put together isn't working. And at this particular point, I think I should go on to a different story rather than try to beat this up, and get it done. I'm going to try coming up with something else completely. And what that may do is free up that story. It may suddenly come to me what I'm missing on it. So yes, usually doing a 180 is what works for me. But I've tried it on this one already. This one's defying all expectation.
Wow.
Anyway.
Do you have a general process that you come back to when it comes to like creating an outline or taking an idea and bringing it to script, or what do you normally do?
Every story is a little bit different for me. What I try to do is figure out where I'm going with the story, not necessarily at this point, even what the story is about, just where I want to go with the story. Later on, I'll figure out what the story is about, and then I can cater the entire plot to it. But yeah, I'm a very structural writer more than a dialogue writer. So I really try to make the structure of the story work correctly. As I say, I like things to come back on themselves. So stuff that you've planted here suddenly makes sense much later on in the storyline. And you'll find that a repeating theme in an awful lot of my stuff, where the story just comes back, wraps around itself again, where you're not expecting it to.
Was there a time that you learned that was something that you liked about a story, or is it just always ingrained in you?
No, it was something that as I found that I was doing it, and those were the stories that seemed to work the best, I started to think in that way a little bit more. But then again, so many stories don't function in that fashion. And the idea is, at some point, you got to say, no, this is not the way to handle this story. You have to do something completely different. Again, every story is going to be a little bit different. And if you start thinking that this is what I'm going to do, all you're doing is putting yourself in a box, because you're giving yourself fewer openings to tell a great story, because it has to come back on itself. No. It only has to come back on itself if that's what makes that story work the best. You do what's necessary for the story, not for you.
Absolutely. I do have another question, but Neo, do you have anything you want to ask before I ask it?
No, you can go ahead. Ask away.
I would like to know if there are character traits or something that you've created that that like seems to flow easier. Like, is it easier? Does it seem to be like Raven speaks to you more, or like are there characters that just keep popping up that like seem to be thematically just characters you like to keep creating?
Ooh, let me think. Oddly enough, 'cause I'm not a very dark person, and I don't dwell on evil in my real life. Just you know, but I like writing darker stories. I like writing stories that are really grounded in that. I also like writing villains. Um, so many of my characters, the best of the characters, actually turn out to be villains. Black Cat, Deathstroke, all of those type of characters are more on the dark side. I think that's an interesting area to think about. And I think that came because I wrote Tomb of Dracula for 8 years and had to figure out a way to make this ultimate evil somebody who was worth following and interesting to read. And that made me start to think about the fact that even the bad guys, especially the bad guys, have to have layers. They have to really have different things about them that, in the past, they were all mustache twirling bad guys. And having to write Dracula, which featured this awful, vampire type character, and yet we had to make him interesting enough that people wanted to see it every single issue. And that really taught me how to dig deeper into a character to find the things that make them interesting. Not good, just interesting. Because nothing you do is going to make this character a good person. But he can certainly be fascinating to watch and interesting to listen, interesting to watch.
Do you find that a lot of the better villains are characters that don't necessarily perceive themselves as the villain or even perceive themselves as the hero of the story?
Yeah, I think it's standard operative procedure that no one thinks that they're the bad guy.
Right.
I'm sure some do, but ultimately they think they're doing it for themselves, even if they think they're the bad guy. But it's the right thing for them. It's more interesting to read about a character that has those different layers than it is about a character who is one-dimensional only. And writing, again, Tomb of Dracula, we could not have had the one-dimensional character. It just would not have worked. I wrote that book for 8 years and had to keep finding new ways of telling that. So I knew that we had to have more depth to characters. And if Dracula, as evil as that character is, thought he was wrong, that's your one note. He becomes a one-note character. If he knew he was evil, he's thinking that these people don't understand. He lives forever. They don't get it. They're wrong. They're always wrong because he's been around forever and knows better.
So who are some of your favorite villains that you've written?
Of the ones I created, things like Deathstroke, certainly. I love he was the character that had a family. He had lots of things going for him and didn't see himself as a villain. He sees himself as a mercenary. And that's truly what he is. He's not a villain per se. He never would have gotten involved with the Teen Titans if he didn't find himself in a situation to rescue his son, to finish what his son's job was. So he became this against his own will, which to me makes that interesting, that he doesn't want to be this, but he has no way out. So you have this incredible, strong character who can't get the strength to break free from what he's been pushed into. Black Cat I loved. I'm trying to remember them all. I did... I'm sorry, it's hard for me to remember all the characters. I redid Luther, helped recreate the Luther thing into a business person. Bullseye, so many others, but I just can't think of them all at the moment.
So our next hour, we're going to be talking about how to find and work with an artist. And there's no, there are few comparable long-term pairings of success than you and George Perez. Like, you guys worked on so many amazing projects together. I would love to know what you think makes for a good artist-writer relationship and how you can maintain it for as long as you and George have. Because I just saw you a couple of years ago, you and him at a panel together, and you talk so fondly of him still so many years later.
George is great. One of the things is you have to actually, I think, understand the other people. It can't be an ego thing. Comics, unless you're the writer and artist, you're working with other people. And the attitude that George and I had right from day one, and we didn't put it into words, but it's just what happened, is we never had an argument the entire time we were on Teen Titans or Crisis. The attitude was, if one of us disagreed with something, we wouldn't try to argue a point. We create a new one. We'd go someplace else that we both like. It's not worth causing fights over a story. Come up with something better. And that always happened. So we didn't have to ever argue with each other, because if we didn't think something worked, we'd find a different solution. We'd find one that worked better, and invariably it did work better. Secondly, I did start as an artist. I went to High School of Art Design, as I said. I taught junior high school art in New York. I have a teaching license for that. I know how hard that is. I can write a lot of stories in a month. An artist could probably maybe draw one, because their work is so intensive. You cannot just assume that an artist exists to tell your story. An artist is there to work and create a story between the two of you. And if you both get on the bandwagon together, you're going to create better material. One of the things that I always did with an artist when I started with them is ask them what they like to draw. I wanted to know what they preferred, and then work that into a story. Take what they like and make it important to the story itself, because that makes them want to work more. That makes them a part of the storyline rather than someone who's just mindlessly following directions. Yeah. Artists can find a better way of telling the story visually than you can, or the writer can, because they see things visually, and they will tell a great story. And I've been very lucky. I've worked with a lot of very good artists, George and Gene Colan and Kurt Swan and Gil Kane and John Buscema and all of those guys. They can take the best scene that I can see and improve on it. And if you realize that, it is a joint effort. Everything is a joint effort in comics. And it's not, I'm telling you what to draw because I know better. You don't. And get off that. Fortunately, in the case of George and me, George, we had received a lot of acclaim prior to us getting together. I did on Tomb of Dracula, won all sorts of awards. George did on The Avengers. We had nothing to prove. So we just wanted to tell fun stories. We came in there trying to tell the story that we would love to do with the Titans. And it wasn't about, well, now I'm going to be the big hero. No. We just wanted to tell good stories because we already got the acclaim. We didn't need that anymore.
Love that answer.
Age.
All right, we think we have time for one or two more questions. Neo, do you want to take this one?
Sure. What would you do if you had created a secondary character that became very, very great? So great that it actually could become the main character, but that wasn't part of your plan.
You mean like Blade?
Yeah, I think that is kind of what Elavar is asking. Like, what happens when you create a character and suddenly that character who was supposed to be a bit character develops a life of their own, and you want to expand the story, or you have a whole story that they could be part of?
Well, it depends how you're dealing with this material. For instance, let's take Terror from the Teen Titans storyline. She became a huge hit. The fans really loved her. It would have been very, very easy for George and me to, spoiler warning, say that she was not a villain. But we didn't, because that would have killed the story. That would have killed the character if we had said that she could be redeemed. No, she was insane. So sometimes you go with your initial concept. This is the story I'm telling. You don't get off that. Character like Deathstroke or like Blade, both of whom became bigger than almost anything else. I mean, Blade was the first Marvel movie and the first comic book movie that did that well since Superman and Batman. So you go with the character. In the case of Blade, I recognized that the character was better than we thought he would be. And I actually took him out of the Tomb of Dracula comic for about 8 months while I redid him. I rethought him. I figured out how to make him last as a long-term character as opposed to a shorter-term character. So,
can you talk a little bit about that process, how you remade a minor character to be a major character?
Figuring out, first of all, the dialogue. The dialogue was a little bit corny and cliched in the beginning. He was more of a standard type of character, a standard Marvel character. And as he became better, I started to, again, give him some more undercurrent and more layers to him, and started to write him a little bit more realistically. I got rid of a lot of the Marvel cliches of action and, you know, the type of dialogue that one did in the Marvel comics with the superhero stuff, and just made it a straightforward character as opposed to all the funny lines and all of that Marvel loved doing, and I love doing in Spider-Man and such, but it didn't belong there. So it was retooling the character because he was better than I thought he was going to be. And I was very happy that it was.
Awesome. Neo, we've got time for one more question. So I'm going to leave it to you. There are no more questions in the chat. But what is the one you want to go out on?
Oh, okay. Well, what's the one thing you haven't got to write that you always wanted to write?
Comic book wise?
Or whatever, anything. So.
Well, comic wise, you won't believe it, but I would love to have done a Popeye story. He's one of the few. Really? He's one of the few characters that I've never written that I really loved. The Fleischer cartoons and the original comic strip. I just love those. In comics, all sorts of characters, but I've written pretty much everything I've ever wanted. I love the Disney stuff and got a chance to write DuckTales and Mickey Mouse and stuff. Strangely enough, those have some of the tightest plots I've ever done.
Wow.
Because of the way they have to be, the way they function, really, really solid plots. And I don't say that a lot about myself, but those particular ones did. Yeah.
So the one thing you never got to write was Popeye, of all the things you've ever written.
I got to do a Daffy Duck story. I didn't get to do a Bugs Bunny, but I got to do Daffy Duck, and I always prefer Daffy Duck anyway.
Awesome. Well, Marv, it's coming to the end of our time together. I can't believe it's already been an hour.
It feels like 15 minutes.
I know, right? I would like a couple of things before we get out of here. The first is, you've had a long and storied career and so much amazing stuff. But if you could point people back to one piece that you're maybe not most proud of, but you think best defines sort of either your career or your writing style, what would you bring them back to? Because you've had such a long career, I'll let you give like 2 or 3 if you want to. But I know you just had that Man and Superman, Crisis of Infinite Earths. You had the Teen Titans games that I have and love. So that first, and then where we can find you online, and then one last parting piece of advice for the people.
Okay. You can find me online on Facebook, just Marv Wolfman. and Twitter, same. I haven't upgraded my website, so unless you want to read stuff that I wrote a whole bunch of years ago, markwolfman.com has to be renewed at some point, but my software doesn't work anymore.
Well, you have some lovely pictures of publicity pictures of you on vacation on there too, which is
yeah,
nice.
but I can't change any. I want to edit those things out, and I can't do that. In terms of storylines, you mentioned two of them. I really love Man and Superman. To me, that's the best Superman story I've ever done, and maybe one of the best general comics that I've ever done. The characters all worked. Again, it's a story without action. Really, there's very little action in that one. It's all a character-driven story. The Games graphic novel I'm very proud of. In terms of Titans, regular issues, obviously everyone thinks of the Judas Contract and all of that, but one of my all-time favorites is the Pretty Girl is Like a Melody. It's issue 17 or 18, I forget which. I really like that story a lot. But there are a lot of others too. And some Dracula stories really did it for me because I was learning how to write with Dracula, and some of them just came together so perfectly.
Are there any that you remember specifically?
I wish I could remember the name. I have the artwork actually on the wall. It was the Marriage of Dracula issue, but I don't remember what issue number it is. And it featured this. What I really loved was the creepy concept. I don't know where it came from, but a guy who was seeking revenge against. He's dead. He was, and all of his face was removed, and he's stealing eyes from one person and a nose from another and a mouth from another, and it was creepy as hell. And that was all within the Marriage of Dracula. So I really like that one. There's some Spider-Man stuff that I really thought worked, that I liked an awful lot. All different things. Depends on what they're for.
Wonderful. And again, just like I'm going to give you a couple of pieces of advice because you've just had such a long and storied career, but you can take that any way, either advice you would give your former self, advice you give a lot, advice you haven't given a lot, but you think is really valuable. What would you like people to leave this interview with?
I think the comment that I made a little bit ago, when you're working in comics, this is a team effort. Don't think you're the only person worth doing it. If you want to get into comics, work with other people, listen to other people. You may not agree, but you may pick up one bit of information that somebody says. All the rest may be useless, but listen to the way other people talk and the advice they give. I was having a lot of problems in my early days of comics. I was not getting a lot of work at all. And a fellow writer, I don't know if he was being helpful or if he was being, pointing out why I wasn't getting it. But essentially, he said I didn't know how to write characters. Now, this is early on. And I could have taken that so many different ways. And what happened was I went, well, he's getting work. I'm not getting work. I don't understand what he's saying, but let me investigate this. And I spent a year teaching myself how to write characters, and he was absolutely right. I was not writing real people. I was writing characters who spoke dialogue, and it sounded well, it sounded good, all of that, but they weren't real people. And as I say, I don't know why he said that, whether he was trying to help me or just say, "Yeah, you'll never be any good." I don't know. We're friends, by the way. We're still because to me, he told me the thing I needed most to make my career work and to make my ability work. When no editor did, he told me what was wrong with my stuff. And to me to decide to listen or not. Most people would have said, screw you, what do you know? What do you don't tell me what I'm doing, because you love what you do. You absolutely love what you do. I didn't, I took the advice and just, as I say, spent a year teaching myself how to write character.
One of the things I appreciate so much about you, Marv, is it wasn't just at the beginning of your career, but you were always still talking to people, figuring out what is new, how you can improve your writing, your career, like everything. You seem to learn from everyone, even after 50 years, and I really appreciate that about you and your work as a creator.
Yeah, here I am sitting here, and what's on my desk? This by Tom King, this by Jeff Johns. Because I take a look at all of their stuff. These are the hot guys today. They're very good. They're hot because they're good. And if you don't look at what other people are doing and try to figure out why they're doing it and what makes it good, you're going to be writing the same thing endlessly. You have to open yourself up to other viewpoints. If you don't, you're dead. You're creatively dead. So I look at this. I will go, God, I need a line of dialogue. Now, I'm not going to take anything here because the story doesn't work. Oh, I see how he wrote that line. It's a twist. Oh, yeah, good. And then I'll try something like that. You have to do it because you're certified as a writer.
I love it. Well, any parting thoughts before we say goodbye to Marv, Neo?
I know. Marv is so awesome to always talk with. So, and I love your modesty and that you act a lot of times like you're like, I'm no big deal, and you're like, you're Marv Wolfman. You're like, oh yeah, right. You have to remind Marv that he's famous all the time.
Problems for 5 years to ever grow an ego,
right. Well, that there's just no ego with Marv, and it's all just genuine excitement and love for this whole genre and this whole.
I appreciate
it. So thank you so much for being on with us, Marv.
Yes,
this is great questions.
And now we're going to have to say goodbye to Marv.
Cool.
Bye, Marv.
Bye, Marv.
Great seeing you. All right. And we already have the next two people ready under here, Tony and Lee. Before we bring them on, is there anything? Every time I talk to Marv, it's like I learn so much, even if it's something that he's told me before, just hearing it again, it just like reinforces and like reinvigorates me to go and like start writing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think the big thing I learned from Marv really is that willingness to like listen to what other people say and to like, look at other point of views and such, and don't just get, like so streamlined into your own thought process of writing. Because I mean, there've been times I've been chatting with Marv just casually, and I'm talking about like a way I wrote something, and I'm like, oh, what am I even telling you this for? You know everything. And he's like, no, keep going. I want to hear that. And then it's just like, okay, So that reminds me to like to be open to listening to what everybody thinks, even people who maybe are a few pegs down on the ladder or something. So I just love Marv's modesty and his genuine excitement. So.
Absolutely. And I think when he told me that he never had an argument with George for over a decade, it really opened, because like you sort of like hear all of these like, writer and artist butts heads, and that's how it works. But to hear him just say, no, if we'd had a problem, we just like found another way. We found a third way, and we figured it out. And like, if Marv Wolfman at the literal top of maybe not his game, but I mean, his popularity, possibly like Crisis of Infinite Earths and Teen Titans, like blowing through sales numbers back in the 80s. And if they both could have no ego, and if they both could find another way, like I think literally anybody can. And I really appreciate also what he was talking about how to find an artist, which is our next topic. Next topic is how to find and work with an artist. I'm going to bring on my good friends Tony and Lee, both of which I pretty much met at conventions, and so this is going to be like a I haven't talked to them since for over a year. So, and then we're going to say goodbye to Neo, and he's going to go back, and then we're going to do our panel, and Neo's going to then come back and do our editing panel.
Yay!
So let's bring Lee and Tony on. Hi, guys.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys.
Hi. Bye, Neil.
Triple says
hi.
Bye.
See you guys.
All right, guys. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Lee.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
What's up, Tony?
Before we get started talking about finding artists and working with artists, I would love for you guys to just introduce yourself first. We'll start with Lee, and we'll go to Tony, and then we'll get started. And this is the time, guys. This is the time to ask the questions, because you now have two top artists answering all of your questions about finding, working with artists. We'll also take other questions about general art questions, probably, because it's relevant. But anything that you want to know about sort of the art stage. So now we're past the scripting stage, and we're at the art stage of making a comic. And Lee, go for it.
So, hi, I'm Lee Cozy. I'm a freelance artist in the entertainment industry. Most people know me from what I do for Star Wars. I do a lot of work, like artwork that hangs in like the Disney parks and stuff like that. So I do the artwork that's in the art galleries for Star Wars in particular. But so that's what most people publicly know me for. But one of the things that I do a lot professionally is I also do a lot of the artwork that appears on things like packaging. So you'll find toys and books and stuff like that that I do a lot of the artwork for. But and then kind of the thing that's I have most fun with is I actually do a lot of pitch art and development art for movies and television shows that may or may not ever get picked up for development. So like a producer or somebody will come to me and say, hey, we want you to do we want to do, like, a good example is artwork's on my website. We had somebody came up and said, yeah, we're pitching a new Exorcist movie. And so we need to come up with new visuals for what the Exorcist movie might look like. And so I would create stuff like that. So for the movie pitches, and then hopefully they get picked up. So
awesome.
That's a lot of the stuff I do.
Awesome. How about you, Tony?
Oh wow. I'm new to comics art. Just in the past, I guess I started drawing comics after the age of 50. I've been, the formative experience in my life was I was a chef. I was a cook. I cooked on the line for a lot of years, and I was a chef for a lot of years. And what I know, some of the things I know about creative work, I learned working on the line with fire and knives and all that stuff. I worked in advertising for a bunch of years as a buyer of art. I was an art director, and I worked at a place called J. Walter Thompson for a guy named James Patterson, who now writes all those books. He's the world's #1 selling author. I don't necessarily endorse his books or say they're good, but he was an amazing mentor, an amazing writing mentor. So for 30 years, I've been a screenwriter. That's been my main gig. And I've written, in that 30 years, I've written 30 studio pictures. I've only had one made, and that was the spec I wrote. I wrote one early on in my career just on pure spec, and that sold. And I got this really nice career out of having written that. It became that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Eraser. But I've been writing since then for film and TV. That's my moneymaker. But about 15 years ago, my ex-wife and I wanted to sell a graphic novel. So, and we'll talk about it in this panel. We searched and searched and searched for artists. We couldn't quite find somebody who was the right combination of price and availability and could do our science fiction world. So I ended up having to teach myself how to draw the comic. So I did. So that's why I'm here on this panel, is because I know Russell from the comics conventions where I'm selling my book. So that's me.
Yeah.
And by the way, Marv Wolfman is the greatest. He is just the absolute greatest, the loveliest guy you'll ever meet in this whole business. I love it. That's all.
It's absolutely true. And that is a bananas story. Like, Walter was on earlier, and he also taught himself art. And I'm so jealous of, like, writers and human beings that, like, have that just, like, one day are like, I think I'm going to learn to, like, be a professional artist now. And then they just, like, do it.
What do they say? Necessity is the mother of invention. Sometimes you have to. You have to.
So how did you I gotta ask, like, how did you go about this? Because I know there's a lot of people who may be having the same thought. Like I would love to know how you went from, like, I'm not much of an artist to, like, you have a book at Dark Horse. Like, those, it's not like you're just making your own indie book. Like, you got that book into one of, like, the biggest publishers, and it became quite popular.
Thank you. You know, my main advice would be, and by that I mean I sort of lucked into some of those things. Yes, necessity was the mother of invention. We had to have me draw this book because we couldn't afford to hire an artist, and we couldn't, and it was going to be 200 pages worth of drawing, 200 pages worth of story. So I had to do that, but it was a lot of, it's just like learning anything else. I wasn't at first a cook either. I peeled onions for a year. I peeled onions and peeled carrots for a year, but you learn. I learned to draw comics by tracing other people's work. I was a comics fan as a kid, and I knew Jack. I'm old enough. I'm 62. I knew Jack Kirby when I was a kid. I used to hang out at those New York City Comic Cons, and he was sort of a mentor to a whole bunch of snot-nosed little kids like me. So I always loved comics, and I ended up tracing Kirby and tracing Neil Adams and tracing stuff. This is, back in the day. So I thought I could do it. So I started tracing more, and I started drawing stick figures. I got a light box, and I got some tracing paper, and I traced my own bad drawings over and over until they got better. So there was some of that. I read some books about it. I read stuff online. I read a book by there used to be a magazine called Draw by Danny Fingeroth. He was edited. He had some good lessons in there too. So I learned.
Every time someone tells me this story, I am stupefied at just the ability to be like, well, I'm now going to be an artist. And then 5 years later, they have done the work to do that thing. Leah's a little bit different story, I know. So you went from sort of building your own company. You had Bloodfire Studio to do your own work and do all of the, and Kindergoth and a lot of stuff to sort of, then you went and you became a publisher. You went from you and Dennis went from having your own stories, coming up to other stories. So I'd love for you to talk a little about what you look for in art that is saleable.
You missed a step. Is when I was in high school, somebody told me I drew just a little tiny head, and if every time I tried to draw the eyes looked horrible. So I just left a hollow where the eyes would be, where no pupils, basically. And somebody looked at that and said, "Oh, you draw like Jim Lee," and I punched him. And then my other friend on the other side leans over. He's like, "That was a compliment, dumbass." And so then I went to a comic book store, and this is in high school, so I was a late bloomer when it came to comics. And I went to a comic book store, and I picked up, I said, I need to find books by this guy named Jim Lee. And they said, here you go. Here's some X-Men stuff. And I picked up, I think it was X-Men 275. And I just absolutely fell in love with it. And the art was gorgeous, and the writing was amazing. And so I went back and I, then bought everything I could that he and Chris Claremont had worked on and whatnot. But anyway, so I started out in the comic books really late. And then I started saving all the money that I didn't use for lunch. Because my mom would give me $1 or something, $2 for lunch money every day, and I pocketed it instead of using it. And then after high school, or actually I think I was 16, 17, I actually started working in a comic book store. I volunteered to work for comic books because I had no money. I was saving it. And then when I got out of high school, my first job out of high school was I opened my own comic book store.
Whoa!
And so and that failed miserably because an 18-year-old kid trying to do his own business and stuff, not knowing about taxes, not knowing, but I had to learn the distribution system. I had to learn how to deal with publishers. I had to learn how to deal with Diamond. And back in the day, we also had Capital City and a couple others, but I just used Diamond and Capital pretty much. But so yeah, so I learned about that end of comics. So I started as a fan, then I worked into retailer, and then I got a feel for the distribution. And then because I couldn't do that, I joined the Marine Corps. And while I was in the Marine Corps, I was still doodling and drawing comics for fun. And then as I was coming to the end of my Marine Corps career, I met my friend Dennis. And he and I started working for an independent company. And just said, well, let's make our own comics. And then at one point, they told us, we kept drawing their books. So the writer was also the publisher. And he would only publish stuff he wrote. And so it was one of those things where, well, we have ideas too we'd like to publish. And he's like, nah, the only way you're ever going to see that published is if you make your own company and do it yourself. And Dennis and I looked at each other and said, that's a good idea. And so we went and created Bloodfire Studios. And so then I became a publisher, and he and I did our own thing for, I think it was about 6-7 years, just doing our own books. And then after Kindergoth broke, and Kindergoth just took off and became a huge hit for an indie comic, we actually started bringing in other creative teams, and we started publishing their stuff. And yeah, so it was, and then we started developing stuff for film and television. That's actually kind of how I started breaking into the that side of the movie industry, dealing with producers and stuff. But so yeah, there's like this whole, you can trail the whole thing back to me punching a kid because he said I do like Jim Lee.
Yeah, it's a direct line from a punch to now like where you are now.
It's like, I forgot that kid's name, but thank you very much for complimenting my artwork, and I apologize profusely for popping you.
So what did you learn about like finding an artist? Like, so you've got a script now, and you're on the precipice of you've got some cash, you're ready to go and like do your first issue. For both of you, like, what should somebody look for first and foremost when it comes to finding an artist for their project?
A budget. I'm sorry, what was that, Tony?
I said, you're not wrong. Go ahead. Tell more. Yes.
Yeah, it's literally every time we worked trying to put together creative teams, it always came down to budget. And the one time I was told, do what you want, I put together the creative team for Speed Racer, Circle of Vengeance comic books. And so we brought in Robbie Musso, who of course worked on a previous iteration of Speed Racer for IDW. The sales on that weren't really good, but we kind of looked at it and said, well, the story wasn't really in line with Speed Racer. And that's why we thought the story didn't do well. But his art was really good, and he was really well known on Transformers, also for IDW. So we're like, you know what, let's bring him on. And I've known him for years for other projects. So we talked to him. And then we're like, okay, now we need an amazing writer for this as well. And I actually was fortunate enough to be friends with a gentleman named Tommy Yoon, who's actually my boss technically on that. So he's the creative director of Robotech. But back when he worked for DC Comics, he wrote Speed Racer. And Speed Racer and Robotech were both owned by Tetsunoko Animation. So it was one of those things where he's like, well, yeah, I have, Tetsuya Ishida's notes on Mach Go Go Go, which was the original Japanese version. And so we're like, will you come and write the books with us? And so we brought him on. And then we also hired Len Wein as our editor-in-chief.
Yeah, well, let's say that we don't have a Len Wein budget. Like, we're all independent creators. So, like,
the one time I got, like, the point I was getting at was the one time they said, yeah, budget's not a concern. I was able to bring in like Len Wein.
Oh, cool. Yeah, but budget's a concern.
Of everything. So budget's a huge concern.
Yes, budget's a huge concern, Tony. I know you have like PowerPoints and slides about like what you look for in an artist. So, like,
yes, but I storytelling. I wanted to leave them aside because I could, there's like 5 points that I could just discuss. I'll leave them. But number one, because since doing our book, Concrete Park, weirdly, I've become this kind of conduit where a lot of people come to me. I'll meet people at cons or whatever. They'll say, "Can you help me find an artist?" And I'll do here's some of the weird channels through which I've helped people find artists. Through DeviantArt, which is, I always looked down on DeviantArt because I thought it was like full of crayon drawings. Like there were a lot of non-pros and non-serious people. But it's like panning for gold. You sift all your mud out and everything, and every now and then on DeviantArt, you come up with somebody who's really great. Now you've got to ask there are some basic criteria. You don't want to just see a pretty picture on DeviantArt or anywhere else. You want to see a person's storytelling work. You want to see, can they tell a story? Because I don't care if people draw with stick figures. This is the kind of stuff I preach about when I teach writing or something. I always take a little side thing into comics. I don't care if they're stick figures. I don't care if it's ugly. If the person can tell a story, that's what's most important to me. First of all, one of your earlier panels, Russell, you were talking about making people turn the pages, the page turn. That's incredibly important, and a lot of people don't get that. But when you see somebody who does, whoa, already you're ahead of the game, even if they're drawing stick figures. Because as
far as the storytelling aspect, it's like you've got to find somebody who can not only tell the story. One of the easiest way for us to do that is I'll actually ask people, it's like, send me your book or send me your pages without the dialogue. And to be able to sit there and flip through and visually, can they tell a story without any words? Then, that's good storytelling. The other thing is, like, when you get to page turning, it's also that whole thing, like at the bottom, at the lower left-hand corner of every even page, or lower right-hand corner, I should say, of every even page, is there something in there that sort of leaves you hanging? You have to turn that page. And so that's when you get the page turn, you can bait people that way. When people can inherently structure it that way naturally, that's the person I want to hire. I specifically look for people who are better than me when I try to hire artists, by the way.
Wouldn't that be nice? Because everybody's better than me, so that's great. That's how that goes. Also, you know, I have a sort of a hierarchy of things I'm looking for. But does the person have something original to say with their work? Because there's a million people who copy XYZ, who's ever hot right now, and you can see it. But I don't care about that stuff. I've hired people who were right out of art school, and they had all those art school affectations of quirkiness and everything, and yet they could tell a story. And you turn the pages and you look and say, oh, this person's different. Different is good. You know, different. I don't want another XYZ fill in the blank. I want somebody who's got something new to say. And when you see it, you know it, and you're so happy, and you wish then they could tell the story. You hope they can learn that. So that's something else to look for.
Yeah, and also the industry is really full of artists who clone people. And so, like, you know, like I've received several job offers from editors at some of the big companies like Marvel and DC that have said, we want you to draw like XYZ artist, you know, but it's like, but I don't really like XYZ artists. Like I'm that style doesn't speak to me or doesn't move me or anything. So I would always tell them no. Later on, though, I did learn that, you know, you got artists like Dan Panosian is one of my favorite artists right now. But he was actually a Extreme Studios kind of Rob Liefeld clone, Awesome Studio stuff way back in the day. So he actually, I think, started out on X-Force doing fill-ins and backgrounds and stuff for Rob. But he was specifically hired to copy Rob. Dan Panosian has since broken away from that clone. So he used I Can Draw Like Rob Liefeld as a way to get in, and he filled a niche. And then the moment he was given some room to run with it, he just expanded. And if you haven't seen his Conan stuff, I mean, it's like, I long for the day when I can have a budget and I want to work with Dan Panosian on something. Like, I love his art.
He draws feet, right? Unlike Rob Liefeld, he draws feet.
Yes.
So one of the things that I know about working for artists is a lot of people hire artists based on the pinups that they do, and they don't actually look for them to do sequential art. So I'm really, can you talk a little bit about the difference of doing a pinup versus doing a page of sequential art?
Yes. You know, sequential art is hard. I mean, here you asked the question about how I got into this after not having been an artist, but rather being a writer. One of the skill sets I have in my back pocket, I hope, is I can tell a story. I understand certain basic things like suspense, or you know, the idea that most pages, you know, if you're opening that spread, it's nice somewhere at the beginning of the spread to have an establishing shot and just tell me where the hell I am. Those were some simple storytelling things I knew from years ago. But I'll see people who don't have some of those basic things. They don't teach it a lot in schools or something. You know, you'll see people who can draw great pinups, and there's these great, you know, and people who can draw great muscles. I'm at the age where I'm so tired of, obviously, I'm so tired of people who can draw muscles. That's you know, that's a teeny skill point in a bigger palette of the many skills that draw comics. But I want to see, can they pace the story? Are there enough wide shots? Are there headshots where it's appropriate? One of the graphics I prepared for you was, do people know how to manipulate space so there's room for the word balloons? Because it's a very underappreciated skill that in sequential art, you could fill up your panel with a panel could be a pinup, sure. But sometimes a panel is just Robin and Batman's heads with plenty of room for word balloons. And that's
a lot of dialogue space.
So there's that. Yeah, dialogue space if necessary. You're exactly right, Lee, to say looking at in effect at the story with the sound off is a great test for can they tell the story. But also they are working. Writers and artists have to work together. As Mark Wolfman said, you got, you know, it's like this. You're linked. So there's got to be that room just to tell that story. That's another thing.
Definitely, and it's also. I guess kind of one of the things that I learned was at least from my personal experience, it seems like writers may not be the strongest artists, but they have the best storytelling ability of artists. I would almost rather hire an artist who was a strong writer. So like somebody like Tony, basically what it comes down to is they know how to tell a story in words, and they know how to describe it in a way that, like when you get a good script, like working with Len, there was nothing better than watching Len's brain watching his synapses just go crazy as he was like, ooh, 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 and what's the power source going to be? A potato. He would just come up with weird stuff sometimes on some of the stuff we were writing. But it was fun watching this because he could write in a way where he could describe something visually. I discovered while working with Len that he was actually an artist originally, and he was trying to get a job as an artist. And that was when Marvel was kind of like, Marvel and DC were kind of like, no, you're much better as a writer than an artist. And, we have Dave Cochran and Jack Kirby and these guys, they'll do your stuff. And so it was just kind of, it was really interesting to work with him. But yeah, he was a really good writer. He was also a strong artist. He could tell stories and he could thumbnail and do stuff. And he could do that because as a writer, he could describe what he was seeing in a way that anybody reading it could visualize it. And so you learn that fine art of, the establishing shot. Where are you? Okay, cool. Body language, and those are all things you can kind of Google and learn rather quickly. And I love Tony's example of drawing his picture and then putting tracing paper or light box over it, and then drawing it again and trying to fix all the errors. And iterations like that is how you get better. So that's actually, I'm probably going to give that as an example to some of the people I teach now.
Awesome. So there's a question. We should probably go back and answer a fundamental question that Teresa asked, which is the difference between a pinup and sequential art. And Lee, you just happen to have two really great examples right behind you, one on top of the other, of what a pinup is and what a sequential piece of sequential art is.
Oh, the Boba Fett and
yeah. So could you explain each one really quickly?
Okay, so what's funny is technically that's also sequential art in a way. So this is a single panel story. So think of it as like a Far Side comic or something like that. It's narrative art is kind of what you're doing. Pinup art has almost no narrative to it. It'll usually just be an image. It's a collection of cool things that represent something that might entertain somebody enough that they would buy it. And that's what your cover is for. Or that's what actually a lot of people use that on their cover. My preference is to do stuff more like this, the Boba or the Obi-Wan here fighting the Tusken Raiders, because that's the kind of stuff that actually tells a story. Because you start looking at it and you're like, why is, in this one panel, why is Obi-Wan fighting? And it's like, well, he's on Tatooine. Well, what was his job on Tatooine? Protecting Luke. So there's this whole narrative as to why he's in the situation he's in. And you're trying to capture that in one frame. Now, sequential art is the idea of narrative art in sequence. And that's actually what these pages here are, is these are pages from a comic book I'm working on called Nocturnity. And so it's actually a fully painted comic book. And it's taking me forever to work on it. It's good. Yeah, most people tell me I'm insane when I tell them I'm working on that.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it is a fully painted 66-page graphic novel. But yeah, it's like you have this whole thing where, it's like, what's the introduction to the characters and stuff like that. So there's actually a picture behind me here. So let me pop this one off the wall. So the idea is, remember, we were talking the whole thing about telling a story with no dialogue. So here we have, his body language. He's shocked. He's surprised. Ooh, what happened? And, he's surrounded by all these creepy statues and stuff. Then we do a zoom in on one of the creepy statues. So this is kind of our establishing shot with the character who's somewhat shocked. Zoom in on the creepy statue, and he's got this, what the hell kind of look in his face. And then you don't want every panel to be, you want to keep the artwork visually interesting. So you don't want to have just, I've got 3 headshots here. So I don't want another headshot there, even though there's dialogue and inner monologue and stuff going on here. So I go to a thing where, he's wandering towards the door. Well, I've already shown him from the back. So I want to show him from a different angle that shows him walking towards this open door. And he's choking, and then, he's got his eyes closed. But then he opens his eyes, and what does he see? Bam. He sees this giant city that's underground. And there's just massive battle happening, and there's these weird kind of reptilian, demon-looking creatures that are running around. And he's, just kind of like, oh, hey, that's your introduction to the character. The guy's ripping the throat out of some special forces guy. And then he looks at him. He's got blood and gore dripping off of him. He's like, and the guy's just like, hey, and he doesn't attack him. So suddenly he's getting, he's getting an idea of, maybe what's good or bad isn't what you think in this world. And so you have to try and tell that visually with no dialogue. And, but yeah, so that's the idea. So there is this whole narrative thing going on here. And that's just a pretty picture of Boba Fett. So that's the difference. So much going on in this picture of Boba Fett.
Right. And just because someone can do one really well does not mean they can do both really well. Right, Tony?
True.
Sorry. I was going to say that's kind of what I was getting into with the hand and stuff like that was kind of what Tony was talking to, is leading the eye. So right.
Leading the eye is an important skill. And somebody who can do something once, that's nice. But show me how you can do it over time. Another one of the notes I was going to have for you on screen, but I'll just say it, is I'm looking for, can somebody do something relatively well consistently? Can they take the characters and keep them on model? Does everybody know what I mean by that, on model? In other words, if you've got an independent book, Russell, you know this, you're trying, this is your trademark and your copyright. I heard you discussing that issue earlier also. So Batman has to look like Batman from panel to panel to panel to panel. And when Batman's angry, when Batman's kissing, Talia al Ghul or whoever, whatever it is, Batman's got to look like Batman. And especially when you've got a new and an indie book and nobody knows your characters and you haven't trademarked them as such like that, you want each iteration of them to be on model. So that's another skill I'm looking for that you can't just tell from a pinup. Somebody could have spent a week doing that pinup to look just so, but show me that over 22 pages. Show me that over 100 pages. Can you do that? So, you're looking for people with some kind of book, some kind of portfolio of sequential art.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's also very easy to hide your flaws in pinups. Like some people are very bad at doing certain kinds they're very good at drawing one specific character 100 different times.
Wolverine.
Right.
There was a time in the 90s. This is one of the reasons I didn't draw comics earlier, because so many 90s comics turned me off with this. Everything looked like that. And I thought there's got to be a world beyond that. And so I heard, by the way, Tommiotti today was saying that he buys every issue of anything by the Hernandez brothers. Me too. And they offered me a way, like a model, a way out of 90s comics. Like, their stuff was so different from that. And I said, well, I can't do this, but I can ape Love and Rockets. And so that's what I did.
Awesome. We have a couple of questions in here. Let us go for how much art direction should someone you could talk about personally or a general rule, how much art direction should we be thinking about putting in our script for the artist? Tony?
Yeah, let Tony start that one.
Every project's different. I've worked on a couple of different projects now. The book I did with my ex-wife, Concrete Park, we had a lot of art direction in the script. We both collaborated on the script, and we both say, and there's a building in the background, and it looks like this. Not like a George Lucas building, but like a building from science fiction. So we actually worked with quite a lot of art direction. I've also seen people who were scriptwriters that you could work with who were of the mind, no, the artist is there partly you hired the artist to see that building, to see that spaceship, to see that pretty girl in an unusual costume. They don't want to guide you. It's partly theater of the mind. You read the thing. The guy looks at the spaceship. It's an outrageous spaceship. Okay. And then the artist is supposed to draw that. So I wouldn't say there's any one general rule of thumb. I think every book and every project's got to be a little different, doesn't it?
How about you? Lee?
For me, I'll generally I like art direction as far as something like the Batmobile. The Batmobile is very specific as to what it is, and also a lot of times writers, really smart writers, will actually hire an artist to actually do a style guide. If they're really, really nitpicky as far as how they want things to look, they will hire an artist. Joel Adams is probably one of the best style guide artists I know out there. He did a bunch of stuff. He did the King of the Hill character designs, but he also did a lot of stuff for Marvel Animation in the 90s. But they'll hire somebody like him to actually create turnarounds and like what all the characters should look like, so you have that trademark consistency like we were talking about with Batman. And so if you're that nitpicky about what everything has to look like because it's critical to the story, or in the case of something like Disney or or Warner Brothers or DC, where it's critical to the license, trademark, the toys you're going to make, type stuff like that. So they tend, so things like that, you have to be really heavy on the art direction. If you're just an independent writer who's trying to come up with something and you don't really, and even if you have a very definitive thing, write something up, give it to an artist, see what he can come up with. And but you also, again, it's like I'm very much of the mind where you keep the art direction at a minimum unless it affects the story. Batmobile is relevant to the story. The Mach 5 is relevant to the story because they have saw blades come out, jump jacks, the auto jacks come out, things like that. There's wings. There's all kinds of stuff that's very critical to the story, so they have to look a certain way. If it doesn't have to look a certain way, let the artist do what the hell he wants. If it's not critical to the story, leave the artist alone. Let him do his thing. You hired him because you liked his stuff.
Yeah. And he'll often surprise you with something that, you never could have art directed on the page, on the script.
Well, I'm going to give you my process for this because it's my show and I can. Is I want to give as much art direction as somebody needs to understand the story, but give them enough latitude that they can become invested in it. One of the most important things for me when hiring an artist is how can I make this artist invested in the story? Because a good artist always has other projects to do. Your project, especially if you're an indie, will almost always pay less than like a big story, a big place. And so if I want them to move up, if I want to move up on their list of projects they can work on, the pretty much only tool that I have is getting them invested in the story so much that like they can't wait to come back to it. And so there is a minimum amount that I try and write into a script, and especially in the first issue, or when something brand new comes up, or if something is very relevant in future issues that they must put in, otherwise it won't make sense. But otherwise, I really try to be as vague as I can, while still conveying the emotion that the character should be evoking. So I tend to also write much more dialogue heavy stuff when I'm writing the script, because then it gets the emotion right, and then I can cut all of that stuff out and like have them have one word. But art direction, I really it's very important to me that the artist is invested in it. Otherwise, the chance of them finishing it or working with me in the long term or finishing it in a timely manner is vastly diminished.
I have an example of art direction I got on a book cover I did for Russell.
Yeah.
And I did the book cover for a book called The Vessel for Russell. And it was interesting because I had this idea I wanted to do. But then he came back and said, no. It's like everybody's kind of like, there's this very kind of like, it's this, everybody's living in kind of like this domed, and the city has concentric rings and stuff like that. And so I had designed a bunch of stuff for the city. And then he came back and was like, well, okay, the city's divided up this way. And so there were like, I believe it was 9 concentric rings kind of things within the vessel. And each ring had its own thing. Like this was a mountainous region. And then this ring was like where all the farms and the dairies and stuff were. And then this ring was where the big city was. And so from that, I was able to make like these various concentric domes and stuff. And so I, ended up visually creating this. I had to create it I did it digitally because like the art direction was very, very specific. And then also the people, and he always described everything as kind of a gray and drab landscape. And then of course also the people, because in the future, everybody was so racially mixed. We didn't have black or white, everybody was kind of like this gray, almost like I don't want to say dull, but very mixed tone. You didn't have
like me,
Scandinavians or Tony, so it very much, actually, yeah, very, very much more along the lines of Tony, maybe a little less reddish.
Yeah. Red lobster, it's great.
Yeah, but that's my setting is I have this and lobster. So, but Scandinavians are allergic to the sun. And it was just really funny because as I was doing this, the thing I had to add to that picture for the cover was because I now have this really cool city in a glass dome, but everything's gray. And then the people are gray. And then their robes are kind of dull and gray. And I was like, everything's really desaturated. So I started throwing purple in. And I did that because I'm thinking from the standpoint of, if this book is sitting on a shelf, I have this giant gray void next to all these brightly colored everything else. So
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. I just knocked over the books. I'm Italian at heart. But anyway, so the art direction was essentially you got your I did all the let me try to plug that in. Sorry, I unplugged my camera. But I did the art direction, but you got your everything was all gray, but I had to, like I said, I added that purple in because that was like my contribution to try and make it work. That's awesome.
Tony, while Lee is fixing that, expound on that part, or do you have anything to expound on, like art direction or examples that you have?
I wanted to bring up, to take a slight left turn, another thing that I'm looking for these days, because I'm buying art from people, is can they handle ethnic diversity, body diversity? We don't settle for comics anymore that just look like, the comics we might have grown up with, where everybody, there was a moment on the CW when they started having the Arrow show and all those things, where everybody was like a buff blonde dude with muscles and beard stubble. And I see so many comics pages these days where the artists have made people look like muscly blonde guys with beard stubble, as if that's the only thing or the only type of person there is out there. Obviously not. So when I'm looking for artists, I'm also looking for body diversity, different shaped people, different, can you draw people of different ethnic groups? It's no longer enough just to be able to draw Batman, So that's something I'm looking for.
Absolutely. I love that you brought that up, because another thing that pinup artists love to do is draw the same human, like over and over and over and over and over again. And when you start seeing, so my rule is I pretty much won't hire you unless I can see you have a book. Like you've done a book before, like you've not just had a book, but you've brought a book to market. It doesn't have to be the most popular book. It doesn't have to be, but it has a style and a tone. And there's something about having a cohesive book that you can hand somebody and say, this is a thing that I did that lets you understand that you know how to tell a story.
Absolutely. And that, maybe that shows you can do different types of people. Can I recognize that that's the boss and that's the punk and that's the gunman and that's the hot woman, and that's, I want to be able to recognize the characters. I want to be able to turn the pages. Stan Lee, I worked for Stan Lee for a year, and Stan Lee would always say, I just want to turn the pages. That's all. Just keep me interested. Don't bore me. Make me turn. He would go like this. So yes, it's nice when someone has a book that you can see and you can do that activity. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, what else is on that? Lee, how you doing over there? I see your camera's still not set up.
Well, actually, the thing is, I have like 6 cameras in here. The other cameras are all upside down because they're hanging from the ceiling, and the system you have us using won't let me flip it.
Well, I'm going to bring you back on. We're just going to put.
I can literally do that, but now I'm upside down over here.
Hey. I love it.
Studio. It's all over the place. So yeah, so I'm in Australia.
Wow.
Is there anything else on that list, Tony, that you were going to?
Yes. Also, these days, and let's talk about this for a minute. We used to all meet comics artists at Comic Cons. And you'd go to a Comic Con, you'd go to Artist Alley. There were 250 people dying to work for you, dying to show you their wares, like a bazaar. Now you don't go to Comic Cons anymore. We don't have that, and we won't have it for a while. That is great. Whatever Lee's doing, it's great. Anyway, so how do we meet artists now? How do we find artists? We find them online. We find them through social media. Artists have to have social media profiles. This sounds like a basic thing to say, but it's not. Have a social media profile. Then I'm looking for artists who might come recommended by other people. Typically, if there'll be artists I don't know, but I meet them on social media. I'll try to become their friend. I'll jump in the conversation. I'll try to get to know these people. And I can't tell you the number of really good working pros who have recommended. They said, well, I can't do your project, but I know a guy. and then or a woman, and then that person comes recommended. So you hear certain things about them. Are they a pro? And I don't mean are they a pro, have they worked for Marvel and DC? I mean, are they a pro? Do they have a professional attitude? Will they deliver the work on time, as what Russell called it, in a timely manner?
Or just at all, because one of the big things with independent creators is they'll hire somebody and then that person won't finish. They won't finish the book. They won't finish the book. So yeah, my big I guess the main overarching point that I'm trying to figure out in this panel is like, how do we find an artist that is likely to finish your book? And we've covered a lot of that stuff, but one thing we haven't talked about, and now that Lee's back, I can. There we go. Hi, Lee.
Sorry, it's literally all the reference material from projects I'm working on.
Gotcha.
Was piled off camera, and I just bumped it.
Well, welcome back. One thing that I want to ask that we haven't really touched on is, writers or creators often seem to hire. I don't want to say any artist in the storm, but they hire artists maybe that are available and the tone is completely wildly off from like what the actual story is. And like you'll have a very funny book, but it will be drawn like the most serious book out there, and vice versa. And it's not only about like, can this person draw? It's, are they tonally right for the book? So could you guys talk a little bit about the importance of having a tone that fits with the book and how you go about sort of finding that in an artist before you hire them?
Kindergarten. When I wrote Kindergarten, I wrote a story that was silly and whimsical and sarcastic and very much in the vein of Monty Python and Animaniacs, as far as like quirky and weird and just out there. But my style was this, very photorealistic, and I didn't know how to draw cartoony. So I thumbnailed out the whole book and everything, but I just handed it to, I hired Jeff Zugale, and because he could draw cartoony. And so he was a much better choice for that book at the time. Later on, I taught myself to draw cartoony, so I can draw it now. But I knew I wasn't ready to do it. So I just went and found somebody whose art style actually matched the tone of the book, because had I drawn Kindergarten, I don't think it would have been a hit. I don't think it would have done very well, because people would, the tone of this very serious, dramatic style wouldn't have suited this silly, whimsical, quirky, crazy book. I mean, it's aliens who get stoned on pork rinds. Like, weird stuff happens in this book. So,
right. Well, and you really you define what people are going to expect partially by the style of the art, right, Tony?
No, listen, it's a visual medium. People, how many times Russell, you're the expert on this. People walk by your booth at the con, they pick up the book, they look at it, they put it down, they keep on walking. It's the most important thing is hooking people with the art and having the art communicate the kind of story it is. And as Lee said, sometimes you're the wrong person for it, and maybe you don't know the right person for that book yet. You have to wait till you can find them. You've got to keep looking. Again, cons used to be the way. I know, because before we did Concrete Park, I spent a year looking at artists, trying to get the right combination of price and person and professionalism. We couldn't find it, but it's worth the wait. It's worth waiting, because otherwise your book will be wrong. It won't. It's like a bed with 3 legs that keeps tipping. It doesn't go. You want that consonance between the art and the story, and it takes time. And sometimes indie creators, they'll do anything. I just want my book out. So yeah, the guy's kind of half shitty, but I hired him and he finished the book at least. That old triangle of cheap, fast, and good? Mm-hmm. And you can have it cheap and good, but it won't be fast. You can have it fast and cheap, but it won't be good. We often make those compromises. But it's funny, if your comic is supposed to represent you and you're a creator and you really want it to be good, you have to kiss a lot of frogs and look at a lot of artists before you find the right one. These days, by the way, I will say this, because before doing this panel, I asked a bunch of some of my pro friends, what's a good page rate? What's this? What's that? And so many of them are out of work these days because Marvel and DC have drastically reduce their production schedules, right? And some of these indie books will never come back, just like some of our favorite restaurants will never come back. And so there's a lot of artists on the street right now. I don't mean to say this cynically, like, oh, great, you can get a bargain on a good artist. But I do mean to say there's a lot of talented people out there who are dying to find that right fit. And, you know, and make a living at it too. But, you know.
Well, also, I was going to mention, as far as finding the right artist for the tone, when I was handed this book, Nocturnity, the writer had actually already hired another artist to work on it. And that artist had done some design work, and they had done some pages and stuff like that. But it was done in a very superhero style. And so that was something that I was looking at this going, well, that superhero style doesn't fit this gritty, dark story. And, you know, so it needed to be more grounded in reality. And, you know, and so, you know, kind of going from there is why I decided I was going to do it in the style I'm doing it, was because I felt that this style, reading this pages, yeah, I could have done it digitally. Yeah, I could have, you know, cranked it out and done a superhero stuff, and I'd probably be done with it by now had I done that. But I don't think it suits the story. And I certainly don't think that doing it that way would have actually helped, you know, the reader. You know, just getting it done fast isn't always the best answer. And so taking our time, getting this done right, you know, we've been working on it for almost a year now. And I got like 30 something pages done. And so we're, you know, it's going to be a while before it comes out, but you know what? I guarantee you it's going to look mind-blowingly cool when it does, and it'll be a solid piece. So absolutely, it's because the art suits the script.
I'm going to bring up the book, The Vessel, that you talked about before. I'm hoping that people can see it. There we go. So it's not just for a comic book. We are talking about comics, but me and Lee knew each other for years and wanted to work together for years. And I waited until I found something that I thought could fit Lee's style, which was, I'd always thought like big, epic, like pulpy, like old school sci-fi. Like it had to feel like that, so that when you looked at this book, it would stylistically, like just by looking at it, you knew what you would get inside of the book. And that is the big thing that we're trying to do. The cover should tell you what's inside the book. And then what's inside the book should tell you tonally what you're going to get from the style. And one thing that we didn't touch on, and I want to before we end, is that different styles cost different money. So if you want a realistic style, it's going to take a whole heck of a lot more time. Or if you want a painterly style like Lee is talking about, it will take a lot more time for the artist. So they will have to spend more time, and thus it will cost you more. Lee had this. You told me this great story about how you had to keep upping your prices every time you did to a show, and you had to then start making more cartoony things that you could make for a cheaper price because they took you less time. And so one of the things that I always think about in budgets is like, hey, I don't have that big a budget, so I need to find an artist and a tone that can be done in a way that the artist can not do it quickly, but doesn't have to labor over every line to make it look like an Alex Ross piece.
And go broke.
Oh, yeah. But also, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Tony.
No, that's all I had.
Okay.
I was going broke, trying to do what you can do.
Yeah. But that's also like I do, like you were talking about how a lot of artists ran out of work, just kind of throwing a quick tip out there for artists that are out there and struggling and whatnot. So Russell and I both have Twitch channels, and yours is Wannabe Press. Mine's mine's right there, Cozy Art. But yeah, we can. One of the things that I've done is I've augmented my income, trying to survive through the pandemic and stuff by doing little $10 sketches, and they're just small pieces of scrap paper that I had laying around that I was normally just recycling. And then I was like, well, if I cut these into 3x4 inch little pieces, now I can just do quick pencil sketches. And now they're $10, but it's the fans have been eating those things up. So that's actually, you know, just really quick advice for anybody out there. And I think my camera froze, but
it did, but I'm on top of it. I'm on top of it, Lee. You've got all the, I understand cozy art now. I'm like, oh, cozy art. That makes sense. It's like a pun, but I love when I hear something out loud and it like suddenly clicks what it's about. So we are at the end of our hour together unbelievably. It's been a very exciting hour, not just because like this has been a great conversation, but because Lee has provided us just like a ton of drama, just like behind the
A lot of
scenes
entertainment.
also.
Upside down. I've never seen it.
Trouble.
Yes, it's all over the place. So before,
And this is my functioning studio, by the way. So I was literally painting this picture just minutes before we went live.
This is mine. I'm painting big these days. I don't know why, but I'm painting because I'm on lockdown. May I just say, I think this was the greatest thing. I've been watching you all day, and it's just the greatest. I really appreciate being invited to come to the party like this. It's great.
Oh, yes,
This is a lot of fun, Russell.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys liked it. Well, maybe we should we're just gonna end there with your praise. No, I'm just kidding. So we always end the same way, or I always try to end my panels the same way. First, you're going to get a chance to pitch one project that you think is like the project that best defines the one that is most likely to say, this is the one that, like, if you like this, you're going to like all of my work. So for me, that project is Ichabod Jones Monster Hunter, but it's going to be different for everyone. Why they should love it, your best piece of advice, and then how we can find you, and then we'll say goodbye. We're going to start with you, Tony, because if Lee has not earned the last word in this one with all the things that have happened, I don't know who has.
All right. This is my book, Concrete Park. I think it best represents me. I drew it, I inked it, I colored it, I lettered it. Me and my ex-wife wrote it together, and it's from Dark Horse, and I'm very proud of it. You can find me at tonyperrier.com. I'm doing a lot of political art these days because I'm so mad about this pandemic and Trump and all that other jazz. That's where you can find me, tonyperrier.com. And as far as a piece of advice, I will say this. Drawing comics has been a lifetime journey for me. And so if you're out there and you're thinking about drawing comics and everything, keep going, keep getting better, because to see the enthusiasm of someone like Marv Wolfman was very inspiring to me. He's been doing it all his friggin' life, and I hope to keep doing it in my life. So that's my advice.
Awesome. Lee, last
Hi.
words. Hi.
Well, I don't have them online, but I'm going to be doing a Kickstarter for Kindergoth. So this is the book we were talking about earlier that my friend Jeff drew and then I wrote. And then there was a book later on we did that I actually drew with Joel Adams inking it. But yeah, it's basically it's a story of body pierced little kindergartners who save the world from aliens who get stoned on pork rinds and love pop culture. But this is my sense of humor. This is my wacky, I'm weird, kind of self-expression. But we're going to be doing a Kickstarter probably later on this year for the webcomic version. We're doing remastered webcomics, and hoping that that'll be out later on this year. And it'll just be a small little hardback book about that big, probably like 3x6 or something like that. And then we're hoping that if that does really well, we'll learn enough off of that we can actually do a big collected version of these books, because there's a lot of these. So we're going to do like an omnibus kind of thing of the printed books. I think it's like 6 issues or something. So, and some of the issues run like 30 pages. So it's going to be a 150, 200 page graphic novel. So it's just going to be and we're trying to do it in color too. So it's going to be a big expenditure to do that. So we'll do the small one first. But anyways, Kindergoth will be the project I would pitch right now. And then after that, Nocturnity.
Awesome. And where can we find you?
Cozy Art. Or cozy.com. So the last name is actually pronounced Cozy. You just have to remember how to spell it. But yeah, it's Cozy Art on Twitch is probably the best way to find me. It's a live interactive chat room. You could be, my channel is probably smack talking me right now, honestly. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's crazy. You get to see me do the $10 sketches. You also get to see me do this weird stuff periodically. And
awesome.
You never know when you'll see me doing, because I work for a lot of clients. So aliens.
You'll never see what he destroys his whole studio. You'll never know. It could happen anytime.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
You have a best piece of advice?
Best piece of advice: don't be discouraged. Something I really feel I have to run a disclaimer every time I give somebody critique. Is a critique means I have to tell you suck. I have to tell you where you suck and why you suck. And so when I have a general disclaimer I give everybody, and I talk about this on my stream a lot when people ask for advice. By the way, Wednesday nights we do art class. I give advice on art. But people will come in and they'll be like, tell me what you think of my art. It's like, well, you really want me to tell you what you think of my art, or do you want me to tell you you're awesome? Because if I tell you you're awesome, you're not going to improve. But if I tell you where you're failing, you know where your shortcomings are. You can go fix those. And, you know, I've had people come back and say, hey, I just signed a contract with Marvel because you gave me some really good advice. And my job is not to blow smoke up your ass. You have family for that. I'm to tell you how to become a better artist.
I love it.
Sorry, I have a weird sense of humor too. So
I will say that I have read both of these things. If you like Ichabod, or like super weird stuff like Invader Zim or stuff like you'll love Kindergoth. It's so weird, and Concrete Park is so intricate and like wonderful, and there's 1,000 things and storylines going on at any one time, and like they all sort of dovetail and flow together, and it's so like uniquely paced, and it really does read like an epic television show that you could watch, like a big sci-fi thing. Like if you like it'd be like Bitch Planet. It would like be like a good comparison. Like I don't know if you think that that's a
comparison. I admire that book very much.
Yeah, it's so if you like those two, I highly recommend. And plus, you know, the Concrete Park comes in hardcover, and like if you want an easy way to my hardcover is a great way to do it. So we are going to bring now on Neo, who has been sitting here for the past hour, chit chat, looking at us and watching us things. So hi again, Neo.
By the way,
hi Neo. Did you see me break my studio? That was
You're
awesome.
muted.
But he's in the WGA with me.
Unmute yourself, Neo.
Neo, you can't hear
Neo,
you.
You're muted. You're muted.
He's a mute. He's practicing mime. This is a
Am I
great time
there?
to play.
Yay! There we go.
Technology. Woohoo.
Awesome. Well, while we wait for Jim and Samantha to show up, Joe is already in there. I just wanted to give you a chance to say bye to Lee and Tony, so we can. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. Again, Russell, thank you very much for this. I was actually going to be doing something similar to this weekend, and when you did this, I was like, screw that. I'm just going to work on non-developer stuff and not have to stream it.
Right.
Wonderful. Awesome. So, well, thank you guys. Have a great day. Bye, Lee.
Later, guys.
And bye, Tony. All right. So we've got Joe. I've heard from Jim that he's going to be on in a couple of minutes. And then we'll get started. So before we do, there was a question on will there be a list of all of these people that you can check out? And if you go to altfcd.com, then you will, and you scroll down all the way to you'll see the list of all the people who were today, and then you can scroll all the way down to the bottom or towards the bottom, and you'll see other speakers, and that will give you you can click on any of those pictures, either of the keynote guests or of the other speakers or of any of the creators from our AMAs, and it will take you to their website where you can find more information about them. Awesome. So I am going to let you talk to Joe while I go and find the other two of these people who are supposed to be on here. Awesome. Hi, Joe.
Joe Bobby.
How you doing, man?
It's really good to see you, man. I haven't
Very
seen you
much
in
so.
forever because we're all on lockdown.
Yeah, pretty much.
You looked like you were having the most fun ever at Long Beach Comic Expo when you were doing your like board game area. It was so like every time I saw you or you walked past, you looked like a starstruck child of just like the wonder in your eyes. And honestly, the wonder is like seems to always be there somehow, even after
I'm
decades.
like, that's always Joe. Every minute of every day I've known him.
That's fair, but I don't know. I loved it. I mean, I love being that person that introduces people to like their next big passion. And so all of these people who, a lot of them had never played tabletop games before or thought tabletop was like Monopoly. And, you know, to introduce them to like over 100 games and to see them play and to bring back their friends. And you had like these really sweet families and kids who would come back and forth throughout the whole weekend and just make new friends. And it was just, I don't know. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I love comics and tabletop in particular. Like, it's just such an inclusive community, you know? It's where anybody can walk up and just instantly feel like you're a part of something. And anytime I can do that and be like that shepherd, if you will, it's just, I don't know. It speaks to something pretty deep in me. I love it. It never feels boring. It never stops feeling like an honor. So I had an absolute blast there. And it is sad. I mean, it's great, but it's sad in a way that was like my last convention for
I know.
a while.
A while. Yeah, I know.
Speaking of other people, speaking of conventions, we're going to move right along.
Great.
Samantha's going to come on. Hi, Samantha.
Samantha.
Hey, y'all.
Awesome. So now I am going to go away. If Jim comes on, which he said he was going to come on in a couple of seconds, then I'm going to put him on the stream. But meanwhile, the two have a great time on the on this panel, and I will talk to you guys at the end of it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hi.
So good to have you on here. Thank you for joining us. And Joe, thanks for adding last minute, because I think I texted you like yesterday or something.
Pretty much, yeah. I
think
don't know.
so.
Whenever you ask, that's
days.
All
days are all confusing right now. I don't know when they are. And Samantha, thanks so much for being here with us. So
absolutely.
We've been at this. Russell and I have been at this since 9 this morning. I know we've had so many amazing guests, and it's just the day's actually blowing right by, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So
sweet.
Heck
So
yeah.
basically, like any other convention. It's just
yeah, pretty much like 2 jam-packed days nonstop, just going. Except I get to do it at my house
Sounds right.
and not have to leave.
Mhm.
And I get to see all my friends finally, because I haven't seen everybody in forever.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
does
I know, so many times. But
party planned for afterwards?
what's that?
Do you still have a dead dog party planned for afterwards?
A dead dog party?
Oh God. Okay. Well, I guess that's industry term. Like on the very last day, all the
Oh.
show go to like a
Gotcha.
private party because you all have con crud and you're dying.
Yeah.
Holding hands, but this way,
Yeah.
like Zoom with like 60 creators all drinking and stuff.
Oh yeah. Of course, that always happens. So,
Mhm.
and Joe's
Yeah.
usually the guy dancing on the bar, but I'm kidding.
That's
Hey, I think Jim's with us.
fair.
Hello. Can
Hey.
you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Certainly can.
Yes, excellent.
Hey, there's 4 of us now. It's like a little Brady Bunch thing here.
Excellent. We need one more. We can forge Voltron. So we
I
gotta
have
get
Boom.
Russell back.
Yeah, exactly.
Your reference is cooler than mine. I was going to say that, like, I want the Hollywood Squares to get some love here, because that's the other,
Right,
box
right.
thing that this reminds us of.
Yeah. As long as I'm Jim J. Bullock. To even go with your deep pull, I'm gonna back you. That's how much we're in this together.
All right. Well, so welcome everybody. I guess
Hi.
we're here to talk about editing and the production process of going from script and completed art, or getting to that point and then actually making a physical book and getting it out the door. I don't know. We'll see where this goes. So first, why don't we start with introductions, and you guys can tell us all about what you do. We'll start with Joe, since he's on the top there.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Joe.
I'm Javi. I run a company called Genuine Entertainment, and it's our job to work with like very beloved brands in genre, from like film or TV or gaming, and basically help them make geeky stuff that they should be making for people like me. And so things like books and comics and games and tabletop games, a lot of tabletop role-playing games, basically just making sure that they're working with the right people and making meaningful, authentic contributions to their franchises and fandoms, so that they can actually continue to move forward and make positive contributions to pop culture. So that's basically.
And Joe has also edited lots of comics.
Yes. Yeah. No, I started in comics, and I was the head of publishing for the Henson Company, did all of their books, comics, and such. And then after that, have done a number of comics since, and including probably most notably the Harvey-nominated Fraggle Rock anthology, the Eisner and Harvey-nominated Thrilling Adventure Hour, and then most recently we just announced a Vampire the Masquerade comic with Vault that's coming out.
You overachiever.
It's really fun. I really like that new comic. It's pretty badass.
Awesome. And Jim. Jim Higgins.
How you doing? I'm a former DC Comics editor. Quite a while back at this point, I worked in Paradox Press on their Paradox Big Books and on the mystery graphic novels, which included Road to Perdition and History of Violence. I did some small publishing with an imprint of my own that was called New Suit. And I published 2 anthologies and a comic, a very, very small, operation. And I've been threatening to do another anthology for the last few years. And mostly a lot of what I do these days is I'm a freelance editor. I work with a lot of people who are starting out. A lot of people who are, I'm in LA and where you guys are, but so there's a lot of entertainment industry people who are looking to do comics these days.
Yeah.
So I'm often helping them to, get their comics knowledge and work as a story editor. And the thing I do most, though, is teach. So I started teaching at the School of Visual Arts when I was in New York, comics classes there. And when I came to LA in 2008, I started teaching comics at CalArts and Otis College of Art and Design. I've taught at UCLA Extension, Cal State Northridge, and a couple other places. And my home base is the Society of Illustrators of Los Angeles. Cool. So that's kind of, I do other teaching, but that's where I do most of my own classes is through them.
Cool. And wow, I'm getting a weird feedback. Is anybody else hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Samantha, why don't you talk while I try to fix this?
Sure. Okay, so I'm Samantha. I'm apparently also the person who starts out the whole thing by bringing up a dead dog party and freaking everyone out because they didn't know what that was. And I was like,
I know what a dead dog party is.
Where were you?
I should have been there to support you, Samantha.
No worries. So I am a production design assistant for Boom Studios, and I've also written. I was the co-author for Welcome to Showside with Z2 Comics. I worked on an issue of Over the Garden Wall. Piece for the Local Haunts anthology by Kara Love, and convention managing. Like, I kind of have a lot of hats, I guess.
Sorry, while I sort this out.
That's
okay.
Okay.
You guys hear me?
Oh yeah, you're
good.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm glad you can hear me. So.
And I also I speak about mental health in the entertainment industry for creators.
Get out. I am all for that. And I was a social worker for 5 years. And so I'm very conscious of those issues. I'm friends with a group of forensic psychiatrists who've been really going after the big companies to get their shit right when it comes to mental health. So great, Samantha. We need more people like you.
Yeah, definitely. Are we still getting an echo? No. Okay, cool. All right. Well, let's jump into this. Let's get into talking about like what does an editor even do to begin with. So maybe Joe can get us started on this one.
Sure.
I mean, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what editors do and don't do.
Yeah, I mean, an editor is, I think, one of the most magical, rare partnerships you could possibly have in your life, particularly if you're a writer. There's pointed a number of times in your life that somebody's job description, like literally the bullet points in a LinkedIn, is make this person's dreams become reality, to challenge this person and help them become better at what they want to do for a living. Like, that's literally their job, to work in your best interests. And if you learn how to work with someone like that, who can challenge you and inspire you and to bring out your best, an editor is this unsung hero in the editorial process that can put all of these incredibly talented people in a position to succeed, to enjoy the kind of success that their stories and their talents rightfully deserve. As far as what an editor does, I mean, everybody's got a different process, but for me, it's always just understanding your boundaries as what you're supposed to do and what you bring to the table, but ultimately serving as like the Sam to someone's Frodo, where it's your job to look at what they're doing and get to the root of the problems of what is and is not working with a story, and then working within the strengths and weaknesses that that writer or that artist brings to the table, and helping them to find the conclusions that strengthen all of those weaknesses and amplify all of their strengths to the point where when that story does hit the shelf, it's the very best version of itself. Does that make sense? Does that help?
That makes a lot of sense. It's a great answer. Everything with Joe is all like magical and everything. I'm going to transform you and lift you up and take you up on the magical fairyland.
Yes. Naive romanticism. Awesome. It's my jam. Yeah.
How about you, Jim?
I often tell people, as I tend to say, people who are not in the comics business, I refer to as civilians. So when I'm talking to civilians, and they'll often say, like, what does that mean? What does a comics editor do? And I say we're sort of a cross between an art director and a book editor. That you have to really know about story. You have to know about putting a good story together, and how the art of visual storytelling works in our beloved medium here. And so you're the shepherd, of the project. You are the project manager. And you see everything, you'll start out with an idea, whether it's, if you're working for a company, it may be generated by the company. If you're working with a licensed property, like some of you guys have, you'll start with that or the original idea, and then you'll see it through from outline to script to layout, pencils, inks, lettering, coloring, and get it out the door. But I agree with Joe that you really, it's a personal process. And I also think that, Joe, your description of it makes it sound like you are probably a good editor, in that you're there to kind of be there as an advocate in a lot of ways. And the last thing I'll say is that it does depend on what kind of place you are at as an editor. So if you're an editor at a big company, if you're an editor at Marvel or DC, they're kind of known for having a heavy hand in the process, and really coming in with a lot of they're in charge of those characters, and so they have to make sure those characters are done the way they're supposed to be. And but if you're working with creator-owned stuff, you're very much there to help that person realize the story that they want to do in that way. And so even in big company issues, I like to think that I'm there to help them do their story, certainly not to write my own version of their story. And to be that's intrusive as an editor, and insulting, to a certain extent.
And I don't know if Samantha has anything she'd like to add to this. She's more on the production design side. So.
Wow. Yeah, they summed it up.
Okay, well, we can circle back around when we get to that, if you'd like. So we have a question here already. So am I still echoing? Okay, a little bit. It's very strange. It's been great all day. Okay, here we go. What are your thoughts on editing as a form of collaborative storytelling, and the role of ego, i.e., should editors get more public recognition for their role in creating great narrative fiction?
I think I may have answers. I think there's two answers there. Do you mind if I jump in first? I'm really hyper, so I'll just immediately start talking. I'm sorry.
Go hyper, Joe. Hyper Lavabe.
So as far as the collaborative aspect of this, I think it's the most magical alchemic part of the process. You know, if you want to just solely create something of your own, make pottery. I mean, comics is this crazy amalgamation of so many unique people coming to the table to create this thing. And every time you introduce one new person or take away one person, it entirely changes shape. And so if you're not coming to this process with the willingness to collaborate, to communicate, to respect one another's opinions and contributions, you're missing the point of what it is to make a comic book. It is a lot like tabletop role-playing games, where it really is the people you bring to that round table and how each voice is respected, how their different talents are valued and used in this collaborative thing. It really does. It matters. It really can impact what comes out of that process. And usually as an editor, it's your job to protect that process, to not necessarily make the thing. That's the writer, that's the artist, that's the letterer, that's the colorist. You just make it happen and safeguard and protect the process of how these people communicate and collaborate and respect one another, so that each one of them are put in a position to do their best work and still somehow magically cross the streams and make this end product at the end that they can all be proud of. And I think I'll address the second point after I shut up and let other people express their opinion.
Jim, would you like to jump in? Jim, can you hear me?
Oh, me? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're the only Jim here, man.
That Jim, yeah. Neil, what? Can you give me the question again?
Sure. What are your thoughts on editing as a form of collaborative, oh wow, it's up on the screen now, storytelling and the role of ego? Should the editor get more public recognition for their role in creating great narrative fiction?
I'm not going to stop anybody who wants to give me more recognition as an editor. But I think we're lucky in the comics business. You open a comic and the editor is credited all the time. If you open a novel from, Random House or Knopf, you often, there is no credit for the editor in most books. If you see it, it's in the acknowledgments or maybe somewhere else, but it's generally not there. So editors, there are brilliant editors in the book business. There are famous editors who were, helped shape, some writers who really aren't really recognized. Whereas in the comics business, I think people tend to know us a little more. In terms of in terms of ego, I think Joe kind of covered it in a lot of ways that, we're not there to be the star. We're the, we're there to, we're there to steer the boat, but we're not the boat. So that should be the creators,
And Joe, did you want to take the second part of that question yourself too?
Well, yeah, I guess, credit is nice, but I think, kind of where there's been other industries now, like I sincerely wish book editors were credited in the book market. That is a travesty, in my opinion, that there are so many legends who have shaped pop culture and deserve acclaim, and just don't get it. And that is heart-wrenching in my opinion. Thankfully, comics do at least credit the editors, and there's other forms of media like games or tabletop games that will actually credit an editor as a producer.
Wow.
And at least be able to say, I took accountability over making this thing happen, and this thing happened partially because of me. And I wouldn't mind if comics, you know, followed a similar foot, so that the people who were responsible for making these things happen are allowed to build legacies as artists and writers do. I think it would be fair, considering the invaluable role that they play.
And Samantha, on this sort of same question, being somebody who handles production design and does have a lot of play in the final result of that book, how do you feel about this question?
Well, to be honest, I think it would be nice to. I do think that editors have recently started getting some more recognition than before. In-house, it's been great getting to see much more like how, depending upon the book, obviously, because some books editors will be a lot more hands-off and some books editors will be a lot more heavy-handed because they may need it. Getting to see some of the stuff like, you know, I work with Eric Harburn, Daphne Pleben, like the stuff that I have seen them, honestly, our whole editorial team, but the stuff that I've seen them do, like before working in-house, I had not been aware the level that they were involved. And when I saw the level, I was like, oh, damn, okay. That is a whole different game.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. And I don't think your average Joe who's outside of the industry is aware how much editors sometimes do have a hand in creating stories. And it's not just like you left out a period there or something. And, you know, like, got like Whitney Leopard over at Penguin. Like there are so many editors who I feel not just for the books themselves, but also for the community that they help create as far as finding new talent. I do feel like editors deserve a little bit more of a bump, but it's getting better at least.
Yeah. I mean, my hope would be that, like, you know, a lot like a few years ago, if you remember, it seems like an eon ago now, but it's like when people were arguing, well, should colorists get credited and who should be featured on names on covers? We laugh now because we're like, well, yeah, that's like nonsensical. Of course, they're an invaluable part of the process. You would hope that every part of the process, that, you know, it breaks my heart that a lot of great production designers, like I've had the pleasure of working with Scott Newman at Boom on numerous projects, and he is a god. I'm just gonna tell you right now, that boy is so amazingly, undauntingly talented. Yeah. And the fact that every comic book reader doesn't know his name is an offense to me. And so
yeah.
I think comics are definitely a lot better about it than other mediums, because I mean, in comics, like the artist's name will be on the cover right next to the writer, and even like a great letter, or, you know, will be on the cover, you know. So and then in book editing, I mean, I've had great experiences with book editors who, you know, put the final draft together, you know, and, you know, even, you know, when you're doing stuff like on the license level, you don't even necessarily see that till it's in the printed book, you know, and then you actually pick it up and read it and see what they did, and you're like, oh man, you made me look good, you know. It's like, you know, it's like, I think I did pretty good, but then you made me look awesome, you know. And it's like, it's a really interesting collaborative experience to not even know what that's going to be until you see it, you know. And to really 99% of the time, it's like, oh yeah, exactly, you were way more right than I was, you know. So with very rare exceptions where you're like, hey, you could have left that line, you know. But so do we have any more questions here? All right, now I'm surprised. Earlier we were getting tons of questions. So
well, thank you.
There it is. Actually, there's a question. I'm wrong. We're down at the bottom. So here we go. How do you edit a comic book that has been drawn or partially drawn already? Is it even possible?
Depends on your relationship with that artist, and if they're digital inks. I don't know. I mean, it's I'll you know, just to talk up the cup. I mean, it's if it's partially drawn, and you still need to edit it, you have to think about what's in the best interest of the brand, of the story, of the comic, of the final product, versus what is just a subjective need versus an objective need of something you would like to see or something you would prefer to go one way or the other. But maybe the artist is just expressing themselves, or maybe that's not that crucial thing. A lot of times I'm very about tough love when it comes to editing. But there's a lot of times I hold back, particularly with artists, because eventually they start doubting their own creative instincts. They start doubting, well, am I making the right decisions? They're just waiting to be critiqued if they get to a point where they're not feeling in a safe, conducive space where they can contribute their best work. So, it's a delicate balance, I think, and it really has to, when I've been in this position, I've just tried to ask myself, do I want to make this note because this is what I want? Or am I making this note because this is what the comic needs? And if need comes into the picture, then you have a case that you can hopefully appeal to the artist and the writer and try to make that happen. But if not, then you might just have to let the process take care of itself, in my experience.
Jim, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that if you get a story that's partly drawn, a comic, the story is going to be pretty much set at that point, and there's kind of not much to do in terms of being an editor, in that you won't. It's pretty hard to upset that part of the process. On the other hand, I can't turn off that part of my editor brain and editor hands that's going to look at the visual storytelling. So I want to look at if the book is half done, I want to see layouts for the rest of the book. And if I think that there's pages that really aren't working, that's one of the few things that I'll really kind of go to the mat on. Because that's one of the things that a lot of experience has given me, which is just, I've edited hundreds and hundreds of pages of comics, and you just, if it doesn't read right, if it doesn't read well, the comic is in real trouble. Yeah. So that would be my focus, would be that. And really though, you're kind of in a more hands-off situation in general, which is to just say, you didn't start the project. You have to, this is a little bit talk about ego. You got to kind of put your ego a little bit in the back seat and say, I'm not here to rock the boat. I took over the last thing I edited. One of the last things I edited at DC was a Hellblazer mini series, which of course is typical from my career. One of the only Hellblazer stories that's, I think, never been collected. And it was really good. I forgot who started. I think Shelley Bond started it, and then I edited a chunk of it, and then I forgot who finished it. And that was like what I remember from that process was that I worked with Philip Bond kind of actively as a collaborator, and he's a great artist, and and so I worked with him, but I kind of just like it was a Vertigo project, and I had come over from Paradox Press briefly, and so it was like I'm not touching anything story wise, they took care of that. So
cool. Yeah. Well, we have a question here directed to Samantha, so we should let's jump on that one. Samantha, on average, how much contact do you have with the creative team about the production design, or is it mostly coordinated with the editorial?
It does depend a little bit on the project and whether you are the designer for the book. I'd say for most books, it's handled by the editors. Now, granted, I'm in kind of a unique position because I wasn't doing like design specifically for a long time, so I know a lot of people in the industry. So there are definitely people that like Jay Foskett, my buddy. He was like, oh my God, are you gonna be working on my book? And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be working on your book. Like, but I'm not the designer for the book. I, just help like with, the pages and then the files and stuff like that. For the books where you might be like the official designer, sometimes you will have more hands-on interaction with the creators themselves, especially if that person happens to be a celebrity. If it's a celebrity, you can bet your buttons that you're going to be talking to the designer because they don't want anything to be missed at all. But yeah, if you're straight up designer for a book, you may have some more interaction with the creators.
Cool. And let's jump to another question here. Actually, this is a pretty good one. We're coming back to collaboration. Do you have any tips for those situations where collaboration breaks down? Where people aren't getting along and playing nice on the playground? I think that's what that question means.
Where it is very editorial can be this, unfortunately, at least in my experience, like almost like a passive aggressive experience at times, where somebody will read something or do something in their little bat cave and then send it in an email, and then someone else will read it in their bat cave and react to it and then apply whatever they want, ignore the rest and shove it in, and then see how they respond and if they notice what notes they listen to. When things break down, it's typically because communication breaks down. It's because people forget that they're not just reading a Word document, they're working with a person who they like, who they chose to work with, who they respect. And so it's usually just taking a step back and having people just take a breather, have some fun, eat some pizza, something that reminds people to look in the eyes and know, okay, right, I get you. What's your problem? And then trying to work through it. It's usually just once people get in a point where they're so either passive aggressive or defensive, where they're not feeling safe enough, where they can express themselves and get to the root of the problem. If you can just kind of diffuse that a bit and get people to start talking like people and not just like embattled, souls defending trenches. It shouldn't be that way in a collaboration. And so if you're an editor, anything to just humanize the process again and remind people that we're all on the same team somehow, even through completely unrelated ways, in my experience, it tends to help inject the right spirit back into the process.
I think what Joe said is true and important, and I think this issue is a lot of what this issue is about is personality, and that's the personality of the people involved. So editors, every editor has a different style, and it really is related to their personality. So some are going to be more deferential, some are going to be more active, some are going to be more confrontational, some are going to be more collaborative and more empathic, and the same with the creators. So the best thing to do is try and find out what, just kind of solidify what the goal is in this specific scenario, and a lot of what's going to happen depends on like who you are as an editor. So when I'm working with individual clients, freelance clients, I will, I'm not, they're doing a creator-owned project. I'm not there to tell them, I don't have a directive from above me telling them, what to do. Or like Samantha said, I don't have, William Shatner going, that doesn't look like me, when he's approving things or whatever. But you know, there's a certain amount of this that every so often you're going to have a collaboration that does break down, and that, you know, and that you just have to do the best you can to finish. My experience has been that's been really rare with me. And at Paradox Press on the big books, we had about 50 artists, 60 artists per book. So there were, you know, I worked with hundreds of artists, and out of everyone I worked with, I had one problem that just never got. I mean, the story got finished, but that was kind of a mini, not fiasco, but you know, I had an artist who, when I gave a note on this is back when there were faxes used. Gave him a note that it was just easier for me to draw what the problem was, and apparently he was appalled that I would dare tell him how to draw something, and went over my head. You know, and so, you know, I got kind of, I didn't get a talking to. I got someone who came to me and was like, I gotta tell you this because it happened. I don't know what to do that much either. And so, you know, it's like it was suggested I apologize. And I was like, for what? This was such a minor thing.
Right.
It was just like, you know, draw the damn hand.
So you end up just having to play diplomat in the situation, and then I had given notes to Russ Heath, one of the comics grandmaster, and his response was, "Yeah, you really think that's thing? All right, I'll fix it." So if Russ Heath can take have you ever had any situations where you've had to deal with somebody in production design, or an artist or an author that's not happy with their production design or something?
I wouldn't say so much from the books that like I've worked on with Boom. I know as far as like when I've like the books that I've written myself, I mean, one thing that, you know, you can kind of do to try and remind yourself is that if you keep being so stubborn, your damn book might not get made. So that's a thing.
Yeah, that's a really good answer right there. Like, if you're way too difficult, you may get yourself just nudged out the door.
You got to check yourself sometimes, because it's fair to, if you feel very strongly about something, it's fair to push back, but ultimately at the end of the day, you just want the book to get made, and you need to recognize that you know, like poor Jim, like you don't own drawing. Like, God forbid an editor just try to explain something by making a little diagram, like, who cares? It's you, even if you feel very strongly about something, the people that you are working with are bringing a whole different set of skills to the table that in the long run is only going to make your book way better, because you are not the expert, even on drawing, if you're the artist, even if you're not the expert on letters, like, we can all stand to learn more. And if you actually listen to these other people, you might be able to pick up some of those skills for future projects as well.
I think this falls into the category of it's best to be as easy as possible to work with, and not to be too difficult. Or my rule generally is, if I get a note or something I don't like, I definitely will sit on it for like 24 hours before I respond to it, especially if it's something really ugly. So Joe one time was in a room with me one time when I was getting hammered with notes, and they were bad notes, and
I fondly remember that.
He was a good friend for me, and he made sure I didn't flip over the table or anything.
That's typically my job.
Joel.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's a fair description of an editor.
Exactly. The person who makes sure the artist doesn't flip over the table because the producer is out of their mind. But okay, and on that note, I guess we have some more questions here. So if you guys are down with more questions, let's keep rolling.
No, actually.
So this question is, do you have any experience with cross-cultural international collaboration, and how does that affect editing production process?
I just did a rewrite on and edited, did some, a bunch of editing on, like a novella, that was prose, not comics. And it was, the author, English is his second language. But I mean, his English is very good, but he came to me and said, I don't have enough of the vocabulary and, the sort of like higher level, understanding of the language to write good prose, he felt, and so I got brought on for that. And a lot of it was, watching out for idioms that, he'd get like almost right, but not quite right. And occasionally some things about, part of the story took place in another country and he had been there and I hadn't. And it was, so there were times that I had to go in as a reader and say, I don't really understand enough of what's the lay of the land is, and get him to add some stuff, about that. And then I worked, here's an interesting case. I worked with a company, that a very big Japanese manga publisher who had the license to all these, and I mean dozens and dozens of manga titles from the 60s and 70s. So this is like a gold mine of manga history. And they didn't want to spend any money, like literally any money. They basically said, if you can go out, if you go out and get a publisher for them, you'll get money from that and blah, 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 and whatever. And, we had like a barely a paragraph of translation of each book. And we had no translated, even samples of each book. There were some of those books. There was like 100 of them. And, it was just an example of like, why are you bothering to do this? Like, what do you think is going to happen? So we tried to, I had a partner on it and we tried our best, but, I mean, without the language resources, our hands were pretty much tied. And it's just, it was a weird example of a huge company not wanting to spend a nickel, and expecting things to happen, right? Like I deal with that when I see self-publishers. What's that, Joe?
Experience with this, Joe?
Oh no, I was just saying his description of a large company that wants to spend zero money and wants to make things happen. I'm like, that describes just about all companies I know. But yeah, I mean, to jump in, I gather. I've worked with writers who English is their second language, and I've worked with artists who English is their second or third or fourth language, and particularly artists, because there are some phenomenally talented artists overseas that want and should be working on our books, but have that barrier, and it's just acknowledging it. I think the thing that I had to learn through experience was to just have the conversation up front, ask the stupid questions that you need to ask to define a process that works for them. Of like, what do you need to do as far as descriptions? What is your comfort level as far as direction? How good are you with this? Do you need this different context or this additional thing? Do we need to talk about something afterwards? You need more thumbnails or even a different step in the process. Whatever is going to overcome their barriers so that they can do what they know how to do, just with the right direction. so that they can actually implement those notes and achieve them. So with artists, I've actually found it's far easier because they are just such visual storytellers, where you almost would benefit from having an artist that is just telling the story purely based on visuals, where if you just delete all the letters, you're like, I know everything that happens. Like if that is your scenario on your comic, you have done a great job. As far as writers goes, it's really just thinking about how are you communicating your notes. Like I'm a verbose person. I feel bad for everyone who deals with me. I love words, which does not go well when you're dealing with people who don't know half of the words I'm using. So you just have to kind of control your own ways of sharing those notes and communicating what the project needs so that they're given the tools that they need in order to do the job, if that helps.
Yeah. You got anything to add, Samantha?
I mean, as far as the production goes, the main into a lot is time zones. So if
time zones.
Yeah.
I dealt with India.
Yeah.
12 hours.
Yeah. Italy. We work with a lot of Italian artists and authors, and if you need an edit quick, it's not always going to happen. But I'd say for the most part, we run into that sometimes. Like you were talking about with the language breakdown, sometimes, you end up actually having to draw diagrams because otherwise it makes no sense, and that's not their fault, that's not your fault. But it sometimes just takes a little bit of like extra time.
Yeah, it's patience. Patience is a virtue.
Cool.
In this scenario.
So let's see. Let's keep going with the questions here. We got a little time left, but okay. Assuming the artist is following the thumbnails, is it common for the editor to request changes to the art after the thumbnails have been approved?
I will say that, it depends on what the problem is. If it's something that I didn't catch, like that's on me, and I will, I will ask the person, the artist, very sort of like, I should have caught this and I didn't. Can you make this change? And really hope that they're okay with that. But if the issue is that if they haven't really, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I'm going to have to say, look, we really need to do the change. And my approach will be different, if that's confusing, then I don't, that's where I get a little, I'm more firm on those issues where it's like, look, we're all in this together, man. We got to make it work. It's got to read well.
Yeah. I mean, my stance, because I work on a lot of licensed comics, and licensed comics live and die by approvals. And what I tell people who normally haven't made comics before is the thumbnails are very valuable to kind of understand the flow of how their story is being told. But the pencils are the be all end all of that comic. And so, I am fully comfortable making notes on pencils and saying this in execution is not working right. Hey, this is great, but you drew these characters a little too large, so we don't have room for the negative space and things that we need for the lettering. Like, however you need to edit at that point so that the script is properly executed, I am fully comfortable making notes on pencils. After that point, shut up. After that point, you just let these people do what they know how to do. If they get a wrong color, if Luke's, like if it's just like the wrong color of costume, or his lightsaber's orange, like speak up and say what you need to say to protect the brand and canon. But for the most part, after pencils, it really should be on rails at that point, in my opinion.
Samantha, you got anything on this? Or?
I mean,
it's not really your wheelhouse, but
I see a little bit here and there. thumbnails there are also, it also depends on the artist, because there are some artists that editors are just like, I don't even want your thumbnails, I trust you kind of thing. Then yeah, you might be getting edit requests for straight up inks. Because also people with their thumbnails, they do different levels of messy when it comes to thumbnails. I've seen some thumbnails that look like a finished product, and I've seen some thumbnails that look like a 3-year-old scribbled it, and it's so yeah, depending on the level of completion on the thumbnails, you can definitely get some edits. It's all kind of subjective in that sense.
Yeah. I'll also say is the level of talent like involved, where like if you've got a really great cover artist or someone who's like a big name person, let them do what they know how to do. Like it's somewhere it's like, if it's like a great thumbnail for cover, like, okay, so basically the next step is final product. Okay, that's I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Cool.
At some point you have to
Well, we're already getting down to the end here. Can't believe it's already 2:50. So I guess we should close this out, and with that, we'll give you all an opportunity to one, tell us like about some project or something you want us to know about that's really important to you right now, or you want to pitch your services or whatever, and one really great piece of closing advice that you would give to people out there that you want them to take away from this. Who wants to go first? Samantha?
I have a workshop coming up. As you would expect, it's online, and it's called Getting into the Comics, and it's a great it's a load of information about the market, the way it works, the way the two avenues of comics distribution work, where it's bookstores and comic book direct market stores, and all about proposals and pitches and submitting, and an overview of lots of publishers, and then a whole bunch on self-publishing. So that's on May 10th. And is there a place to put a link, or no? No.
I think Russell can probably help us with that. Or
all right. That's fine. People can go to the Society of Illustrators of Los Angeles homepage and find it under classes.
Cool. Very cool. Samantha?
I don't necessarily have anything to straight up tell as far as the moment. I would say, as far as people hoping to make it in the industry, the best piece of advice that I've ever gotten, hands down, is that you need to be at 2 of 3 things, and that's either you need to be super talented, you need to be really fast, aka meet your deadlines, or you need to be really easy to work with. And to be honest, that third one, being easy to work with, like, is above and beyond the most important, because you could be one of the most talented people on the face of the planet, and if you are an absolute jerk to work with, eventually there are enough people that are going to be like, I'm done with you. That's fine. I can't put up with it. So yeah, you don't have to be the most talented person in the world to work with. If you can meet your deadlines and you're easy to collaborate with. So you don't always have to be like the cream of the crop. You can still do really well in this industry and make a lot of great connections and work on some fantastic projects.
That is fantastic advice. And Joe, bring us home.
Hi. So as far as stuff to follow and support, you can check out our website. It's scrolling in that little feedy thing below. It's just genuineend.com. But we've got a bunch of stuff out there that probably people watching this might like. Things like a board game for Doom, tabletop RPGs for Alien and Altered Carbon, a whole bunch of stuff for Vampire. There, the Masquerade. There's as far as advice. I would say don't do it in a vacuum. You know, like comics has become such a rich and full part of my life for far more than just the collaboration. It's the community that has really brought out so many things in me and in my life that I could have never possibly expected. And everybody is fighting this and everybody is going through this. And so the more people that you can meet and make a bigger part of your life who do this and who've committed to doing this for a living, maybe big or small, I've found it makes it easier. It makes it more fun. It makes it more meaningful to have that exchange of something to not just give, but to share. And so try to make the comics community a bigger part of your life, just as you're trying to make comics the bigger part of your life. And for aspiring editors out there, I've learned editors are a lot like DMs in gaming, that all you have to do is just raise a hand and say like, well, I'll edit, and 50 million people will step and be like, please read me, please make me, you know, a game to play. And so I feel like if you want to become a better editor, just edit. Just say out loud, I will read your thing and I will give you advice, and you will just naturally start leveling up and grinding HP to the point where you feel more comfortable finding your own voice in being a part of this process. So just do it. If you love it, do it. And then whatever comes from that, it'll be in the right direction.
Love the RPG metaphors there. The Bobby leveling up and collecting XP.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we should get Russell back in here because it looks like we're about at our end. Hey, Russell.
Yeah, hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Russ.
I had so much fun listening to your panel. Thank you all for being here. And I so appreciate it. And I know we're getting a little punch drunk over here, going for like our 6th straight hour, but it was great.
That's true.
So thank you for giving us that revive that we needed to get through the last couple hours. So we're now going to say bye to all three of you. So
thanks,
bye,
guys.
everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Russell, thanks to you for putting you guys for putting all this together. I think it's great.
Thank you for being here.
You.
It's only great. Awesome. It's only great because of all the amazing people that we brought together.
I agree.
Oh. Bye-bye. Oh,
bye, Joe.
Later.
And
bye,
there's one
Jim.
more. All right. There we go. It's so much more complicated when there's 3 people on here, and I got to like get 3 people off, and everyone wants to say goodbye. So we have one more panel left. And wow. That panel is proposed to me by Ryan from Golden Apple Comics, which is one of our favorite stores in LA. We've both done signings there. We've both hung out there. It's like right in the middle of everything. It's like it's perfect when you're trying to drive through. We need to like kill an hour as you're driving through the city, or when you want to spend an afternoon shifting through comics, or when you really just anyway. And he's like, well, you have a really good panel here, but like, where's the thing about stores, man? And I was like, you're right. Let us talk about stores, and specifically how we as comic creators can get into stores, how we can support stores in this crazy time. And what's great about not just Ryan, but also Carmelo and Eddie, who are going to join us, is that they're all 3 of them are also comic creators.
Awesome.
So they are gonna be able to talk to us in a couple of ways and relate, hopefully, on all of the ways. But one of the things I really wanted to do with this is figure out how to bring in stores and how to like get them, because like they're a huge part of of Free Comic Book Day, and you know it's kind of easy to connect the creators with the fans, but it's really hard to get that like that interaction that you only get at stores. And it's one of the things, I mean, we both work in pros, right, Neo, as well.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that is so unique to comics, like the comic book store experience. That's like a community of people getting together. There's sort of I don't know, when I go to a bookstore, it almost feels like a sacred place, like a church or something. You know, everyone is silent, they're just looking at their thing. But you know, I'll go out and hang out in a comic book store, and like they're rowdy and they're laughing and they're chatting about comics and playing D&D, and it's this really unique community that like comics has, and it's magical, don't you think?
Magical. I agree. It is, definitely. I've been hanging out in comic shops since I was about 13 years old, and to me, it's always been one of my favorite places, just because you can get together with all these people and just talk about nerdy stuff, your favorite comics and stuff, and everybody leaves all their other BS outside, all their politics and stuff that divide us, and that's what's great about cons too. So I'm glad we're doing a panel, especially with the Golden Apple guys, because I would have been at Golden Apple probably tomorrow signing comics for Free Comic Day. So I'll be very happy to see Ryan, but I'm happy to see everybody. So
yeah, we're going to bring on Ryan and Carmelo. We're here.
Cool.
I'm assuming Eddie will be here in any minute, but let us bring on Ryan. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Neo? What's up, Russell?
How you doing?
Well, I got my Free Comic Book Day T-shirt on.
Wonderful. And here is
I'm at home on my couch.
Yeah. That's so let's bring on.
This is the day before, the calm before the storm. Usually every year for the last 16 years, I'd be in my store, setting up tables, getting ready for the big day. So it's a little anticlimactic this year, but I'm really glad that you guys reached out and did something cool like this for all the creators and professionals, and this is just so interesting to watch. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Hi, Carmelo.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Carmelo. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for having me here. It's great to join you, gentlemen.
So, is that gone now? Oh, God, that echo sounded like Darth Vader for a second.
Is it still there? Yeah, I know. It sounded like some demon spawn jumped into our podcast.
So
it's gone. We played it now, so we can continue.
So I was so excited to go to Chicago either this year or next year and finally get a chance to be at Carmelo's store and see it. So I think while we wait for Eddie, I would love it if the two of you introduced yourselves, and then we'll talk a little bit about, like, for people that haven't been to Free Comic Book Day, like what it means to the community, I think is a good way to start. So let's start with talking Ryan first, and then Carmelo, and then hopefully Eddie will be here by the time you guys finish up.
All right. So hello, everybody watching at home. And again, thanks, Neo and Russell. And nice to meet you, Carmelo.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Ryan. Ryan Leibowitz. My father started Golden Apple back in 1979. We actually celebrated our 40th year in business last year. It's a pretty big deal for us. We're one of the oldest stores around. I know Eddie, who's coming on, has definitely a equal kind of thing with me. Heidi Ho's been around for a very long time as well. I'm not sure exactly what the number is. I'm sure they're celebrating something big pretty soon. But I grew up in it. So I'm 46 years old, and we just celebrated. We're in our 41st year of business, right? So we can do the math there. I was basically conceived inside my store and grew up. And what's really cool about my story is that, Golden Apple's been this hub of comic books for so long. And one of the cornerstones of what we do, what we've always done, is have in-store events. I mean, Neo and Russell, alluded to it, especially Free Comic Book Day, but really all year long. I mean, almost every week we have somebody coming in from an indie creator, a local person, or a big, huge creator or celebrity that might fly in or something like that. You meet celebrities there. We do movie promotions. And so I basically have met, since I was a kid, the Stan Lees and Jack Kirby's to everybody else in the whole world doing comic books. It was really fortunate. I thought for a long time it was like, I didn't understand it, and it was really weird, and I was maybe even embarrassed of like, oh, my dad owns a comic book store. That's odd. I don't want to tell any kids. They're going to beat me up. But, now that I have a kid, it's it's actually cool to read comics, and the comics are the biggest thing in the movies and TV these days. So I hope she's not too embarrassed by this. But we do suit her up for Free Comic Book Day and stuff like that. So I do take after my father and the fact that, like, we own a family business and we're all pitching in, including my mother, who's still around. Just quick backstory: my dad did pass away 15 years ago, so I came in to run the shop full time. But I'm still here with my mom and my wife and my kid, and we run it to this day. So in Los Angeles, California.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There's more to my story, which I'll get into, but I want to give Carmela more time. But we also do publish comics as well, and we can get into that.
Awesome. Carmela.
Well, hi. Thanks for having me. And Ryan, it's great to meet you and hear your story. And I'm sorry about your father, but it's lovely to hear that you have a family business and a legacy. So that's really great. My name is Carmelo Chimera. I am the lawyer by day, comic shop owner by night, author by even later in the night. I have been working in comic book stores since I was 14 years old and opened my first store, Chimera's Comics, in 2011 when I was finishing my first year of law school at the University of Chicago. I am still a practicing attorney in business and transactional law, but the comic books are my other passion, my other mistress. And I've been, at one time I had 3 stores. We had to close one of them, and the other I got my 15 minutes of fame when I gave away in an essay contest last year, a la Willy Wonka. A couple years ago, I started publishing my own comic books using Kickstarter as the platform to get that moving. I wrote a superhero graphic novel called Magnificent, and I edited and contributed to a horror anthology called Cellar Door, which we're very proud of. It was even more successful than Magnificent. I just finished directing my first feature film debut, so we'll have that coming out shortly, and have a couple more projects like that in the pipeline. So, I live and breathe it. I love it as a fan. I love it as a retailer. I love it as a creator. And so I kind of see the business from all sides. And I think if I can add the thing that I think is special about comic book stores that you were talking about before you brought Ryan and I on, is that everybody has a thing that they love. And in a comic book store and in conventions by extension is where you get to see other people enjoying their thing. And even if it's different than yours, you can say like, you know what? I get it. It might not be Sailor Moon for me. It may be Godzilla for me, but I get it because I've got a thing too.
Yeah.
And so I love that about our stores and about what we do.
Awesome.
Now, quick question, if you don't mind. When I was looking at your Facebook page, Carmela, it looks like you own 2 stores. Are they different?
I had 2 stores. I had 3. We closed one that wasn't profitable in 2017 during the retail apocalypse. I gave one away, the Oak Lawn store. So that's now under Oak Lawn Comics on Facebook. I have 2 pages. One of the pages was like the brand page, and then Facebook lets you have location pages underneath of it. So it's kind of a holdover from when I had to parent 3 different pages. But now I use the Chimera's Comics page mostly for publishing stuff. And then Chimera's Comics LaGrange is a separate page that handles mostly store stuff. It's a challenge because there's overlap in the interest, but it's not quite the same fan base. So trying to make sure that like you don't bore the locals with your publishing efforts, or you don't bore publishing people with your local efforts. Because they may not be we have fans all over the world, different countries that back their Kickstarters.
Sure.
And there's a lot of overlap, and even people who aren't from here want to know what's going on with the store and whatever, but I have to keep those separate.
Awesome. So I'm going to bring on Eddie now, who's been patiently waiting backstage. He was 1 minute late, and now he had to wait. So now we're going to bring him on. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, so Russell, I was actually here 15 minutes early, but I had a problem with my computer and I wasn't logging on right. So I apologize.
Oh, no, it's fine. You just had to wait to be third and at the end. And so Kristen has already said that, confirmed that Heidi Ho's been around since 1977.
Correct.
But, Eddie, take it away, and you can do your intro and talk about your books and your store.
Okay, well, I've been the co-owner and co-manager with my wife, Kristen, of Heidi Ho Comics it's going to be going on 6 years this year. And along with that, I'm also a creator like the two of you as well. I do a comic strip called Collectors, all about me, my wife, and my nerdy, geeky comic book collecting and all the stuff that my wife has to put up with dealing with me. So it's a humor Sunday style comic strip that I do as a weekly webcomic, and I've also published 4 books of the strips with new material as well that wasn't online, and currently doing a Kickstarter for the 5th one which it's been up for a week now, and it's already, I think, at 115% funded. So we blew through it, and I'm really happy that I had people like Russell and other people in the know that said, no, now's a good time to do Kickstarter. Don't wait.
Awesome. Yeah, you weren't going to do it. You actually had a bunch of them printed, and you just like flipped it and turned it on. That was awesome to see. And then you're like, oh, and it funded.
I literally, just at the advice of you people like yourself, Russell, threw something together like in a day to get it up there and get it going, and everyone responded to it.
Wow. Awesome. So I think we should start by talking about what Free Comic Book Day means to stores. This show, FCD, is truly trying to approximate by like maybe 10% what Free Comic Book Day means to all of us, and at least give us something to maybe take our minds off the whole thing. So, but I want to talk in positively, like, what does Free Comic Book Day mean to you, mean to stores, and how do you go about celebrating it at your store? Let's start with Ryan.
Sure, I'll grab it. It goes without saying, and I think just about every comic book store owner would say the exact same thing, that Free Comic Book Day is the biggest day of the year for all of us. We see the most amount of people through our doors. We typically make the most amount of money, as crazy as that sounds. I don't want to say this is all about money or anything like that. It's really an odd, interesting thing, and a lot of comic book shop owners don't talk about it, but we give away thousands and thousands of free comic books that obviously cost us some money to give away. I don't know if you know that, but we pay for the comics that we give away for free. And then for some reason, everybody feels so inclined to buy something. It's one of those catch-22s that if you give somebody something for free, I don't know if they feel obligated, but they certainly are more inclined to spend some money, especially if you're having a sale that day or doing some other festivities, like having a creator like one of yourselves on, in the store signing autographs or something. So it's actually, I think all comic book shops not only are feeling the heat from being shut down in their various locations, like Eddie and I are in Los Angeles, and we've been shut down since mid-March by the city. So not being able to open our doors to these droves of people and give out the free comics, which is, at the end of the day, giving out the free comics is the most important thing. And as I said, it affects me doubly because I'm actually a publisher, a part of Free Comic Book Day. I was not only a publisher last year in 2019 with our all ages book Blastosaurus, but right here in front of me, in my hands, is this year's Free Comic Book Day book. So this is one of the 50 books you would have gotten tomorrow in shops all over the world. So here's the good news. It's been printed, it's here, and it's in shops all over the world just waiting to be handed out. So, last I heard, they're talking about rescheduling it for the fall, but it's huge, just not only just frustrating on so many levels, but it's just, as an indie creator, you guys know that this is the best way to get eyeballs on your books, right? So as a publisher, I'm not a creator as much as I'm a publisher. I do all the back matter and all the trade dresses and, ISBN numbers and work with the printer and everything. But I don't write or draw any of my books. But just to be able to put 50,000 copies into hands on one day, it's such a huge thing. And, we'll just have to wait a little longer to do that. But it just means so much to be able to get out here and talk to people today live to let them know that it's still going to happen. It's going to happen one day, hopefully soon. The comics are here, they're printed, and we can't wait for people to read them. This is our book, the Richard Fairgray Monster Showcase. Richard Fairgray is our creator that does Blastosaurus, and he also has an OGN called Black Sand Beach. So this has 2 stories in it. So from my perspective, I lost out twice, both as a comic book store and a publisher. It's just nice to be able to talk to people and give back on those days. And I can't wait for the day we can hand out thousands of comics to people.
Well, you made two really good points that I'm glad that you did. The first is that, like, it's not just in America that we're feeling this for loss of Free Comic Book Day. It's a global event that takes place. It is really the one day in comics that connects every single person in the world that likes comics. There are big shows like San Diego Comic-Con. There are or New York Comic-Con. There are big days like 24-hour Comic Day, but 24-hour Comic Day is a lot for creators. San Diego Comic-Con means traveling. A Free Comic Book Day is you go to your local store and you celebrate comics, and everyone for one day is really connected. And the second thing that you said was that, like, the shops are outlaying like the money for this, like they have to pay for for all of this stuff. You said that you pay for the comics, but I know Eddie pays for food and drinks and all sorts of other stuff as well.
Staff.
Yeah, all sorts of
everything.
Right.
Yeah.
All your staff, everything. Nothing's free on Free Comic Book Day for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then if you do the creator portion on a separate location, like we've done since we've moved, there's the cost, obviously, of having to rent out a space, to provide for all the creators and anything associated with that as well. So there's always money that's going out for it, despite the fact that there's, money coming in. But usually, you do it right, there's always more coming in than that's going out. So,
well, what do you love about it?
Celebration part of it.
Yeah, what do you love about it, Eddie?
I want to say that I love the fact that we pack so many creators in there, and a lot of those creators are my friends, and I get to spend the day hanging out with them. But the truth is, the part that I love the most is when it's over, because it's such a huge blur. When you're the person in charge, you're getting called left and right, over here, over there, to solve that problem, take care of this person, do that, and it's unending all day long. I mean, you do it because you love it, but when it's finally over, you finally get that chance to just sit in the chair and take a breath and relax.
The best feeling in the world. The best feeling.
Yeah. You literally go all day realizing, oh, I didn't eat anything.
Yes, I've watched you not eat something at many shows, at many of these events before. I feel like I'm just going to put this out here from Maxwell Demons. Oh my God, I almost didn't recognize Eddie D'Angelo. I've never seen you with such short hair, Eddie.
It's shelter in place. No one's going to be going to a barber anytime soon. So I just said, screw it. And I just shaved the whole thing.
And I'm also going to bring on a comment from Kristen, who is co-owner, and read for her. She says, I love that Free Comic Book Day is the one day of the year that we have people walking into the shop who have never stepped foot in a shop before.
That's true. And if you really, present yourself well, not just yourself, but your shop as well, you get a chance of retaining a percentage of those people for the rest of the year. And we have customers now that came to Free Comic Book Day, loved it so much, and they just kept coming back.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, Joe Field from Flying Colors, who created Free Comic Book Day, he modeled it after 31 Flavors Free Ice Cream Scoop Day. Because basically we're giving out free samples, and we see so many regulars, but then we see a droves of just new faces. And she's absolutely right. That is probably the biggest benefit to any shop participating.
Awesome. Carmela, what do you think?
Well, I tell you, for me, Free Comic Book Day is exciting because I'm not physically in my stores the way that Ryan and Eddie are. Rarely, if ever, actually. I'm so much behind the scenes, and I'm so torn in different directions with my law practice and my other ventures that I don't get to interact with my customers or my staff as much as I'd like on a daily basis. But when something big like Free Comic Book Day happens, I, sort of in terms of like event planning and things like that, that's all me. So that's when I have to be there. That's when it's all hands on deck. And that's when all the customers all come in on the same day. So for me, it's a critical opportunity to keep in touch with everybody, to see people I haven't seen in a long time, to catch up and find out what's been going on and what I can do better for employees and for the customers. But mostly just to hang out with these people who I all consider to be my friends. we do a lot of events at Chimera's Comics, and whenever we do events, that's where I'm most involved and most present. But I don't get to be there day to day like I'd like. So Free Comic Book Day is that day for me. And when I do it, it's tireless. I'm there every day for 2 weeks. I do a midnight opening that I work until the middle of the night. I come back first thing in the morning. I run from the store to the library where we'll have a table, to the movie theater that hosts us to have a table. I'm everywhere. And it's exhausting, but it's so much fun. And it's just as I'm sitting here reminiscing about it, is as I realize how much I'm going to miss it this year.
Yeah, you mentioned something really interesting, Carmelo, is like it is a big celebration of comics, but it is also sort of like, I don't want to say kissing the ring, but it's a celebration of your store too, like because you have so many of your own customers come in that same day, right?
Yeah, and I think that's how I always try to phrase it this way to give you like the look behind the curtain when I do marketing for Free Comic Book Day. I ask myself, like, what message do I want to convey? And it's not come get free stuff. And it's not, hey kid, get in the van, I've got comics. It's for me, the message I like to convey is, look, this is my chance to say thank you to my customers. And yes, Eddie's right. If you're doing it right, you should be making more money than you're spending. It's easily, I think, our most successful day of the year revenue-wise. It is also by far the most expensive promotion I do revenue-wise. And so there's the balance there. So when I think about doing it, I think, why? Is it just to make the money, or is it to return business, or is it about something bigger? So I always tell my customers, this is my chance to say thanks. You pay more when you shop small. You pay more when you shop in person. And yeah, I think there is an added value when you do. I think when you buy something online, you get it cheaper and you get it quicker, maybe awesome. You lose so much. Free Comic Book Day is the so much. It's the added value of the comic book store. So anyone who wonders, why comic book stores, why not digital? Free Comic Book Day is the answer to that question for me.
Yeah, we all have basically mini conventions happening in each one of our stores. I mean, we get cosplayers coming in. We have creators, pushing their independent books or big Marvel, DC books, whatever, the case may be. There's food vendors, there's giveaways, games, what have you. So, I mean, it's just such a fun festival community atmosphere that's really, unfortunately not going to be present tomorrow with our closed store. But it will be coming. Like I said, I am a publisher in it, and these books are printed and they're coming to you guys. It's just going to be later than we all are used to. There is a secondary Free Comic Book Day called Halloween Comic Fest, which we're involved in the last years as well. So there's some talk of combining the two. I don't know. We'll figure this all out. Free comics will be coming to everybody who's watching and everybody around the world. We're just gonna have to wait a little longer. Those days.
I would be remiss if I didn't say there was a third one, because Carmelo founded it, called Buy Indie Comics Day, that I've been working with him for the past couple of years to try and get more shops around there. And since there's a lot of people who love shops and other shops on here, I feel like I should give Carmelo a second to talk specifically about Buy Indie Comics Day.
Thank you, Russell. Yeah, Buy Indie Comics Day is something where we keep trying to get it really more to be more of a household name, so to speak. And it has grown every year we've done it. And there's been events in a dozen countries around the world and dozens of different shops. But it just seems like as we're on the cusp of okay, maybe this is the watershed year, then something like this happens. And now it's not clear anybody's going to be able to do a Buy Indie Comics Day. But we like to do it in the first Saturday of October, just so, like Free Comic Book Day, it's a predictable day every year. And unlike Free Comic Book Day, there is no, and maybe this is where the day will evolve, there is no one thing. Free Comic Book Day, there's free comic books. We know how that works. Buy Indie Comics Day is a different day for fans, shops, and creators. It's a day for shops to maybe introduce their customers to something new, for maybe to host creators and crossbreed your fan bases. It's a day for fans to try something new, and it's a day for creators to have an excuse to have a promotion to further push their indie books. And I think in an industry that, to me, seems like there's an enormous quantity of the industry, if not most of the industry, is made up of indie books. It's like dominated maybe revenue wise in terms of like the big two publishers and the established IPs, but just in terms of like sheer number of comic books, it's indie books. And that's where some of the most creative, innovative work comes out, because you don't have to protect some kind of IP that can't change. In indie comic books, anything goes. And that's where you end up with cool stuff like Ninja Turtles that becomes a household name, right? Starts there. And Indie Comics Day is all about that.
Very cool.
Awesome. So, yeah, I just wanted to give you a second to talk about it since we were on air, and it seemed like it slid so easily in.
There's also a local comic shop day, which was started by Comics Pro.
Yeah.
Kind of similar, but a little bit more focused on just supporting your local comic shop and giving us some exclusive items to sell that you can't get from Diamond or anywhere else.
Awesome. So we talked about the good and the celebration. I think we should turn to a little more somber subject because we all want to know how we can support comic shops better now, how we can work with them, how we as creators can get books to you guys. Just like there's so much news and so much information around. It's hard to know like what we should actually be doing right now to support our comic shops. So could you guys talk a little bit, each of you, about sort of what you need, what you want to see, and how we can help?
Can I answer that question with a question real quick?
Sure.
You want to know how we help how one can help as a creator, how one can help as a customer, or both?
Both. Because we have fans on here, we have creators on here, we have publishers that are listening. I know there's some really cool things that people like Scout and things are doing, but there's also things that we think are cool as creators. And then I'll bring that. What's the one that was out a couple of weeks ago that was the point of sale that was like going to give you a digital comic and then a real comic when it came. And like a lot of us were like, that sounds cool. But then the comic retailers were like, no, that is not good for us.
That was through Comic Hub. And that's a whole other hour discussing that, because I was not one of the retailers that was so horribly angry about everything that stood for. Because there's no reason why we as retailers should not make a few coins here and there off of digital, even in the long term. You know, why should we complain about it that it's taking money away from us when we could rather maybe opt into it and find a way to profit off of it? And that's what they were trying to do.
Right.
Yeah, that was a good idea that Stu had. Unfortunately, the publishers didn't support it, so it didn't go through. But again, you had to be a Comic Hub user. The idea was you could sell a digital copy, but they're on the hook to buy the real one when it comes out in print, when this is all said and done. It was a great idea. Unfortunately, it fell by the wayside. If I could take the reins for 1 minute and answer your question, number one, our customers have been amazingly supportive, and any comic book shop, I'll speak on everyone's behalf. If you are a comic book subscriber or you're a local at your local shop, reach out to them, email them, check their website, check their Facebook pages, their social media pages, especially if you have a subscription box there. You should buy everything in it if you haven't already, and they can either hold it in the store until they reopen, or they'll ship it to you if they're set up to do so. That's what we've done at Golden Apple. We've called every single one of them. We've emailed them, and everybody's been so supportive. I would say a good 80% of our regular subscribers paid for everything in their box. Half of them had it shipped. Half of them told us, no, just hold it. You could buy a gift certificate if you don't even have a subscription, or even if you do, and say, hey, I'm going to buy a $50 gift card or a $100 gift card, through your website, or call them on the phone and, save it until they reopen. There's a lot of ways a customer can help. Plus, if any store is doing, live sales through Facebook or Instagram, if they have a website or an eBay store, patronize it. Go look and see what they got. Because even if we don't have new comics to sell you, we got lots of old ones, don't we, guys? We have stores and stores full of back issues, newer back issues, trade paperbacks, toys, collectibles, you name it. We still have stores and stores full of product that's just sitting dormant, unfortunately. Personally, we're doing some live sales and things like that, trying to shake things up, have a little fun. We do like a really funny game show every Wednesday and Saturday on Facebook Live called The Golden Eggs, because I'm also a big Willy Wonka fan. Carmelo, right behind me is a golden ticket. I live my life after Willy Wonka.
That's awesome.
Because as you mentioned it earlier, as a creator, a lot of creators, it's just been great to promote their local shops. Like you guys, Neo, who would come into Golden Apple. If you see something going on Twitter or Facebook that we're promoting, give us a retweet, give us a shout out. That's sort of one of the best things you guys can do is say, hey, everyone who's in LA, go to here. Or if you're in Santa Monica, go to Heidi Ho. If you're in Chicago, go to Chimera. So those are sort of the best things you can do is support your local comic book shops as a creator, as a customer. The other thing you can do, and not everybody can do this, is like, Rob Liefeld and some other creators have, done some art and given it to either creators for comics or the Bink Society, the Bink Foundation that's helping everybody, Jim Lee and all these guys. If you're in a position where you think your stuff has some really good value and you can raise some money, obviously donate that to the Bink Foundation as one of many places you can donate them to. But they're dispersing money throughout all comic book stores that applied. So I haven't seen any money yet, but I certainly applied, and we'll see how that goes. Because God knows these SBA loans aren't coming through, right, guys?
I actually, for what it's worth, I was able to get one for one of my clients. Some clients hired me out to get their loans for them. It's like a
story.
I got
Everybody
one.
got one.
Not for myself, to be clear. I got the bird.
I know.
But this client got a payroll protection loan.
So can I respond on? Can I just maybe continue a little bit about what we're just talking about here? Now is a great time to go back and read all those older series that you said that you were going to read one day but never have. So contact whatever shop that you frequent that you like. Contact them, tell them, you want to, grab a bunch of trades, some older series that you never got a chance to read. And now you have the time to, or go buy a bunch of bags and boards and boxes and go and rebag your whole collection because you got the time to do it. Just do whatever you can to help your shop stay relevant. Just like we were just saying just a second ago, interact with them on social media, help them stay relevant, help them have a reach out there. In social media while they are closed down. And gift certificates are the best thing you can do to support them. Call them up or contact them by email and say, I want to buy a $50 gift certificate or $100 or whatever. And that's the best thing you can do right now.
Well, we had people, I didn't mean to cut you off, Russell. We had people pay it forward, so if you're in a financial position to do that, we had a lot of customers, especially subscribers, who we called them right after we shut down and said, hey, we still got your books. We need you to buy them. We're going to be shut down for a while. And they said, well, I got laid off or I'm on unemployment or whatever it is, and I can't afford them. We actually had some customers with some, in a financial position to give us extra money and buy gift certificates to pay it forward. So if you know some of your customers or creators, and you want to support your local store, buy a gift certificate. Maybe not even spend it on yourself. Just say, hey, here's $100, and use it on anybody who says they can't afford their comic books, but maybe had subscribed to them. Just what you said there.
Yeah, that actually goes to the point that I was going to make, because I think that a surprising number of people don't understand that you guys buy your pulls on credit. And it would seem to me that one of the best things that you can do as a comic book subscriber is to pay for your pull list and get the comics that you got, right?
Yes.
You'd be surprised how many people don't.
Also, you'd be surprised how many people don't realize that we as shops pay for all that stuff up front with the promise that you are going to buy it. So a lot of people say, well, just put it back. I don't want it. They don't realize we bought that specifically for you. And so help us out by coming and picking it up and paying for it.
Especially if it's a weird title. I mean, you get some not creators, but customers who want some very obscure stuff you wouldn't normally carry in your store, and then we get it for them, and then they have great intentions, and most of them are fantastic. I'm not saying anything negative about our customers or yours or anybody. Comic book fans in general are passionate people who just love collecting, and they love reading, and they have this great intention. Sometimes their what do they say is, their eyes are bigger than their wallet, right. Something like that. So it does happen, but thankfully everybody's been really great during this shutdown.
Carmela, you haven't talked in a little bit. What do you have to say about all this stuff?
Yeah, and I apologize. I just don't want to interrupt anybody. Both of these gentlemen have so many interesting things to say, and I learn a lot as a business owner from them. So I appreciate it because both of you have been doing this a lot longer than I have. But just to agree for a moment, I've seen loyal subscriber bases save stores and keep them going in times like this. I've seen subscriber customers be the death knell of a store that really depends on them. And then if enough people aren't picking up their books, you have a real problem. And if it's, again, something like Ryan said, of being obscure, then that can be a problem if you want to put it back. Even if it's something popular and it's been several weeks or months since the book came out, and now I'm putting back your pull list from 2 months ago, then now I probably can't sell it, even if it is a popular title. Periodicals lose their value. Comics are no exception. They lose their value almost instantly if they don't sell in the first week. And yeah, there's a back issue market, but by and large, if I don't sell a new comic book in the first 5 days first 8 days that it's out, first 5 weeks for sure, it's done. And no one wanted it then, no one's going to want it. So that's a real problem.
Bingo.
Yeah. And
that's absolutely true.
Thank you. And we try. Here's the thing. You might look at me and be like, well, then Carm, don't let people go 2 months without buying their stuff. First of all, yeah, that's true. And we've had to crack down on some of that. But by and large, I'm not sitting here going, where's my money? Far from it. I'm thinking, how can I help? Can I give you a little more time? No worries. We appreciate your business. We're trying to be nice about it, right? And then sometimes customers make really good on that, and I'm really glad I do it. And then other times it backfires. And, do you want to be the kind of guy who's like, come in every week or I'm putting your stuff back on the shelf? No, but at some point I have to. Then you have customers maybe who only get 1 or 2 titles, right? And then it's usually Batman and Walking Dead, or at least it was when there was a Walking Dead. They would only get the 1 book. I couldn't tell they hadn't been in until 6 months later, and they finally have a bit of a build up. Yes, we can get electronic point of sale systems, but 1, none of them work that great. And 2, I doubled down on the wrong one years ago. I went with a system that only worked on Mac because I like Macs, and now they're out of business. So I rely kind of on the eyeball. And sometimes if you only got the 1 book, it's many months before I notice that you haven't been in. So for all those reasons, it can be really challenging. I don't want to sound like a negative Nancy. I called every single subscriber when we shut down personally. And I talked to every single one of them. And they were all excellent. Everybody bought their stuff, let us deliver it to them for free. Like, everyone voiced their support, said they'd come out for like a cash mob when this was over. And I'm blown away by it. I love my customers and I'm super grateful of them. It's and I'm not even saying they're bad. They're certainly not bad people, the customers who leave us with their stuff, but it's extremely injurious. I don't have credit terms. Even if Diamond's, the most credit terms they offer, my understanding, is net 14. They can't even afford to offer people net 30 is my understanding. Even if if you were Barnes and Noble, you couldn't get net 30 because Diamond just can't swing it. They're not that big a company either. I've been on COD for 10 years. That means I bought that stuff not on credit. I bought it with cash out of my pocket. So we're very cash flow dependent in that way.
Right. So that means that like when you make the when you get the books, you have 14 days to pay or 30 days to pay, or COD is you pay immediately, correct?
Right. Thank you for clarifying the jargon I was using for the audience. But yeah, if you had net 30, you'd get 30 days to pay it. If you like right now, the situation shops are in is Diamond is telling people we're going to open back up again. And by the way, anything DC Comics in their infinite wisdom wanted to release during this window, you're going to be billed for all at the same time. But don't worry, Diamond says, even if you're COD, you can write us a check. So what? I'm going to write you a check that's I've got to buy a month worth of product all at the same time. And then, by the way, my state's still shut down, so I can't sell any of it. And then what? What happens when that check has to clear? So, you know what I mean? It's like I haven't had a sale in 2 months, DC Comics. Thanks very much for that. So it's you get squeezed because you've got these competing interests that aren't aligned all the time. And I think the retailers are in the middle of that. We're trying to bridge the gap between the fans and this distributor and these publishers. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of connection going on between them.
If I could just elaborate, I know we don't have that much time left, but I know you're just trying to get our perspective on things. I mean, comic book shops are basically all mom and pop shops, and we all live week to week. Period, end of story. If you got a good week of comics, we're going to make a little money. If you have a bad week, that really sucks. But generally, it'll even out for the whole month, right, guys? So, but it's a week-to-week business. We sort of live hand-to-mouth that way. We get a shipment of comics every week. And so to not get them for past, what's it been, 5-6 weeks, and we're still looking at another 4 or 5 weeks, because I think they said now the 20th of May, we're going to get a small shipment of DC books, and then the 27th looks to be almost a full shipment, although I think Marvel's, are they in or out? I don't know. They keep swaying back and forth whether Marvel's releasing or not.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, what would you say to someone who just said, well, just return the books that didn't sell then? I don't see the problem.
That's good one, Russell.
Yeah, you can't return them.
Well, this is the big difference between books and comics. And with novels, when you're in a bookshop and something doesn't sell, you return them. And
if I can chime in, it's unique with comic books against any other periodical, by the way. Every other periodical sold at your local grocer, they tear the cover off, they send it back, they get a credit. There was, I don't know if this company's still in business, they went bankrupt doing this. Source Interlink was the magazine company. No other periodical has no returnability except comic books. We're the only industry with a retailer. It's all on us.
Right. Now, this is my very strong opinion going forward after all these closures and we open up, because once we open up, business is not going to be back to normal. There's going to be a very long adjustment period. What we need in this industry is a certain percentage of, thank you. Yeah, you're pointing in the right direction now. What we need from the publishers is a certain percentage of returnability going forward, whatever that is. If it's maybe 30% of our order, 40%, 20%, whatever it is, maybe it's dependent on your level of your Diamond, where you are with Diamond, your level. There has to be some form of returnability going forward for us retailers if we want us as retailers to survive. And unfortunately, if we don't survive, the industry doesn't survive. We need to have that. We need to have some type of structure in place, and it has to come from the big two. It cannot come from the bottom up. It's got to come from the top down. They've got to lead the way. They've got to say that, hey, for this month, 30% of your orders on all of these titles, and it's, maybe it's not across the board, maybe it's just a certain percentage of titles, you get 30% returnability on your order. There has to be something that keeps us from just having stock sitting on the wall at a time where things are not back to normal. We're not having the amount of walk-in customers and regular customers returning, and we're getting stuck with things that we're paying that we're not selling. We have to have something in place that allows us to recoup going forward until things maybe in another year and a half start to stabilize and return back to normal.
Yeah, I've been in personal contact with like DC and Marvel, the big two. They've asked my opinion on things, and I've said exactly that. Maybe not 30%, but all I said was we need deep discounts, we need returnability, for an extended terms, maybe even from Diamond or whomever we get them from to pay the bills back. So we're sort of in a position where our industry isn't going to restart as quickly as everyone seems to think. I mean, I saw Steve Jeppe, the guy from Diamond, with Kevin Smith yesterday on one of these, saying everything's honky dory. And I love Steve, and I like his optimism, but printers are shut down, trucking companies are shut down, Diamond is shut down, and comic book stores are shut down. So to restart that cycle and to get comic book fans back into our stores without having to wear masks and gloves and stand in lines, it's really going to take quite some time to get back to normal, as we would say. So bear with us. A lot of us are going to offer curbside service. We're going to have to let 5 or 10 people in the store at once. Be understanding of that, and we're going to get back to normal at some point and have signings and free comic book day and all the great stuff you can't come to know and love from your local comic book store.
And if I can jump in on that, a couple of things that you said reminded me of a few things. First of all, this is the first time I've had a DC Comics rep in years. Like since I first opened, I had a rep. He left after a year and I never had another one. So the first time I've had like a direct line to DC Comics and all the time I've been in business was when they decided to go their own way in the middle of this shutdown. So, and Marvel, I do not have a rep. I don't know who you talk to at Marvel, but no one from there reaches out to me. And so I just think in any other business, for you not to have a sales rep to your retailers is preposterous. And I think, and I appreciate that both of you are measured in your response, which there's wisdom there. But I'm going to take a more radical stance and say I want 100% returnability. We got to stop screwing around. And it's not just about how to get back from this hump. It's where do you want this industry to go? Because if you put the mom and pop shops, which you are dead right about, the mom and shop, week to week, cash flow dependent shops, we're the ones the whole thing rests on because we take the risk of how many books to order. This big multi-billion-dollar company with these multi-billion-dollar IPs needs to lend a hand. And if they did, I'd order triple, quadruple what I'm currently ordering, and I would probably sell way more. But at some point, I can't afford that risk. So the big guys need to take the risk, lead the industry, and we will facilitate it. Offer us that, and I will sell more of your comics, I promise. But we got to stop screwing around. We got to act like a real business again.
Absolutely.
We're going to be friends after this.
A few publishers did a good thing during the shutdown. And again, there were the lower tier guys like Scout, TKO Publishing, this new one called Bad Idea.
Yeah.
They said, order from us and we'll give 50% to the store you would have bought it from. That's an amazing concept, but it's never going to be, identified by the big guys.
Yeah. If I'm going to add one more thing about the returnability thing, it is to the publisher's benefit to do it because we will no longer spend every month sweating how many copies we order of Batman because we don't want to be left with too many. And then we always end up with not enough. Just let us order as much as we want, sell as much as we can, and return the rest. I guarantee you in that scenario, we'll end up selling more than we're selling now with the situation we have now. So yeah, you got to facilitate returns, but you know what? You're going to have all these shops selling much higher numbers of any of those titles than they would the way we're doing it now, because the way we're doing it now is just, it's crazy.
Overnight, it would change the industry. It would change the whole industry overnight.
Exactly.
We would not be talking about are comics dying anymore? Is it going to go all digital anymore? Forget it. It would change everything.
I know we're
remember when.
But what's really interesting about the three of us is not only we're retailers, we're also publishers and creators. We all know, these little fish that we are, the more comics you print, the cheaper it is per unit. So it's mind-blowing how they haven't, extended that same discount and price point to us. So it behooves them to give us more product. It's going to cost them less to print and ship.
And they're going to be able to brag about bigger sales numbers.
Of course.
Yes.
Well, until that day comes, Free Comic Book Day is still around and will be coming to you soon. So thank you guys for listening.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad that all that stuff got out, because I think one of the biggest problems is most people don't have any idea how comic shops actually work, comparatively to bookshops or most other retail. They don't know that you're buying everything up front. Most times you pay and then they order, not the opposite. Most times with a retailer, when they buy something and don't sell, they return it to the publisher, or at least, or they return it. Like someone can return bad fruit if they don't get, like, they're not stuck with bad fruit. I'm assuming. I'm not a grocer, but
no, but it's a great analogy, because that's actually had that in common. For tax purposes, for example, you can take an obsolete inventory deduction on periodicals. The only thing that normally applies to is fruit and perishable foods. So your analogy is actually spot on from a legal perspective.
It's true.
Right. Neo, I feel like I've been dominating this whole hour by asking questions. Do you have anything to add?
I was letting these guys have their say, because this is their time to talk. So that's why I've just been sitting here quiet and absorbing a lot of what they're saying, because, I mean, there's even some things I've learned about this industry that I've been part of for a long time and have been a fan of for most of my life. So I'm just glad you guys were able to get on here and vent some frustrations, at least, and hopefully somebody's listening, so, which is why I was literally just shutting up. I'm like, just let them have the stage. Like,
I mean, you guys want to know what it's like on this side of the fence, behind the Wizard of Oz curtain, and it's not all flowery over here. We have to pay for our free comics we give away. We have to pay for our stuff up front, and we have no returnability for the most part. There's Boom, who's been amazing. Image has been good about it. There's been a few things that you can return. I'm not going to say across the board there's no returnability, because that wouldn't be fair. I think a lot of us understand we're talking about Marvel and DC here. Sorry to call you guys out. But, they do control the market share, and they are, the big two, it's the Coke and Pepsi of the beverage industry. So what they do, say it again.
They need to set the pace.
They have to set the pace. Yeah, they have to step up. And so DC has done some things, whether we like them or not, but they've at least stepped up and done something. Now we're waiting on Marvel to figure out what they're doing. I heard something today, but nothing concrete.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing, is I think this is a unique time for us, because right now none of us is open, and when we reopen, we're doing it A, with very unfavorable terms, and B, as you said, not to our normal business, for sure, not for a long time, which means we have an opportunity. And what that opportunity is the chance for all of us really to band together and demand a change. Diamond shut down because stores like mine called and said, I can't be open legally. What can you do? And they said, well, we'll freeze your account. You won't even accrue any orders or we won't pick any product. I said, great. And then a week later, they said, too many people did that. We can't buy anything ourselves. We're shut down. It proves that if we said to Diamond, and if we said to Marvel and DC, we're not going to order your books till you do it our way, they would be forced to change. They would have to. Yeah. Marvel and DC are stuck with Diamond, temporarily at least, for whatever legal contracts they have. And Diamond does not have the resilience to tell all of us at the same time to go to hell. They had to shut down because of us. If we all said to Diamond, all of us, forget it, it's returnable or we're not doing it, the whole industry would have to change. And now, this is the point I'm trying to make, now we have the opportunity to do so, because under normal situations, I wouldn't expect stores to risk their livelihood on some collective bargaining. But right now, there's no opportunity cost. There's no business. So we don't lose anything by taking out this opportunity to say, hey, it's going to change now.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of our hour, but I want to sort of bring this into creators as well. This whole system is so broken for us because the fact that there's non-returnability means that all of these shops can't take a chance on our books. They can't stock our books. And if you've never called bookstores and try to get them to stock your book when they have returnability, it is night and day. You call them up and you say, hey, can you stock my book? And they say, what is the ISBN? And then a month later, it's on the shelf and you're taking the risk. It sucks because a lot of times that is returned and you've got to like take that into account. But I don't think I have ever called a bookstore, even at random, and them not be willing to stock my book because there is nothing but upside if it sells. And they can keep it a year. And if it doesn't sell in a year, they go, well, now that's hard for us. Like that is really hard that's why I don't do a lot of bookstore distribution, because on the bookstore side, I'm like, wait, so you could return it in a year? And like, I can't take, like, that's a lot of risk for me. But as a creator, why this is important to you, besides the fact that we all love comic shops, is if you've ever wondered why Diamond doesn't carry small press books, if you've ever wondered why stores often say they don't carry independent books unless they're huge, like, I think you guys, and as a creator, you can talk about this too as we work to wrap up. Like, this screws not just shops, it screws us, because now you guys can't take a risk on a small book that might blow up.
Yeah, I mean, at Golden Apple, I don't mind if I take it really quick. I pretty much have an open door policy for local creators, or any creators really from all over the country. You want to send me books, I'll put it on my shelf, but it would have to be in more of a consignment sort of basis. Now, I won't go a year before I pay you guys or anything crazy like that. You know, I give it a couple months, you know, people check in. If I sell it, I pay you out. If I don't, we got to return them to you. But, you know, that's probably the easiest way to get your books on the comic book store shelves is just to call the owner, email the owner, Facebook, whatever, and say, can I send you some books? Can I bring them in? You know, I live in your town and I made this book. The other way is if you have a book at a big publisher, like let's say Image or Dark Horse or Boom, you know, do an in-store signing. Of course, back when things are normal and you can do those kind of things and interact with people socially. But, you know, I'd have a lot of people call me saying, oh, I live in LA and I did this book for Boom Studios. If you stock it, I'll come in and sign them. And so that works really well. But, you know, I think any comic book store would take a chance on something if they didn't have to pay up front. But, you know, and I think that's a good way to get eyeballs. But I know ultimately what you're saying, Russell, is you can't just give away 10 copies to every store in the world and then not know if any of them are going to sell. And that's frustrating.
No, that's not what I'm saying is that if Diamond allowed refundable comics or something that was more favorable to the stores, then you guys would be more likely to order it from Diamond instead of us having to call one store at a time and then ship them the books. It's not the calling that is the issue. It's then going to the what's the place that ships the post office and shipping 500 and shipping 500 different things. It's Diamond calling you and saying, it's you sending your book in, and then Diamond saying, no, like, I can't carry this. And like, as a human who works with a lot of different products, to be told by a distributor that they won't distribute your book, that they won't distribute a product from them when they make money on distributing things is odd. It's just an odd thing that like really only exists because of this kind of quite broken system, right? Carmelo, you seem to be nodding your head over there.
I agree with you completely, and I want to just scream amen and do a backflip, and you're dead on. I mean, look, if I didn't have to take a risk on Marvel's, whatever their new War of Realms or whatever nonsense is going on this year, right? And I need to order hundreds of copies, right? All my money's going that way, and that's where I'm gambling on, and I can't afford to gamble on the Chimeras, the Carmelo Chimeras, and the Russell Novelties in the creator sense, right? And I lump myself in there because I walk in both worlds. If my War of Realms order were returnable, I might not even need my Russell Novelties of the world to have returnability. It would be, and this is a bad example because I actually do carry your books, but I wouldn't, it would be like, oh, is it a risk to, you know, throw a couple $100 at some of Russell's books? no, because I didn't just double down the farm on a Marvel book. And that's, again, where the industry can set the pace. Now, if Diamond wants to do returnability and you want to offer your books through Diamond so that I can buy them returnably, awesome. Then even more, I'll order it. But if to the extent that returnability is a risk for independent creators, if Marvel and DC had the returnability and I weren't betting the farm on them, then I would be able to take the risk on more indie creators and not consignment. Would just buy them outright because my cash wouldn't be tied up in a gamble.
Awesome.
Amen.
There is one question before we get out of here, and I feel like I've been asking all of the questions, but MJ Massey, who's a creator that I've worked with before, asks any word of advice for female creators feeling a little bit skittish approaching comic book shops.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys mind me jumping in first, but Melissa, I think from my perspective, the fact that comics are still seen, to the extent that they are still seen, as sort of a boys club is a black eye, and I loathe it. And I want to do everything I can as a retailer to change it. And to the extent that not every retailer shares my politics, I promise you we are aligned in one thing, which is we need to make money. And to me, alienating half of the population as potential customers is ridiculous. And I can't think of a store that would want to do it. Female creators bring representation to an industry that sorely needs it, and brings that representation to a huge customer base that I want in my store. So I think I speak for most stores politically, but I think I speak for every store economically when I say there's no need to feel skittish. Please come to us. It would not even cross my mind whether or not to carry a book based on if the creator was female. It would never cross my mind. In fact, I might be more likely to, because frankly, you need more female creators in this business.
Yeah, I agree with everything.
I agree with everything you just said. We 100% agree. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I love these guys. You guys are going to be my new best friends.
I would say to MJ, if you're feeling skittish, that's totally fine, but do it anyway. Walk into those shops. If you get any kind of blowback from the old boys club at a particular shop, just turn right around, walk out, and go to another one. Don't waste another second on them.
Yep.
Awesome. I love it. Ryan, anything to add as before we wrap this up?
About that particular question, or just anything?
That particular question, and then I'll give each of you a chance to wrap up. And
I'm going to echo what he said before, which is that our customer base of women have gone up 100,000 times in the last 10 years that I've been running the shop. It's normal now. The boys club is ostensibly gone. This is a new day for retail where we're welcoming. Like you said, if you're a female creator, that's actually more attractive to us, in a sense that we have so many female readers that come in who want to read books by other female creators. And then we have sections in our store dedicated to that, both for locals and for mainstream stuff, like Kelly Sue DeConnick and Noelle Stevenson and all these amazing creators. So it's an advantage, and it's welcomed. And I say go and do exactly what Eddie said. If you do get any sort of resistance, well, that's not the store for you. But I bet you there's 10 other shops that'd love to have you. So don't get discouraged by the one bad apple of the bunch. That's pun intended, guys.
There is one thing. So I'm sorry we're going out slightly long, but this is the last panel, and this is really important. I'm going to give it to Eddie, but you guys can also add. Eddie, when we did our last talk, you specifically talked about how you want to be approached, when to approach a comic shop, and most importantly, when not to approach a comic shop. So can you, if someone wants the best chance to make a good impression, how should, and when should they not approach you?
Well, if you are going to approach a person like me at a comic shop about your book, please, 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 God, please, no, never do it on a Tuesday. Ever, 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 ever. And for those who don't realize or don't know, Tuesday is probably the busiest day for any comic shop because that's when we get all of our new shipment of books for the week. So we are literally running around like crazy, unboxing, checking stuff in, getting stuff put away for pull customers, getting stuff on the shelves ready for Wednesday. And the last thing we need is someone to come in and try to pitch their book. I mean, you can be the nicest person in the world. You could have the greatest book ever, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to spend any time talking to you. So any other day, come in, even if it's a Wednesday. I mean, Wednesdays, there are slow periods. Come in and, pick up your books for the week or whatever you buy. Approach me, tell me who you are, introduce yourself. If you got a copy of your book, leave it with me and give me your contact info. Be happy to take a look at it and let you know if I want it for my shelves or not. So it's really not that mysterious of a formula. It's just walk in, be pleasant. Don't badger. If I'm busy doing something, like, because obviously as a manager, co-owner, I'm always doing a million things all at one time. Make it brief, make it quick, smile, and give me your book, and I'll get a hold of you. And you know what? If I don't, because I get busy a lot of times, don't take it personally. Just follow up with an email or a phone call a week later. Really simple.
Anything to add?
Like you're going in for a job interview, right? Or like trying to get a job there. Pretty much the same rules apply, right? Just be courteous, wait your turn, be pleasant. And then, the shop owner will traditionally give you some time. And if your book's good enough, it'll speak for itself.
Yeah. And the other thing I will add, if your book isn't good enough, or just for whatever reason does not appeal to that owner, don't take it personal. Just move on to the next shop. I've had people that come in and give me books that they want me to review to put on their shelf. And I have to just tell them point blank, for whatever reason, maybe it's too adult or it's too something else. I would just, very friendly, very kindly, politely tell them it's a nice book, but it's just not right for us. That's all. And don't take that personally.
Kristen in the comments, I think she might work for you, Eddie, said, have your elevator pitch ready. That's a very good point.
Yes.
Go in like you're pitching your show to Netflix, let us know what your book is about. Who's your demographic? Who am I selling this to?
Yeah, Kristen is my wife. She and I manage a shop together. So we get a lot of people that come in and pitch their books to us. And she's absolutely right. Tell me what it's about in a very interesting sentence or two, and that's it. Don't tell me your life story. Don't ramble on about how the story goes here or does that, or about this character. Make it quick, make it brief, and make it interesting.
You made a couple of good points that I want to highlight. The first is that every shop is different, and some people a book might not work for one shop and might work for another shop. That doesn't necessarily mean anything about the quality. Also, Kristen, who's making some excellent points in the comments. I want to point out, says Melissa has a very realistic and real point, though. These dudes here might not be the norm. My advice is to do some due diligence and research the shops first if you're feeling wary. I will be, there are a lot of very supportive, specifically women focused comic communities that men literally can't be in at all. And I have to actually go and ask my friend when I ask friends to please post something in these groups when I'm looking for submissions that will almost assuredly know whether a shop is good or bad, or like they may not know it's good, but they will certainly know if it has a specific reputation. So I recommend you should if you're there might also be reviews that say something similar about certain.
Let me just chime in really quick. I used to have two shops in LA in two different locations, one in the Valley, one in the city. I used to scratch my head that some things would sell in the Valley and can't sell in the city, and vice versa. So even just at two of the exact same, comic book stores in different locations, these books didn't sell. And that's not even taking into the fact that something like Golden Apple might sell differently than, say, Secret Headquarters, over in Silver Lake and Heidi Ho in Santa Monica. They're different areas, different communities, different customers, and different tastes. Everyone's got different tastes. So, don't get discouraged. you'll find some shops that are really warm and welcoming, and some that might not be, but most shops are. I mean, we're all mom and pop shop owners. We all do this for a living. We all love it. And
you all
we're
love
here
comics.
to sell comic books. We're here to sell comic books at the end of the day. So if someone says no selling your comic book, that's, think about that for a minute. We're here to sell them, not push them away.
Awesome. So
and give them away for free when we can.
Awesome. So I'm trying to see why there's an echo.
Yeah.
Why does this echo keep coming? Oh, there we go. Awesome. So we've gone a little bit long. I'm sorry for holding you guys a couple of minutes later, but I thought we had a really great discussion.
Do this all night.
I'd stay all night. You have to apologize to Christine Chimera. Carmelo will stay here all night, but Christine's going to be wondering where I'm at.
Awesome. Well, I am going to I'm going to put up, as you guys say, sort of your last thoughts. I've been giving really like detailed thoughts, but like I think I'm just going to let it, like, you guys can decide sort of what you want. If you have any specials that you're running this weekend, I know Ryan and Eddie and Carmelo. Eddie has a thing inside of the group. Ryan is inside of the alt FCD Facebook group. Carmelo at least knows of it, so you can probably cajole him into getting in there. If not, but I want to give you guys each a sort of platform to have your final thoughts. Give any place that they should look for your stuff or send them to, and then we will say goodbye. And we'll start with Ryan. Let's go with Ryan first.
Okay, the guy in the Free Comic Book Day T-shirt, because I'm just gonna sit here and cry and drink all night, because tomorrow's not Free Comic Book Day, but tomorrow is another day of alt Free Comic Day, and also specifically to my shop, I've adapted and gone out on a limb, gone out of my comfort zone to do a live game show every Saturday and Wednesday on Facebook Live. So tomorrow, 1 o'clock, we do something called a Golden Eggs instant winner game, similar to this Willy Wonka thing I keep talking about. We have golden eggs, and you win prizes. It's interactive. It's really fun, and I act like an ass on Facebook, which is super fun. But basically, if you're interested in comic books, we're open 12 to 5 every day answering the phones. We're open 24 hours a day through our website, goldenapplecomics.com. You can always call us, and we publish as well, and we cannot wait to get this comic book into your hands. We printed 50,000 of them. This is an actual Free Comic Book Day book for 2020 that we published. You can see it right there. One of these days soon, we'll be announcing when Free Comic Book Day actually will happen. And until that day comes, please stay sheltered at home, stay informed, support your local comic book store, and know that we're here for you guys. We want to sell your comics as creators and publishers. We want to help our customers and get them comics while they're sheltered at home. We've been doing mystery boxes. We have a full website and eBay store. And we just can't wait to open our doors again. So thanks again.
Awesome. So how about let's go to Carmelo.
Thanks, Russell. And I think, if you want to stay connected with us, the Chimeras Comics Community Facebook group is a great way to do it. It's a safe, judgment-free space to be a nerd online. And I think that's really important because fandom can get intense sometimes. So it's good to have honestly, I think it's the best group of fans on the internet. Everybody's supportive and everybody's very kind, and I think you'll enjoy it there. Any of my work I'll post there right now, I guess, because all the stores are closed. My work's only available really on Amazon or on my own website, chimerascomics.com. But the thing I want to leave you with, because I don't have a specific promotion, is this. Last year, I read 500 separate essays about what makes a great comic book store. I read every single one of them. It took me like 3 weeks. And it was story after story about how comic book stores made people feel and made people hope and gave them something to look forward to and gave them something to connect with other people, and how they remembered their uncle took them to a store when they were 7, or how they remember the store donating to a charity when their mother was sick. It was incredibly moving and it was incredibly heartwarming. And in these difficult times where I know it can be hard to have hope and confidence in tomorrow. I wish all of you could know just how much you and our stores and our creations are loved, because it brings so much hope to the world. And we will get through this with exactly that kind of hope.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you so much
Amen.
for that. Eddie, I'm going to put on your Kickstarter link. I have your Kickstarter link up there right now. But you can please promote anything and try and beat Carmelo if you can, because that was an amazing.
I can't. That was too good. But what I will say is, if you want to support Heidi Ho Comics, you can go to the website, HeidiHoComics.com. There's links to our socials, our eBay store. You can call us directly as well. If you're looking for reading material while you're home doing nothing, now's a great time to read all that old stuff that you swore that one day you were going to read. So now's a great time to pick up all those trades. And then if you want something funny to read, funny and free, you can go to my website, which is collectorscomic.com, and you can read my weekly comic strips for free. And you can also support the print volume, which is on Kickstarter right now. The link is there, but the easy way to remember it is collectorsonkickstarter.com.
Awesome. I thank you so much for being here and taking the time to where am I? Need to get back to the main thing. There we go. Sorry, I'm doing 20 things at once right now, trying to make sure all this is. So I just wanted to thank you. I know Neo can also. Neo, you want to say anything before we let them go?
Just thank you guys for doing what you're doing and keeping the comic book industry alive. You know, you guys are the backbone of this entire industry, and without you, we have nothing. You know, and I hope Diamond and Marvel and DC figure that out, or we're all going to be screwed. So, because without the comic shops, we don't have the community. So, thank you so much for what you guys do.
Thanks to you guys, Neo and Russell, putting us all together. I mean, bravo to this. And you guys are staying up for 24 hours every day? I mean, this has got to be an exhausting.
We're doing this 7.5 more hours tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is it.
This is the
last panel.
Yeah, that's why we were able to go over a little bit. So this is I wanted to give you guys the kicker for the day. There's a
Where's
couple
the after
more
party?
in your houses.
Right here, I guess.
It's in the best place for introverts. It's in your house by yourself with your.
If I can give one more quick final thought. I mean, in a comic book community that has no Comic Con, no cons anywhere, no comic book stores open, the best thing you can do is stay engaged online. Through things like this, go to everybody's individual websites, through our social media pages, and support them, retweet them, and do everything you can to help support your local comic book store or any store for that matter. If you like comics, just like comics, enjoy comics, talk about comics, read comics, read bag and board your comic books, find old things, new things. All right. There's a lot out there. We've been doing comic books for 80 years. There's a lot of comics out there to read, guys. Just enjoy it. Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah, this sounds like a good time to get some of those keys you've been waiting for. Yeah. Some of those long series that you've been hearing about, but you haven't had a chance to jump in. Get some of those essential Marvels and just run through all of them real quick.
And just know that we're not going anywhere. We're, not just Golden Apple, like comic book stores, the direct market, like every comic book shop owner I've talked to, especially you guys, we're in it to win it, and we've adapted to this new normal with selling, going on Facebook Live and doing all this crazy stuff because we love it and we love our customers and they love us. And let's just keep it going, everybody.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna say goodbye to you guys, and we're gonna stay on with just have our little wrap up.
Thank you so much, guys.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Bye.
Yes.
All right.
Wow.
We did it. We did a whole day.
We've been here for 7.5 hours, according to the timer at the top there.
Yes, and we actually can only record for 8 hours, so so this is a great time to end. I really love what that last panel, what the comic book retailers had to say. They're so passionate.
Sure. Because I mean, they're fans as much as they're businessmen, and they want their industry to survive. But their back's up against the wall in a lot of ways, and I hope they can use this negative situation that we're in as a way, to leverage themselves into something better. So, but I think it was great. I think, for everybody who doesn't really understand what a comic shop is all about, and how much risk they have to take to be in business. I think that was really helpful and informative, and maybe will, give people a better respect for the shops, and what they do. So.
Absolutely. So we have finished our broadcast day pretty much by now, but that does not mean that it is over. We are still doing creator AMAs in the Facebook group, which you can get to at altfcd.com. If you have not registered yet, this has been recorded, so you can get the replay links sent to you on Monday if you've missed anything, and go through all of this. Take notes again. I know we tended to talk fast and had a lot of information. Mm-hmm. A lot of people tell me when we do these things, they are overwhelmed with information, and by the end of a day, they just are blown straight and unable to like drinking out of a fire hose. So now you can sit back on Monday and just chill out, and or Tuesday, listen to us at half speed if you need to, pause if you need to, and take notes. But if you're not on the email list, you will not get those replay links. So make sure to go into altfcd.com. And then once you register, you'll be directed right to the Facebook page. If you've already registered and you want to go to the Facebook page to see all of the AMAs, we had just an entire day already from 10 to 4 of AMAs that people are that creators are still going to go back, and if you ask questions, they will come back and check. They'll get alerted, so you can go and ask questions now if you've missed any of the creators. One thing I want to make sure that you guys know about is I'm going to just pull up the Alt FCD Facebook page, because this happened a couple of times today. People were like, "Where can I see all of these creators? Where can I go to see where they are?" And if you've enjoyed this, as Ryan said, the best thing you can do, absolute best thing you can do, is go to Alt FCD, and you can scroll down, and you can get to our websites by clicking these pictures. You can go to get to Marv or any of the other keynotes, Jimmy. All of the speakers are here, and if you click on it, if any of the pages, you're going to get redirected to their webpage. You can look at what they do, look at their books, go to their shops. Any of the creator AMAs that you missed today or you haven't seen their links, go check this out, and go to the Facebook page, go to the Facebook group, and you can download over 70 free comics. 70 comics right now, and they were a bunch more throughout the day. It is bananas over there. It is a bonanza, Neo.
It is. This has been a bonanza, and my brain is definitely fried at this point. But
yes.
With so much awesomeness, I can't believe it. Yeah, everybody needs to go over the page and start downloading a bunch of free comics right now. So,
and if you're wondering how to support and you've enjoyed this, like, these are all pretty much creators that we have checked the box on and said these are ones that like we really love and like we think that you should support. So if you're like, there are so many creators and so many shops, start with the ones on doing the creators, find one that you really loved from today or in the Facebook group, download the free comics, and then find one you love and go buy a couple of those comics. Sure. and you can use this as a starting place to really like figure out like what direction to go. A lot of these people have their own Twitch accounts, do their own live streams, and many of them will answer all of your questions. I know, because I've asked all of them just so many questions over the years.
Awesome.
Neo, do you have any final thoughts before we
Well, since we are mentioning all the free comics, my Grimmstown Terror Tales is available for free download. It's with Storm King Productions, which is John Carpenter and Sandy King's company. And I see if you can see it on here. It's kind of hard to see on my iPad. That's the cover. I guess it's not coming through so great on here.
Oh,
But,
I will go to the. Let me put this up here. I'm going to put this in the comments. Then
Cool.
I will go to that page.
Cool.
And we can look at it. We can look at it together.
Yay!
Oh.
It's available for free since we were going to be at Golden Apple today, actually doing the signing. So, Sandy King and probably John. So, but everybody can download it for free right now. So
everyone can download it for free now. I am just trying to. There it is. There we go.
Cool.
So this is the page. This is the cover. It's just so. I mean, just look at it, man. Like, you get the first one for free. Make sure you love it. I know you're going to love it. Like, I love Neo's work. I wouldn't have done this whole day with him. I wouldn't do conventions around the country if I didn't love his work already. And to have Renee DeLees, Sandy Carpenter, and so many amazing other creators, and then to get it all for free is just incredible. So all you do is go to the page. Here, watch. I'm going to do it now.
There you go. There it is. Boom.
Boom. And then you get the book.
Yep. And it'll be
come to your email.
Yep. Boom. Awesome.
And so
easy as that. Thank you.
It's as easy as that, man. EH Podcast has already read the book and says, can't wait for the next issue. We'll be reviewing you guys and gals soon.
Awesome.
And for me, you can go to God, there's so many of these. That's so amazing that there's just so many banners that I have. You can go to russellnolte.com/mail and get my first book, Ichabod Jones Monster Hunter, my most popular book, Katrina Hates the Dead. If you want a ongoing comic, we are going to have Ichabod is not necessarily an ongoing, but it is going to be at least 3 volumes. We're in production on the 3rd volume right now.
Awesome.
I'm going to show you my a website where you can see a little bit of Ichabod as well. No, you don't need that.
What's that?
This is the old Kickstarter page for it. If I can get the images to load. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, nah.
Technology.
Never mind. Not going to do that. But you can see all of it by going to our russellnolte.com/mail. The first issue comes free. And you get also the first issue of Katrina Hates the Dead, a comic, and then my book, the first chapter of my book, How to Build Your Creative Career as well. On that note, I think we are both con brain fried out. Yeah. And we are going to say goodbye, Neo.
Bye. Thank you all so much.
Yes, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:45 when we have Kevin Eastman and the Drawing Blood crew.
Kevin Eastman. We're going to be starting with Kevin Eastman tomorrow. So everybody has a really good reason to be here.
Yes. See you tomorrow, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.